Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Never before has one radio show been so extreme. Oh my God. So vulgar.
Fuck you, I'm not a pussy. I was accustomed to getting blown and having my ass eaten.
This is insane. I mean, this is insane.
So flatulent.
Why do we even try? Let's just fart into the mics and call it a day.
This is the funniest shit ever.
It's a weird show.
That's what's real. That's sex.
Oh!
Tune in with no expectations.
Quite simply, the greatest show in the history of broadcasting.
Here we are, the Opie and Anthony Show.
Another 4 hours of love.
You guys having a good time or what?
Yeah, check, check it. I'm up early in the morning, yawning. Put Opie Anthony, yeah, Jimmy Tranny pawning. Opie like brother man, Ant wants to join the clan. Jimmy on the other hand, he working the other hand.
Turn my headphones up.
They're horrible people to say in this old objectionable human beings, and I want you to know unacceptable to my scene, but I'll give it a go. 50 Cent, Larry King, Opie and Anthony Show.
Go. I know you're feeling the flow, while Opie's mother hucking, Jim's trying to get blown. And we come to play around and we still in the show. I know you never heard nothing like this before.
How important is the board? Bored you'll never be, and don't worry about getting shot when you're with Anthony. Oh yeah, on the edge of your chair. Cause you really want to hear Opie, Anthony, and Jimmy. Just keep it right here.
This the Opie and Anthony Show.
Yeah, the Opie and Anthony Show.
Yeah, check it. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Yeah.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Yeah.
Yeah, 50, yeah. Now Mike Tyson up in this bitch. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Booga, booga, booga.
Enough of this palaver. Let's get this show on the road.
Friday. Good morning, everyone. Hey. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Anyone eat any pussy last night?
Oh, boy. Plenty of pussy to eat at home.
Oh, man, there's plenty of pussy to eat at home.
Rob Ford is the greatest person to ever live.
Rob Ford, it's his daily apology that he has to give for everything. Every day there's something new. This one is fantastic. The whole thing, it was him saying what he said. I'm sure we have the clips and stuff. The media around him, flabbergasted is the word.
Well, what about the jersey he was wearing, too?
The jersey
he came to work for Battle. He's in a football jersey with his name on the back.
And I guess somebody from the team. What team that was it?
I have no idea. I guess I would assume it's the CFL team for Toronto, which I don't even know.
They were very upset.
Are they the Argonauts?
Yes.
That's the only CFL team I know, the Argonauts.
They were very upset that he was even wearing it. I mean, this guy...
there's the Stampede as well.
Oh,
I think I know 2 CFL teams.
I bet that's Calgary, the Stampede.
Yes.
They have the Calgary Stampede.
Yes, I believe so. Their football field is stupid.
Why were they mad at him for wearing their jersey?
Well, because he's a disgrace.
I disagree completely.
Of course.
Most people are disagreeing completely.
I'd be proud to have him wear my name.
Most people are for Rob Ford. The people are.
Just think of what that jersey gets used for, to wipe his mouth off after he's home eating that fucking pussy. Yeah, I put mustard on it. I eat that fucking shit.
He rules, and I pray that he doesn't step down.
Although
it's getting harder and harder for him to do his job and stay around.
Now he's saying he's getting professional help, but for like drinking, maybe not for crack at all.
Certainly not for eating pussy, because he knows how to do that.
Oh man, might as well face it. You're addicted to pussy.
He doesn't just sit there and lick the fence.
No,
he knows what he's doing. Does the alphabet.
He gets in there.
To say that to the press.
And then as he's giving his apology, his wife is standing right next to him, like supporting him.
Right, with her hands over her pussy.
Of course, because
it's all raw and sore.
Looking at that pussy.
Why would you put your hands over your pussy?
You got it.
If your husband's talking about your pussy.
Right.
Amazing. Fucking amazing. I am so heated up.
Oh.
I am so fucking heated up. I haven't been heated up in a long time, but this fucking place.
What happened?
Oh, they're holding us up for $350,000. That's what's happening. I am so fucking heated up, and I know we got a great day of radio, and this Rob Ford clip is going to be amazing. I am so fucking heated up. At every turn, these fucking guys are in our way.
I think
we need to figure out how the fuck to move on.
I think at this juncture, we best leave it to the professionals to talk this over.
What?
Off the air about
what professionals?
About money and the
professionals?
The event.
What professionals?
I don't know, like the guy that's in charge of that. And
they wanted $1 million, and then
geez,
now
maybe we shouldn't mention.
I don't give a fuck.
I know. I'm just saying. Maybe we should just.
It's fine, man.
I'd like to.
These people need to know that they're holding us up.
Event.
We're not
a good event.
It sounds like a great event.
Yeah,
I'll do just basics.
Oh boy.
Scott Greenstein wanted a big event from Opie and Anthony.
Yes.
A big event. He goes, you guys need a big event. Everything's going great. We're happy with the radio show. You're bringing in subscribers, but we just need one of those big over-the-top events. And he said it to us over and over again, and we finally presented him a big event. I could say it this way.
Oh, yeah,
I know.
No, I'm fine with this.
I know I could say it this way. So we're like, here you go. Here's your big event. And it's an amazing event that we want to do.
Oh, my God.
Around the 20th anniversary of doing radio together.
Yes.
This coming summer, it's going to be 20 fucking years for us. So it's a big event, and it celebrates the fact we've been a radio show for 20 years. 20 fucking years, by the way. That's crazy.
Oh, my God. Jesus Christ.
And we're like, good news. It doesn't even cost you a dime. Because when he told us that we need a big events cost money. Cost the company money.
Yeah.
So we're like, not only are we delivering a big event for you and for us, just like you asked for.
It won't cost you a dime, and you'll be able to keep your insurance.
We got to get into that as well.
Yeah.
So we think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
We're going to take on all the responsibility and the risk. He turns around and says, this sounds all well and good, but we need $1 million.
Oh, boy.
So we're like, what?
Oh, boy.
So then Bob and people got involved, and now it's down to $350,000 they want.
Yeah.
Scumbags.
For what? Fucking scumbags.
I have to say this. I am so heated up. And I swear, give us just a few minutes, and then we'll move on to Rob Ford and everything else, and I'll make believe this isn't happening. I'm good at that these days. In the past, I wasn't. Things would eat at me all day.
Eat at you. Like
it's like
pussy.
I don't understand what else we could do for these fucking guys. That's exactly what they asked for, and we delivered.
And it won't cost them anything.
Won't cost them anything.
Yeah, that's the important part. It's not going to cost anything.
And they can make money off the event.
Uh-huh.
So they can make money off the event. But they make it almost impossible for us to move forward with the event.
Yeah.
Because they want $350,000. It's mind-boggling.
Let's just leave in a year. I'm not bluffing. Let's just do a podcast. Everyone is saying to do it.
No,
of course.
Everyone is saying to do it. They'll be well rid of us, and we can move on.
We would be not to be cocky, we would be pretty much the biggest podcast right out of the box.
Yep.
I know it. I mean, we're doing a podcast. We see the numbers that we're doing with a quick 1-hour podcast that we just throw out there every week, and the numbers are very impressive. And most of the people downloading the podcast are the ones that are listening to the fucking show anyway. But if that's the only way to get us, those numbers are going to go way the fuck up. These guys are not going to do anything for us. They can't fucking redo the studio. They can't fix our fucking phones. They won't allow us to do these big events.
It's fucking enraging.
I mean, we'll never be able to do a virus tour because they're going to hold us up for money for that.
Oh, yeah.
It's enraging at this point. We got to leave. We can't keep just babbling that, and then just take it up the ass every time it's time to negotiate.
Yeah.
These guys will not do anything for us. As long as they got Howard Stern, they don't care about us or anyone else here. And then when Howard leaves, then this company will fucking run around like those ants when you kick over an anthill, and they'll rebuild and figure it out then. But until then, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They want $350,000 from us for an event that we're handing to them. But they're going to turn around and spend more money on Howard Stern and a birthday party. They haven't spent $1 on us. Not one.
No.
Not one promotional dollar has been spent on us.
They want They want to make money off of us like that. Which,
if they were asking for $10,000,
right, and you know, just to throw it all on the table, and you know, we make a very good living and we have amazing jobs. And I know people spin this because you got the haters out there just waiting for every word so they could go with it. But we're drastically underpaid too. You know, I'm not going home crying about it because I know we have easy jobs and we make a very good living. But on top of it, we're drastically underpaid. $350,000. $350,000.
It's disgusting.
To do an event they have nothing to do with that we came up with.
Disgusting.
The bargain point here is that we like it doesn't cost them anything.
Not $1.
It's the big event.
They wanted the big event.
It doesn't cost anybody
money. Think of big events cost money. What was he thinking in his head when he said we need a big over the top event with you guys? That they would just throw us in a field with microphones and hope people show up and hopefully we throw some kind of weird thing together? It costs money. Because you got to get things in place. This event, we want to hire other things. I'm trying to keep it vague.
Yeah.
You know, but it's an all-encompassing event that we're taking on, that we're making phone calls and dealing with agents and managers and all sorts of shit. They don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
It's the worst situation I've ever been involved with professionally.
Because they're just holding us back. There's so much other things we could be doing. Like Tim Sabian, I'm so happy he's involved, and that's one reason why the show sounds better. Just knowing that we have a guy that knows radio's behind us finally. And, you know, it pumped us all up. We all know that.
But then they're shaking us down. It's a shakedown.
It's a shakedown.
But
he wants tactics.
But he wants this to be a media destination. Tim, this will never be a media destination because the company won't allow it. What he means by a media destination, it's like you do a radio show, you have a comedy tour on the side, you have this event that we're not mentioning officially on the side, and other things. The animation festival.
Hey, why weren't we supposed to get that together?
Yeah.
How much do they want for that one?
They said we could do it, but they haven't discussed numbers yet. They're not going to let us just do it.
The last meeting we had down there a while ago,
right?
Remember the animation thing? And they're like, let's do it, let's go, we're going to go, let's go. And then, like, what happened?
I don't know.
Forgot about that. See, we just forgot about it.
I don't know. So, you know, God bless Tim for thinking that this is going to be a media destination. No, it's just going to be a radio show with a bunch of guys that still have passion for what they're doing. So they're going to turn these mics on every day and perform in a shitty fucking studio with no one paying attention to us at the company. None.
Yeah.
None. And then we have to hear from the listeners every fucking day that the app is down. And then I walk down the hall and I tell them again that the app is down. And that people every day tweet me and say, "Look, I can't do this anymore because it's not worth the value anymore.
Yeah.
I can't pay for something that doesn't work properly." I get tweets every day about that. Every day. Fuck. It's ridiculous.
Goddamn ridiculous.
Give us money.
They want money for an event they needed from us. They said, we really want a big over-the-top Opie and Anthony event. So, like, I go, Scott.
They could make money off of it.
Absolutely. I go, and then Bob's a fucking waste of time because I was on the phone with him off and on. I'm like, look, you got to make this happen and explain this to these guys that it's really starting to piss us the fuck off.
Oh, well, guys, we just can't.
Does people understand? They said we need an event. I said, Scott, give us some time. We'll figure it out. And then finally something happened and something was placed in our laps. I'm like, oh my God, this is perfect. And it celebrates the 20 years of doing radio together. That's great. So it'll be all encompassing. We'll get our friends together and other people that have nothing to do with us because they'll want to be a part of this.
And
they want $350,000, and then they turn around and they give Howard Stern more promotion. And I know he's a big deal. Of course, I get it. I do get that part of it.
It's paying tribute, like in the old country, only they're doing it here in SiriusXM.
What the fuck are they going to do when Howard leaves? What the fuck are they going to do? Because they don't have us. They don't have us. And they don't have anyone else around here because most of the guys left. Mad Dog doesn't want to be here either. So who do they have when Howard decides to leave? Then you're going to fucking scramble and figure it out? Or do you take care of the people now? Fuck.
This event was supposed to be announced already.
Oh, yeah.
But we can't because they are demanding money.
It's crazy.
It's really. I always try to play the middle. Like, well, let's see their point too. It makes me physically ill how fucking greedy and sickening it is.
Yeah.
The way, because it's not going to cost them a dime. They don't understand the value of us doing something decent like that promotionally would work. It's like they hire big name guys to come in here and have studios here because it's a promotional thing.
Right.
It's smart.
Right. They spend. Go ahead, sorry.
They do. They spend money to get guys in here. Entertainment Weekly, it gets celebrities in here. It's all promotion. It's all about branding. It's a smart move.
Entertainment Weekly is a fucking disaster. It's a bust, and they spend so much money launching that thing.
But I mean, that's just their motive, is to get people in here because that will make the name bigger. You get more eyes on the platform.
Yeah,
it's
those pictures in front of the thing that says SiriusXM. That's pretty much the money maker.
Okay, I get that. So here's an event that has nothing to do with the company that would be promoted, talked about here. The only thing is basically they're hijacking us for, or saying that they want money for us talking about it on the air. It's basically where it would come from, I'm guessing. Where else could it come from?
But that gives them the potential of making money off of the same event.
Of course.
If
you had a sales department that wasn't terrible,
you do it through sales and stuff. I'm not going to go into how radio makes money. But usually, if there's an event, sales gets on board. They sell the event, it's called, and you wind up making money through advertising and whatnot. You don't go to the show that's getting the event together and shake them down.
It's a shakedown.
It's a typical, like, mob shakedown.
Because the sales department, I tried bringing one advertiser to the show.
Right.
And it didn't work because the sales department, it was a company that was just going to advertise on my advice show after, and then some Opie and Anthony ads.
Sure.
And the amount of money they went and asked for, I almost fucking had a stroke when I found out.
Yeah.
I was embarrassed.
What was the number?
$100,000.
They want $100,000.
Like, but it wasn't
for a company that probably didn't have it.
It's a company that really is just getting going.
Right. So
didn't have it.
So you start the relationship. You start them low.
Yeah.
Because we don't really have advertisers.
No.
Thank God for Steven Singer and a few others. But besides that, we don't have advertisers. And here's a guy that you could have started
Dollar Shave Club.
A relationship. Dollar Shave Club. Thank you. Yes.
You know what? I've over the years brought a couple of potential advertisers to the table, and same thing.
Same thing.
I had the gun store that I go to. Guy was like, "Hey, you advertise on it." So I was like, "Yeah." I gave him a contact and everything.
Right.
And he's like, "Oh my God, what they were asking for." I'm like, "Yeah, fuck it."
Yeah.
But those all add up. Instead of, the people hear the same nonsense when we go to break over and over again.
Yeah.
Fill that shit up with some new advertisers that, are on a lower level, and then hopefully they come up with more money, whatever.
Absolutely terrible.
So
that's why, because the sales department, to me, handles things that way. Everything's not their fault, but they handle things that way. And I've seen it firsthand. It was somebody I really, really wanted to bring here.
Right.
And why would the company think that they could get it done with another event? Because they have it in any other event.
Right. Yeah.
So instead of just going to the sales department and firing who needs to be fired, they come to us with a fucking pistol and say, give this or you can't do that. It's
well then don't.
Terrible.
Then don't ask me for an event.
So we hear you're doing an event. Well, you need certain protections.
Right.
It's like the San Gennaro Fest when fucking Paulie.
Right. And then.
Hey.
And then the people that were involved that, are helping us out with this promotion, that, they're
like, what?
I didn't really give them my time at first because I knew in the end this was the end game. Because, you get tricked.
Yeah, we get tricked.
You start getting tricked like, okay, maybe things are finally different. Like that day when the engineer guys all stood around with clipboards to listen to what we need done in the studio. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll get on this right away. We just got to have a meeting and figure it all out, and a timing issue when we can do the work. And then we just never saw the guys again.
Yeah.
They left, and that's over with. So, sorry, fuck. It's just so annoying. There's so much more we want to be doing with this radio show, and they just don't give a fuck. They don't even give a fuck if we do a good radio show. I'm convinced of that. It would take months for them to know that we're just calling it in.
And when they said they wanted the money for the big event. I said, I must go to Don Corleone.
And then I got a deal, you know, because I guess I'm the serious fucking helpline or something, or the complaint line.
Yeah. No, we all get those.
Okay.
It's amazing.
Yesterday was the rate hike thing that everyone tweeted me about. Like, oh, what a perfect time to send us a letter that that the rates are going up after the app has been a complete disaster, especially lately.
Oops.
All right. So that's today's fucking bitch. Every day, though. Every day.
Yeah.
We just want to fucking do more.
It's an event that really would be fun, and we all want to do it. Everyone on the show wants to do it.
It would be annual, too, I think.
It would be amazing.
If the first one goes well, then it would be kind of an annual thing.
This would probably put every other event we've ever done to shame. So,
of course.
But,
course.
you know.
With no cost to them.
No cost to the company.
Instead, they run down the street at us with baseball bats. Hey, yo, come here. That's what it's like. Come here. Wah! Break your fucking ankles and kneecaps. It's a shakedown.
It's stunning.
There's nothing different. Right. There's not one difference between what the mafia did with people and what the company is doing with this event. It's exactly the same.
And a lot of people wondered what happened to the bus trip. Well, what happened to the bus trip was there was nothing behind it.
Yeah.
The best this company could figure out is they could rent us a couple buses.
Yeah.
That was it.
And
that was it.
And we never did get to the point where they had to make them materialize, so we don't even know if they really would have been able to do that.
Well, they were having a tough time with it, obviously.
Yeah.
The event kept being pushed off. We were supposed to do that last spring, and then we were going to do it in the fall, and now, obviously, we're leaning toward winter here. That thing is done. And the reason we canceled it, because we're like, there's nothing planned.
No.
Because there were things we could kind of ask for, and, they weren't really coming through.
No.
You can't just throw us on a bus with microphones. I mean, we would make it work, but you need other things happening.
Yeah, that would be good for an hour,
right?
And then we'd be like, oh boy, we're just driving. Yeah.
But I mean, hearing what I heard yesterday, I'm just like, holy fuck! I don't heat up like this much anymore. It's not worth my time.
Did you talk to Bob?
No, I didn't even hear from Bob. Why would I hear from Bob? I heard from somebody else. Yeah. No, why? Why would Bob, give me a call back after I told him how, you really got to get in there and explain this shit? Yeah, why would he call when, there was new news about the thing?
Yeah, well.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll move on.
Move on?
Move on.
Oh, boy.
Like, it's amazing.
Yeah.
We didn't sue the company or any of that shit. What did we do wrong? What did we do wrong? Are we supposed to sue these guys and then they'll fucking, start taking care of us?
Maybe
the guy that sued the company for a lot of fucking money that would have really been a major issue if he won, they're throwing a birthday party for. Like, that's all you need to know.
Yeah.
It's all about him, and that's it. That's how they feel this company should run. Fine. We're getting extorted.
It's extortion. Yeah. It's like, go up. Yeah, we'll let you do that. Oh, by the way, that's going to cost you.
Right.
Oh.
Can we do something that we haven't done? Like, let's break now.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Let's break now.
We'll get into that rhythm for the day because of guests and whatnot?
No, let's just break now, and so we can really just fucking, move forward with the show.
I like that.
All right, because the Rob Ford thing is way too good to be all pissed. I want to enjoy that clip a little bit. And we'll talk about Obama and Charles Barkley saying some cool shit today. We got a Sports Center anchor that's in a lot, in trouble for just a nonsense comment.
For nothing.
And we got a lot of great guests coming in. We got Dr. Steve coming in today.
Dr. Steve.
See, he's been hinting that he's got something that's going to be great for the show.
Yeah?
He's been hinting that he really has a good thing that he's doing for us today.
He's finally going to get a medical license?
I think he's going to demonstrate his own Kevorkian machine.
It's like an apnea machine, but it's got fucking whatever would kill you in it. Good improv shit.
We got John McGinley coming in.
I met him yesterday briefly as he was walking by. How great.
Oh, you did?
That son of a bitch is good.
Yeah.
Yep. What are you saving up to be? Jewish?
Got a bad feeling about this one, Bob.
And Eliza Shlesinger will be here as well. So, yeah, I'd rather break now and then we'll fucking go balls to the
Make
wall.
love, relax.
We'll make love.
Yes, of course.
We'll spray sperm on each other.
Spray. Oh, my God, that fucking story Nicole was telling yesterday.
What?
Oh, my God. She was talking on the after show there about jacking off her ex-boyfriend,
right,
like years ago. And she used to do it because she liked watching how far he could shoot his jizz. And sometimes he would hit the TV. And then she would
meant
clean it up.
transvestite.
Yeah, I hit the TV.
There's a guy standing right there in a dress.
Hit the TV.
Yeah. She was like, it used to get her off to like have him. He would jerk off, right?
Yeah, she would just watch him.
She would watch him
off.
jerking off, and she would be amazed at how far it went.
How far?
He would shoot like across the room and hit the TV, and then
But what's across the room?
Well, it's probably not a big room at that
like an
point, but I mean,
apartment, I would guess.
unless the bed's on the TV, it's pretty fucking impressive.
They probably, I doubt it was an apartment in the Time Warner building, but it was still probably nice. Not that big.
I don't think I ever shot that far.
Her biggest wish is that she enjoyed giving blowjobs more because she wants to give her husband more blowjobs.
Oh, she doesn't enjoy them that much? Oh,
well,
boo, Nicole.
No, she said she wanted an addiction to blowjobs.
Yes, she wanted an addiction to blowjobs.
Like she wanted to enjoy giving them on a daily basis, multiple blowjobs.
Crazy.
Wow. Her husband would love that.
Yeah, she said she's good for like a couple a week.
That's all right. You know, I mean, a
couple a week isn't bad, sure.
That's not enough, though.
Well, her just talking about that shit was pretty good.
Yeah.
Gotta say. And then how, maybe getting fucked in the ass because she's pregnant and stuff.
Wow.
It was really that was sexed up show you had there yesterday.
She's having anal sex? Good for her.
She's not.
Well, she was talking about it.
We were suggesting the idea.
Right.
Okay. Fair enough.
But the whole thing was very tittillating.
It was, right?
Oh, just because,
Were you jacking it on the way home?
I almost pulled it out and started fucking tapping it against the steering wheel.
And of course, Sam's voice gets in the way.
Oh, yeah, and then Sam's fucking...
This is hot stuff.
Voice, which is akin to, I heard, actually, I think it was John H. Glenn said as his heat shield cover was ripping away, entering the atmosphere, similar sound was made as Sam's voice.
That's not that bad.
Well, according to Entertainment Weekly, it's not good.
No, Entertainment Weekly says it's probably amongst the worst sounds in the world.
That channel's hurting for not getting you on board. They're
That's
just
true.
dumb. You brought in you would have brought them a little audience right off the bat too.
Absolutely.
You ever been
fucking idiot
stopped at a light and
yes,
a truck? Oh, good. A truck with bad brakes is stopping next to you, and it's stopping so slowly and taking forever. And it's just going.
Now imagine if that
Sam
sound
Roberts.
was giving you an entertainment update.
Right.
Okay.
Fair enough.
I'm surprised it wasn't a Who Kid in the studio that made it difficult for you to.
Who Kid was hilarious when he thought that Owen Hart had said hello
We said a couple
the
of
other
things.
night.
He said, yeah, he thought that he had met Owen Hart because
Owen Hart.
a friend of mine from high school said, "Tell Sam I said hi." He said, "What's your name?" And he said, "I'm Owen Hart."
And he's like, Owen Hart said hi.
I met Owen Hart yesterday.
Owen Hart. He said, and then you had to explain to him that Owen Hart died from a fall. And he goes, I'm going to look that up on Google. So, then you don't hear from him for 2 minutes. And you guys are talking, you and Nicole are talking, and then out of nowhere he goes, oh, that nigga's dead. It was fucking hilarious.
And then he also said that it's not. We were talking about addiction.
Yeah.
And in his opinion, it's not a real addiction unless your teeth fall out.
Right.
He said medically, unless you lose your teeth.
Gotta get that on a
It's not a true
t-shirt.
addiction.
That's his next t-shirt.
Yeah. But it was, it was very funny yesterday.
Very good.
Enjoyed my little drive home.
Good.
All right, we're going to break and get into the Rob Ford clip, which is probably one of the most amazing things a politician has ever said.
Fantastic.
Yeah, fuck all those great fucking, sound clips from past presidents and world leaders.
Fucking, right? 7 years ago, my ass.
Who gives a fuck?
Ich bin ein what?
Yeah, fuck that.
I got a tree on my house.
Ich bin ein
What is that?
pussy licker.
What is
Oh. What happened? What happened, E-Rock?
I misfired something.
Oh, shit.
What did you misfire?
No, he didn't misfire.
What did you mean to
He
hit?
wanted to play that, and it bombed horribly.
E-Rock, what did you mean to hit?
No, every now and then I gotta play stuff off the air because the like stutters as soon as you play it. There's a pause, and that's what I was doing, and I hit the wrong pot.
Oh boy!
By the way, we
we
don't have any computers that work today either.
Oh, our
Yeah, there's a whole bank of computers that
Was none of them working out there?
No. What happened?
There's so many shows that use those banks of computers. How many computers are out there? About 8, maybe.
Yeah.
It's about 8 of them. It's a wall. So all the other shows, they go and do their prep and stuff for their shows.
What you call IT?
And they're not working. So, but IT, we explained this the other day. If Howard's not working, the IT guys, a lot of them don't come in.
Yeah.
Because then they're not needed.
Yeah,
I'm
because
telling you, this whole
everybody
place
else-
revolves around Howard.
Everything else
And
just
no one gives
runs
a fuck.
itself. It's okay.
Plus, that's 8 questionnaires people would have to fill out.
Oh shit!
What's wrong with
It take forever.
And then if you pile up all the week-long wait periods,
Right.
it's like a year and a half.
Yeah.
What's wrong with all those computers out there? How is Heather B going to do her prep today?
Oh yeah, we always see Heather out there.
You can't connect to the network. It's saying remote desktop access doesn't work.
Oh boy!
So
that's
everything's
not good.
all into one corporate thing where you can't just use a computer because it's a computer plugged in. It's all synced together, and if one's out, they're all out.
Mars, can maybe they email you a patch or a fix or an executable? No?
Can't email, no.
Oh, they can't email. I forgot about that. You can't email the fix.
It's not an option.
Someone's got to actually come here from Washington, D.C. with it in a suitcase with a fucking handcuff around the handle.
Boy, this place, they really let the inmates run the asylum.
Wait, who's that? What's your name, sir?
Hi, this is Mr. Boss Wackadaka. I'm the boss, and I'm not going to let you do nothing.
Uh-oh. Well, we just want the computers fixed.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something there, jerk knee.
Oh. Jerk knee, huh?
Kind of sounds like jerky, doesn't it? This way I can convince myself I'm not stealing.
Well, Boss Wackadaka.
Wackadaka.
Boss Wackadaka.
Boss man Wackadaka.
People need those computers. What are you going to do about it?
I don't know. Maybe I'll go and... I'm not improvising very good right now, but it actually...
Oh, my God. What is he doing? Was that a misfire?
Was that enough? Oh, my God. E-Rock. The kid in there keeps putting his hooves on the computer. I like E-Rock, but I won't talk to him because he roots around in his own shit and filth.
I have to be one charming motherfucking E-Rock.
All right, let's end this funny.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show. SiriusXM. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Happy birthday to Ed Asner. That's why we played that clip there.
Oh, it's his birthday?
84 years old. That was a great day with Joe Rogan and Jim Naughton. Ed was playing poker at that moment.
Yes.
Remember when we used to do things?
Oh, yeah.
XM used to send us places. It was nice. It broke up this thing a little bit.
That was Los Angeles.
Yeah, all of a sudden, like, hey, guys, there's a poker tournament in Los Angeles. I think you guys would do all right out there. Ed likes poker. Let's do this.
The Commerce Casino.
And then we went out there and we got to talk to a lot of celebrities. It was fun.
Yeah.
We don't do anything anymore.
No.
Every once in a while, we go to a city. That's kind of fun. One a year, I guess, right?
Yeah, something like that.
We did Cleveland, we did Chicago. Maybe we could do another one of those. Because that doesn't cost much money.
Yeah.
That's just setting up fucking microphones, and then we do our fucking magic.
Easy peasy jet. Oh, I better not. Everyone's walking on egg roll shells.
What happened?
Oh, shit, I didn't.
What happened?
I did not.
Where's Jimmy, man?
I think Jimmy went to go put his fingers on his wee-wee and have water come out of it.
Nice.
In front of some porcelain capture device.
Well, we got to play the Rob Ford clip, but Jimmy's going to miss out. We could just play it again for him.
Yeah, you know what? We're probably going to hear it more than once. I'll tell you that much.
This Rob Ford is just amazing.
I saw this video online yesterday. Some people tweeted it to me.
Right.
And the second I watched it, I was like, okay, that's fake. It's like those bad, the bad lip sync things that they do with people.
Right.
I was like, no way he said this.
Right.
And then I was looking going, no, the press is horrified.
Right.
He really said it. With all the heat he's been catching of late, wouldn't you think maybe I shouldn't say this with the press everywhere?
That's why he's the greatest. And he went to work in a football jersey yesterday.
Oh, yeah. He didn't
what does it say? Mayor Ford on the back, I think?
Yeah, it's a personalized football jersey.
He's amazing.
Nice.
And the press up there, they could just be right outside your office door.
Yeah,
you don't get that in America.
No.
So they just hang out waiting for him, and then he decides, okay, it's time. It's time for today's circus. And then he walks out of his office, and then he says some ridiculous shit.
Fucking ridiculous shit that he has to apologize for now.
Right. And
again.
I got to say, obviously here in America, most of us did not know about Rob Ford.
No.
But I'm learning more and more that he's been a character for a really long time. And when the whole crack thing went down, I don't know, about a year ago, I think it started at this point, or maybe just under a year, I thought the guy was a complete dick, asshole, like, what the fuck, get rid of him. Now I just love the guy.
Do you know how low
him.
on the interest scale Canadian politics is to Americans?
Right.
I really can't stress to people enough how much we do not give a fuck or know anything about Canadian politics.
I don't know who runs Canada.
I don't even know.
I couldn't tell you how their system works.
Do they have a president, or is it one of those prime ministers or something?
Are they one of those countries that wears wigs?
A premier, maybe?
Do they have wigs?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing.
Is it called Parliament?
I don't know.
I don't know
In
either.
Canada?
Yeah, we don't know shit about Canadian politics, but we know a lot about Rob Ford now.
Because he's the man.
Yeah, at this point, one guy is running Canada.
Yeah.
Rob
His name's
Ford.
Rob Ford.
Rob fucking Ford.
I would give him all of Canada at this point.
He deserves it.
So
Let him run the show.
This is the longer clip because he just he walks out of his office with his football jersey on, and he has a laundry list of things he needs to get off his chest.
He's got to address things.
And the bullet points for the day.
Bullet points for the day. I just love how matter of fact he is.
Yeah.
The first couple are like whatever, and then we get to the gold. Obviously,
The meat.
Do you remember Wiener gave the finger to the press?
Yep.
Yeah.
Rob Ford is this is a 2-week give the finger.
Yes.
He's having that meltdown moment.
He's had
that's
it.
continuing. He'll
Right.
eventually step aside, but this is great to watch him going down.
He's got to step aside.
How much time do you have left on his
A
gig?
year. A year.
You think he's going to try to survive?
I don't know. Maybe he stays.
And without official,
He ain't going anywhere.
And without official criminal charges, they can't kick him out.
Right.
But we learned yesterday that they're trying to get new legislation in place, so then they can kick him out. Because officially they can't right now.
But he'll probably be grandfathered in.
You think?
Yeah.
Any mayor that publicly announces how much pussy he eats can no longer serve.
And he's got plenty of pussy at home.
His poor wife.
Oh,
his wife's like
fucking. His wife.
You can't throw your wife under the bus like that.
I would love to see that, like when he saw his wife right after that. She was probably livid.
I don't know,
what
man.
What the fuck are you doing?
I think Rob Ford found a cool woman to marry.
I don't know. She was
He's allowed
standing
to smoke crack. He's allowed to threaten people.
She's standing next to him as he's
allowed to eat
apologizing,
pussy.
making the Michaela Maroney face.
Right.
Making that,
She's married to a fat crack smoker.
Yes.
She understands his problems.
Oh, okay. Maybe she knows.
He's obese and he's a crack smoker.
If he's a crack, I mean.
Oh, he is. He smokes crack.
Oh, yeah,
a lot.
he
I don't know if he smokes it now.
has.
Dude, when
But
someone
he
says
still
that-
has all his teeth, and he's still at a weight that is substantial as far as crack using goes.
Because coming down, he probably eats a lot.
Yeah.
It probably helps him binge.
I think he probably smokes some of the dope too.
Yeah, probably.
That's where he gets the munchies.
You know why his wife's not mad at him? Because of the way he resolves all his arguments with her.
Eating her pussy.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's play the clip. Let's do this.
Litigation will be starting shortly. I've had enough. That's why I warned you guys yesterday. Be careful what you wrote. Okay, so that's all I have to say for now. And the next thing I want to call Mayor Britannia in Hamilton and tell them that we're going to have to spank their little tiger cats. Oh, and the last thing was Olivia Gondak. It says that I wanted to eat her pussy. Olivia Gondak. I've never said that in my life to her. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home. Thank you very much.
Wait. Go back. I mean, obviously we got to laugh, but the guy in the background makes the clip. Because what did he say? Something like, what did he just say? What? Listen to the background.
Also, for those of you playing along at home, maybe with the clip, the reaction by the reporters, especially the women. There's one Asian woman that just turns around like she can't imagine what just happened.
She can't find a Wi-Fi fast enough to get this clip up there.
Stunned.
Here, play it again. Listen to the guy in the background. He says, go ahead.
It says that I wanted to eat her pussy.
Let me go back a little.
Oh, yeah.
Was Olivia Gondak. It says that I wanted to eat her pussy. Olivia Gondak. I've never said that in my life to her. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home. Thank you very much.
Anything that was true.
Say that. It's all right. Why would he say that?
Why would he say that?
And then he just turns around and marches back to that office with two thugs, basically.
Yeah.
Coming apart.
Two big, huge, burly security guards.
Here's the thing with that clip. You should know you shouldn't say that in front of the press. Like, he doesn't even know that you...
No, he
that's
knows.
crazy to say?
He knows.
Does he?
Yeah.
But when he gets back into his office, before he reads the feedback, is he thinking, good, resolve that?
I got that out there.
We're not dealing with a dummy here. I think he's highly intelligent.
Yeah, but
and
I think
he
he's
knows.
a little crazy.
Well, he's a bit self-destructive, obviously. If you're smoking crack when you're in a position like him, you have some self-destruction in your brain.
Right.
So that's part of it. But he's fully aware of what he's doing.
Is he a good mayor? Like, does the
people
surround him?
I done a little research. Supposedly they love him because their taxes went down, which is very rare.
Like him. See? Because he eats pussy.
That completely sums up what the people want.
Right.
You can eat all the pussy you want. You can smoke crack. You can threaten people in the city council.
Lower my taxes.
Just lower taxes.
That's all we need.
Right.
We're very forgiving.
Yeah.
So, can we hear the clip one more time?
Absolutely.
Oh, there's a Rob Ford, Chris Farley mashup? Joey in Canada checking in.
Wow.
Could someone pick up Joey on line one and find out where that is so we can play it? Go ahead.
In Hamilton, and tell them that we're going to have to spank their little tiger cats. Oh, and the last thing was Olivia Gondak. It says that I wanted to eat her pussy. Olivia Gondak. I've never said that in my life to her. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home. Thank you very much.
Anything that was true.
Why did he say that?
But where does this come from? I didn't even.
You hear them laughing in the background?
Yeah, they're.
Oh my God.
Might be going live.
They all enjoy it. They know they got a great clip.
Yeah, they love it.
Oh.
But who's this broad that said this?
Dondak?
Yeah. And that's just it. He said her name.
Yeah.
Like I think you're right. That was a little calculated.
But he
Wait.
Hold on a minute.
He didn't
He
say
was an 8 or something.
perform oral sex. He said eat her pussy.
Hold on. People are picking out individual voices. Finn in PA, go ahead.
Hey, man, if you listen to the very last part of that clip, all the way at the end, there's one reporter that says, I fucking love this guy.
Oh, my God. All right, let's play it again. We got to be very quiet so we can hear this.
Have to spank the little tiger cats. Oh, and the last thing was Olivia Gondak. It says that I wanted to eat her pussy. Olivia Gondak. I've never said that in my life to her. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home. Thank you very much.
Anything that was true.
It's all right.
Oh, my God.
We might be going live.
I love that guy.
Who wouldn't if you're a reporter that's gold?
Did you hear the laughter that came from them? Oh, is that great? I love that guy.
I love that guy.
They know that they're getting a absolute. Every time his mouth opens, a gem is going to fall out of it.
And it's so good that they're not even fighting with each other. They're like, there is plenty for all of us.
Sure.
Don't worry about
Just like he has plenty of pussy, we got plenty of sound bites for everyone here. Don't you worry.
We don't need an exclusive.
Nope.
I got plenty to eat at home.
Plenty to eat at home. He's saying his wife has plenty of pussy.
And then what? Later on, someone said, "Look, man, you got to apologize for that immediately."
Yeah.
I didn't see the apology yet.
Oh, did he? Oh,
I heard it.
Yeah, here's the apology with his wife right next to him, looking down, and she's covering up her pussy because she knows everyone's just staring at her pussy.
Yeah, how big is it?
Look, her hands are over her pussy.
That's the pussy.
Oh my God.
God, is he embarrassing his city?
Oh, he's the best.
I love him.
I absolutely love him.
Yesterday I mentioned it was the second worst day of my life, except for the death of my father.
Well, we're going to have to push it back.
The past 6 months, I have been under tremendous stress.
Oh, boy.
Stress is largely of my own making. I have apologized, and I have tried to move forward. This has proven to be almost impossible. The revelations yesterday of cocaine, escorts, and prostitution has pushed me over the line.
Pause.
And I use
This is just amazing. We've been doing this a long fucking time, and every once in a while you get one of these stories that just has a life of their own. This is one of the best ones ever.
It never, you know why? It never gets this far in the United States.
Right.
This guy would have been fucking gone already.
Sure.
And
this is what happens when you allow this to play out.
Yeah.
It just is entertaining for everybody.
Yeah, let it play out, because this guy's just
This
fucking
is way better
every
than
day.
any TV show you could fucking watch tonight.
He saved Richie Incognito.
Yes, he did.
We had an N-word story. The press loves their N-word stories, and even this.
Boy,
Pussy eating trumps anything.
Boy, man.
Prostitution has pushed me over the line. And I used unforgivable language. And again, I apologize.
Again.
These allegations are 100% lies.
Well,
when you attack my integrity as a father and as a husband,
integrity.
I see red.
Pink is on a
Today,
period.
I acted on complete impulse in my remarks.
Oh, boy.
I fully realize in the past I have drank alcohol in excess.
In the past?
In excess.
In the past few hours, maybe.
And he's got another. He's still got another stupid fucking football tie on.
Yeah, football tie. And
what football tie today?
It's just footballs. It's a whole bunch of
Maybe he saw the room.
He loves football.
Oh, he's at the city.
American football, right?
Yeah.
Oh. City of Toronto podium he's standing at very proudly. Oh,
sure.
Boy, what a disgrace.
They're just going to start, like, taking the flag down out of the room.
Yeah,
so you don't
just
see it slowly.
Maybe people won't know where he's
Put
from.
Montreal on there. You can't see it.
Do you know that the CFL's in the playoffs right now? They're
I thought that's what he meant.
I had no idea, but Eddie in Montreal, really fast. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie G. The Hamilton, the Tiger Cats refers to Hamilton Tiger Cats. They're playing Toronto in the playoffs, in the CFL playoffs on the weekend.
Gophers.
So he's saying they wanted to spank them because they want to beat them.
Oh, okay. So it's a football thing. I had no idea.
Because he had the jersey on. He's not going to call the mayor of whatever.
Right,
and,
okay, gotcha.
Give him a razzle.
Got an extra ticket to the Gophers? Are you kidding?
Why are you having your playoffs so early? That's stupid.
Yeah.
Everyone knows you do it around the New Year.
Maybe because the NFL stuff heats up the... Oh.
I'm just fucking around.
Oh, I'm giving
Thanks,
you
Eddie.
a literal CFL answer.
Great show, guys. We love you.
Of course it is.
I appreciate
Yeah, you're welcome.
Answer me on Twitter once in a while.
How do our Canadian
I tweet
fans?
to you guys all the time. You don't listen. That's okay.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I'm too busy.
That's okay. I still love you. Eddie G on Twitter.
We read a lot of tweets. It's just hard to get back to everybody.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We read you loud and clear, whatever the
We're
fuck.
eating pussy at home.
That's right. Too busy eating the pussy.
And you got to stand in line behind the American tweeters that we
That's
answer
right.
first.
Yeah, they come in first. Right?
Uh-huh.
All right, let's get back to this.
Liquid gold here.
God, he's the best.
Would you interview him if you could?
I'm begging.
Oh.
Let's get this done.
Would you fly up there? I'd fly up
second.
there. I'd drive there to interview
I want to
him.
just hang out outside his office.
With the rest of the freak show.
Looks like a fucking party every day.
Yeah. That's great. He's not done.
My remarks. I fully realize in the past I have drank alcohol in excess.
Okay.
I wish you to know I'm receiving support from a team of healthcare professionals. I am taking accountability and receiving advice from people with expertise.
That is
I do
a
not wish to comment
roundabout
on
way.
the particulars of this support. I wish you to understand I am accepting responsibility for the challenges I face. I would ask you, please respect my family's privacy.
You're the one that said you eat your wife's
Thank you
pussy
very
at
much.
home. Respect the privacy.
Yeah, you're the mayor who smokes crack on video.
He's incapable of taking responsibility and legitimately apologizing and making himself out as the bad guy in anything.
He's his own worst enemy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he explained it perfectly. Like, sometimes some people see red and then just blow up everything around them.
Yeah.
I might be one of those people every once in a while.
But even though
where
he's-
you just fucking can't take it anymore because all you see is the color red.
He's lied a lot, but I'll say this. There's something honest in his attitude. Like, even though he's bullshitting about certain things, I'm sure, the fact that he said, I'm sorry about my language, and then keeps going, it's not groveling.
Right.
Like, I don't feel like he's groveling.
Yeah, but that's because he's lost his mind.
Doesn't matter. There's something I like about it. I'm saying,
But
like,
he's not saying. Did you hear the way he said he's seeking assistance and that? He's not saying help.
Well, he's in
He's
denial.
not saying he needs help with that. Yeah, well, exactly. That's just it. He's in denial, and it's all about him as far as like he's the victim here.
Right.
Like, hey, respect our privacy. You're the guy that
He doesn't want anyone to respect his privacy because he's just signed up to do a TV show.
Yeah.
How is he going to get privacy when now he's all in? Obviously, it's going to be some kind of reality show with his brother, and it starts up next week.
Do you think people will watch it?
Oh, my God.
What a
I pray
great-
that we get it here in America somehow.
And the laughs will be where he doesn't mean for them. He
Right.
won't do crack. He won't cur. But the thing, he'll do certain things that he won't understand how great he is.
Yeah.
He doesn't even realize that people are just going to destroy him every single week.
Right.
And he's not. The people are going to be laughing at him.
Yes.
I feel
Love this guy.
He's one of those guys, though, that just, as it really starts heating up, and he'll just drop dead or something.
You think?
Yeah.
I mean, he definitely is not a guy who shows self-control.
Right.
Dr. Drew could help him.
Help speed up the process.
Yeah, exactly.
So I can't wait to see what he says today. Because every day he's got to say something. So hopefully today.
Could you have predicted anything like this?
What do you mean?
Even that he yesterday would go out and say that?
No.
No one could have.
But he's also threatening lawsuits, too,
Yeah. but like anything that you could make up about him in a newspaper is nowhere near as good as what he actually says.
And we didn't even play all the clips from their parliament.
Yeah.
The Air Canada one is really fucking funny.
What was that one?
Something about he's not going to get drunk there anymore or something.
Do we have that?
We tried to find it the other day. It was played everywhere, but we couldn't find it when we needed to yesterday. So.
His accent makes him great, too. He's so entertaining to listen to.
And then that dramatic bullying incident where he wouldn't move out of the way of Wong. Was it Wong?
Yes. On the floor. He just stood there in front of him.
Right. So, I don't know. If you find more Rob Ford clips, please. And what's that Chris Farley thing? Do we know? Another guy saying, actually, Jody's saying, Jody in Canada.
Hey, how's it going, boys?
Oh,
Hey,
you again.
Are you the Jody from the Bryan Adams song, like Jimmy quit and you got married?
No, but it is the same Jody from Canada, the phony guys.
I know. Why do you have that girl's name? It's weird.
I fucking don't know. My grandma named me. I'm sorry.
Is that a popular name in Canada for guys?
No.
Jody.
Not for a guy, no. I'm
Yeah.
probably one of the older ones you guys
All right, we got something in common with your country. we don't call guys Jody.
That
They'll
is
name
a
him Jody.
girl's name right there.
Jody, by the way, name was the little girl in the Amityville Horror named the pig in the window that she would see Jody.
Oh.
I think we finally found the Chris Farley mashup.
Pig in the window.
Remember that? Oh, no, sorry. I don't mean that towards E-Rock at all.
No, it's terrible.
You guys fuck Chris Farley mashup?
They kicked Rob Ford out of the Santa Claus parade.
Why?
Does he do that every year?
Why would you kick him out? He
Hold
should
on,
be the
Jody. We're done with
parade
you.
marshal.
Grand Marshal.
Let me find out. Merman.
Yeah, he got the boot from Santa's parade, and the football team says, "Hey, buddy, don't be wearing our shirt no more in public."
Oh man.
He got
Walls come tumbling down.
he got the boot from the I could listen to you all day.
Yeah, what is the Santa Claus parade?
It's a big thing in Toronto. It's pretty big, man. There's 6 million people there, so they have a big parade, and he goes there, but they said, "Buddy, like, don't be coming here no more."
Well, it's the political.
Wow. All right.
Shit, man. Shit happens.
He would make a perfect Santa Claus too.
Yeah.
Just throw that beard on him.
Yeah. Get the fucking Coke sweats.
I'm glad we have a replacement for Menino.
See,
we got another mayor.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
For now,
we
anyway.
needed something.
Well, Mayor Menino's going to be a professor or something.
What?
Did you read that?
Of what?
A linguist?
Oh, fuck. I should have wrote it down. But he's going to be a professor or something. Like, what?
We filled a beaker with liquid. Professor of science.
But you got a Santa Claus parade and
God.
Professor Menino.
He's going to Boston University to direct the school's new initiative on cities.
Initiative on cities. He can't even say that.
That's a horrendous fucking class to take.
Oh boy, would that be bad.
Where were we? Oh, the Chris Farley thing.
Yes.
No, we didn't pre.
Oh, I'm sure
this could be
sucks.
really bad.
Yeah.
You know what? A good solid 90% of what the lovely listeners send us in links for videos and stuff,
right,
sucks so bad. You gotta see this. It's hilarious. And I get angry with myself for sitting through as much as I do. It's terrible for the most part.
All right, let's see this.
With that.
Canadian police say they've seen a video appearing to show the mayor of Toronto smoking a crack pipe.
Video of the Toronto mayor Rob Ford smoking crack.
The mayor of Toronto, Rob Ford.
Rob Ford. Mayor Ford bombshell. Police confirm the video exists.
Ford changed his story and confessed,
admitting Tuesday that he smoked crack cocaine.
Counselors are calling for his resignation.
To resign.
Stepped down from office.
It is time for him to go.
The mayor of Toronto needs to get help.
If not, then to quit.
That's it, huh?
I'm gonna miss you, man. You were the best.
Now, some of us are leaving, but this isn't the end. We're gonna show.
So, what are you gonna do now?
They're just playing clips of
Tommy Boy.
Chris Farley and
Man, do I sound like an idiot.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're in real
Chris
trouble.
Farley's funny. But we could just,
the whole town.
It's a good movie.
yeah.
And that's when the whores come in.
Here we go.
We now switch live.
Well, he can remain mayor, and that's I think a lot of people are saying, can he? Well, of course he can.
Even if he's convicted.
Even if he's convicted.
I'll be damned. Because he's an elected official, it's up to the people of Toronto
This is horrible.
to pass judgment on.
Fucking terrible.
Oh my God, it's really long too.
Stinks.
No. We'll cut our losses right there.
Guys are assholes. Who would laugh at that, like, other than enjoying the Farley movie?
I'm enjoying the Farley clips, but
I've never seen that movie. I should probably watch it.
Which one?
Any of it.
Tommy Boy?
Never saw any of it.
Oh, wow. You got to see Tommy Boy immediately.
God. Yeah.
I could watch that every day.
Well, that's
fucking
just
brilliant in that.
Definitely
Very John
reinforced
Candy-ish in that movie.
my feelings on
All
how
right,
much they
but
suck at sending us shit.
we admitted that it was going to probably be bad.
Yeah.
We got a sports. We'll move on from Rob Ford for now.
Oh,
you got
until
a
he
new clip.
says something else.
If he's defending the Air Canada thing, that's the one we're looking for today. Oh, but what's going on? I mean, they got that PC shit up in Canada as well. Obviously, the people are kind of not backing away from them in droves. I'm sure some are, but then you do got the parade people. You got the rest of their government.
Yeah, that'll
you got the football team. They can't publicly say it's cool that he's wearing their jersey, obviously. So they have to say that.
I bet they like it though.
I bet you secretly they like it. Sure, I would think.
Yeah.
It's very interesting, but it's obvious he's got to step down.
Yeah.
Right.
If it depends on what the legal process is up there, where he might be able to stretch it out for the year. If it was 3 years or 2 years, I'd say he's fucked. But if he got 1 year left, who knows how long it could take? They may.
Who knows up there? Well, he's adhering to the moose antler statute of 1840. Yeah, we don't know their laws.
I don't know. We'll see. I think he steps down. I think you're right. I don't think he wants to, but there'll be something that just where he finally goes, all right, fuck, I'll step down and focus on my TV show.
Yeah.
So you got the Jeremy Lin. He's a pretty damn good player for the Houston Rockets now. The Knicks used to have him. Decided.
Remember Linsanity?
Yeah, he wasn't worth the money, so he moved on to Houston, and he's doing okay over there. And SportsCenter had a Jeremy Lin comment, and of course, like, even though it's a men's network, you can't say shit.
I don't even understand why this would be considered bad.
Well, a real guy's network, you know.
Oh yeah.
Can't say shit.
Put it on in the man cave.
Tonight, however, no question whether Jeremy's sensational game will be on the court and whether Linsanity will spread again as the Rockets were at the Garden. Jeremy Lin coming into tonight's game with back-to-back 30-point games for the first time in his career, and he was cooking with some hot peanut oil. Take a look at that. Easy little bucket, 32-25, Rocket lead.
See, because Asians cook with peanut oil, but you can't really point that out.
He was cooking with hot peanut oil, and that is
what's the problem with that?
I don't know.
We're a country of fucking hypersensitive faggots. That's what the fucking problem is.
It's amazing.
We like to be upset.
That was nothing.
No.
Absolutely nothing. You can't point out people's differences whatsoever.
That's barely pointing
out. A lot of Asians cook with peanut oil.
Well, a lot of people cook with
peanut oil. And a lot
oil.
of other people enjoy Asian cooking. That is where they use peanut oil.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
This guy's dumb, though. Like, this guy's a dumb... Not that that's offensive.
I don't think this one is dumb because this one is so who gives a fuck. I see those other ones now where you got to understand the culture, but this? Now we're down to this level? This shit's going to get you in trouble?
Yeah, right.
How does he not know? Like, you can't say anything about Asians if you're in his world. It's just stupid. It's like, and it's wrong that you can't.
It was so barely anything.
So, 40 minutes later...
Now, earlier in this show, I made a comment about Jeremy Lin basket that I should not have made. This was clearly a poor choice of words.
What?
I sincerely apologize. I'm very sorry for offending anyone. That was never my intention. SportsCenter continues after the break.
Who was offended?
Real Guys Network.
Who was offended?
Could we get a montage put together of all of those fucking apologies?
Yeah,
just those quick ones that are done like a few minutes after the fuck up on the air. And then they come back and go, a few minutes ago or earlier on the broadcast. I'd love to hear all of them strung together.
Do you think we could do that?
Yeah.
Aren't we sick of hearing those apologies? Like, as a country, aren't we embarrassed now for like what we've turned into?
Funny. He doesn't care. He's not sincerely sorry. Someone came up to him and said, we're getting fucking
a panicky Pete
calls. Not even calls.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's a panicky Pete. You're right.
They're not getting calls. It doesn't even get to that point.
No, they go, oh, boy, you better apologize.
Peanut oil is a reference to Duck Dynasty, too. I don't know why.
No, it's probably not.
Maybe it is, but...
Yeah, maybe they're cooking ducks or something. I don't know. Right?
It doesn't even get to the point where they get calls. And just look what ABC's dealing with. Just hang in there with your people.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Jimmy Kimmel's got some shit that he's dealing with right now.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going to be all right in the end, and he said far worse. Under the guise of humor, obviously. He didn't mean to fucking hurt anybody.
Funny.
Right.
He didn't mean it. No,
of course not. There was no hate behind it. That's the difference.
It doesn't even matter, the humor part of it. That makes it even worse sometimes. Oh, and you're joking about it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. We're joking. Peanut oil. Like, it's not exclusive to Asians cooking with peanut oil. Who cares? You see that shit all over. People use it all the time.
Just a bunch of wimps.
A bunch of fucking whiny little shitheads.
Peanut oil is used in the South, too. This guy uses it all the time. He's from Kentucky.
George Washington Carver invent that?
I don't know.
Oh, that was the one thing he did. Didn't somebody call in once and say, no, George Washington Carver, believe it or not, had nothing to do with fucking peanut oil, which is like the biggest use for peanuts, peanut oil.
Right.
He's trying to make like brake drums out of it or something. That fucking George Washington Carver. Yeah, I'm going to make a fucking toilet porcelain out of fucking peanuts.
Well,
miraculous guy.
We move on to the great Charles Barkley.
Oh.
He is entertaining as all hell. I know you don't really watch basketball, but this fucking guy is a commentator, and he's great.
Is he, yeah?
He's one of the few that still kind of lets it out there. And they let him do it way more than these other guys. He has a whole thing on the N-word here.
What?
Yeah. Because okay, after the Clippers, Matt Barnes got in trouble for tweeting the N-word. That's right. Okay.
Yeah,
boy.
He with Matt Barnes, he tweeted, "I love my teammates like family, but I'm done standing up for these N-words."
Niggas.
All this
and
shit.
who's he in trouble with? The NBA?
The media and then the NBA. And so he apologized to the organization, his teammates, coaches, and Clippers fans for my actions, not only on the court, but off. I was completely wrong for pushing blah, 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 blah.
So what? He wants the rest of his team to step up? He's frustrated by the rest of the team?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so what's the problem?
He tweeted the N-word.
That's how those people talk.
Now, who is this? Matt Barnes.
Matt Barnes, he plays for the Clippers.
The black player?
Yes, he's a black player.
Yeah.
Oh, if he was white.
That's why I'm looking at the front page. I didn't see it.
You'd have seen a catastrophe, yes.
So Charles Barkley has his lovely take on this.
Matt Barnes, there's no apology needed.
There you go, right there.
More people need to say this stuff.
No apology needed.
More of these fucking guys need to say this.
That's exactly
Barkley
it.
rules, man. He absolutely rules.
Matt Barnes, there's no apology needed. I'm a black man.
What?
I use the N-word.
What?
I'm going to continue to use the N-word with my black friends, with my white friends. They are my friends. This debate that's going on with the Miami Dolphin thing about bullying and racial slurs. Hey, Ernie, in a locker room and when I'm with my friends, we use racial slurs.
So this was appropriate to tweet this out?
No.
Okay, that's why.
Okay,
I'm going to 25 grand for
I know, I
tweeting this out.
understand.
Is this the fucking white co-host?
Yes.
Fucking shut up.
It's, I forgot his name offhand. Ernie, right? That's Ernie?
Mm-hmm. This is the typical dialogue you'll get.
Just shut the fuck up and let Charles Barkley say what he's going to say.
Yeah, or how
he
about-
knows way more about this than you, and not because he's black, by the way, because he's more intelligent than that Ernie douche.
And how about Ernie just goes, yes, I've been waiting for someone to say this.
Yeah.
Fucking douche.
Yeah, get out of Charles's way.
Get out of his
way
way.
more intelligent about language and this shit than you are. And it's not based on a color thing. Fuck.
Oh my God.
No,
He
okay.
got fined 25 grand for
I
tweeting this
understand
out.
that. He should not have made it public. But this debate, it goes back to the Paula Dean thing, where they're like, well, black people use it among themselves. It's in rap records. Listen, what I do with my black friends is not up to white America to dictate to me what's appropriate and inappropriate. Matt Barnes should not have said that publicly. You are 100% correct. But
I don't think anybody right now is telling you, Charles, what you can do with your friends.
Lerner, I've been watching TV for the last few months, going back to Paula Dean, going to the incognito Martin thing. White people, white reporters, number one, first of all, they don't have the courage to go in the locker room. That's why they're reporters. What we say in the locker room, and it should always stay in the locker room, I might add that also. But the language we use, first, sometimes it's homophobic, sometimes it's sexist, and a lot of times it's racist. We do that when we're joking with our teammates, and it's nothing personal.
Understood.
But this national debate that's going on right now makes me uncomfortable that regular people try to act like they have the courage to play pro sports. They don't have that. And Mike Wilbon did a great job on television today. I love his show, him and Tony Kornheiser.
I saw it too.
White America don't get to dictate how me and Shaq talk to each other. And they have been trying to infiltrate themselves saying, well, you guys use it. It's in rap music. No. That's not the same. As I tell my white friends who I love like brothers, whether it's Joe Klein, Mike Jaminski, Dan Marley, they've asked me, well, when is it appropriate? I said, well, if you use it around the wrong brother, the next thing you're going to hear is a clock side your damn head. That's when it's inappropriate, Ernie.
There you go. That's kind of our take.
Very honest right there. At least he's being fucking completely honest about it.
Completely honest, and he's mentioning race. White America doesn't tell me, and he's right. Although it's not just white America, because the NAACP are the ones who put it to bed. But still, good for him, though. Fucking good for Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
He's the best. He really speaks his mind still. He's one of the few on TV.
And, of course, if I may retort, I believe that black America has no right to tell me what I can say to my friends.
You're right.
And whatnot.
Of course.
Yeah.
There's a consequence, though, like we've always said.
Well, he said, if you say it in front of the wrong brother, you get clocked upside the head. But if I'm not saying it in front of somebody that's going to clock me upside the head, then it's fine. Right. And it should never be dragged out that just because you do say racist stuff amongst your friends, that you should lose your job or anything else that you have because of that. It's ridiculous to think that people are prowling around with their little recording devices trying to get people in private times to say something that sounds racist and then fuck them over.
I think eventually we're going to get tired of all that shit.
Yeah,
and
maybe
hopefully
the pendulum will swing the other way.
You think Barkley has to apologize for this?
No way. No fucking way.
No, hear me out. I don't... Yeah. Not on his terms, but you think he's going to feel the pressure to apologize?
No. Yeah.
He's the type of guy that wouldn't apologize.
No, he wouldn't apologize.
But do you think they're talking to him about it?
No, because I think that he's so belligerent as a guy that the noise he would make, and because he's a guy who can get in front of a microphone and everybody hears him. Right. You can't shut him up. No, it would be a terrible. And by the way, and this is the beauty, I love Charles Barkley.
Terrible.
But I hate the press. Because Paula Dean admitted she said nigger 35 years ago.
35 years ago.
And it was all over the place.
Like a half-life of radiation.
Charles is admitting he uses it now.
Yeah.
And there's not one fucking article about it.
Yes.
There's not one bit of outrage.
You're right.
He's absolutely right. Fuck you, white people.
She said it 35 years ago in private. And yeah, outrage. And he just admitted, you're right.
He's confirming that he uses it now. And in the future,
yes.
He will continue.
He said, I will continue to use it, as will I, by the way. Don't give me a cooking show. I'm crazy.
Moving on. Remember, what happened to your food?
I edit.
It came?
During the show, I was nibbling away at that sandwich.
Wow.
I had a BLT on white toast. Fucking.
Remember the Andy Kaufman thing yesterday, and we were listening to that actress acting extremely bad, and we just turned off the audio?
The one that was...
That was his daughter, dude!
Oh, his daughter,
dude,
right.
it was his daughter!
Even though a lot of people kind of, buying into it a little more than they should have.
Yeah.
And all you had to do was listen to her on stage, and you just realized immediately it was a hoax. Now it's coming out... She's an actress, and her real father's a doctor.
Dr. Steve?
But here's the problem. Michael Kaufman, who was on stage with this broad, who was claiming to be Andy Kaufman's daughter, is now saying he was tricked and, he wasn't part of the hoax.
Uh-oh.
How dumb is this guy that he couldn't tell that the broad was acting, badly?
He's probably lying.
Yeah. I think he's lying.
Of course he's lying. That's what I'm getting at.
Who is this?
He was hoping it was going to work. She couldn't pull it off, and now he's got to kind of save his own ass.
Man, does she need bangs?
See, look, daughter is a new. Look, they're doing God, what site was this?
Yeah, it's Gawker.
Oh, they got pictures of her acting.
Yeah, she's an actress.
She's an actress.
23 years old.
But she's a horrible actress.
She's very bad at acting. Yeah.
She has no business being an actress.
That is one giant forehead.
Yeah, she had
They call it 5 head.
Wow. That bitch's head is so big, the motherfucker look like this. You should be some shit on it.
But then she takes the picture where the camera's above her head. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you make the camera below your chin so it would be deceiving how big your forehead is?
No, maybe it's a forced perspective that it looks like a big fucking a giant flesh monster coming at you from the bottom. She has to.
It's a defense mechanism.
Anyway, so Michael Kaufman is trying to save face, and we got the clip.
All right.
I mean, it was a pretty good idea, but fuck, you probably should have practiced with the actress to see if she could pull it off before she comes on stage in front of everyone.
Joining me now is Michael Kaufman, Andy's brother. Andy, Michael, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. You've said from the beginning that this does not mean you actually believe he's alive. You're still skeptical, but it raises questions. What's your take on what happened on Monday night?
I'm still trying to process it all. there were articles that came out today that have forwarded the action, but, you know, regardless, I'm questioning things as much as you and everybody else is.
Now, Michael, I'm sure you know there's a report from the Smoking Gun website that this woman is an actress.
What?
And they say that you recruited her to play this role, according to a source of theirs. Can you respond to that?
I want to recruit you.
That is not true.
So the Smoking Gun source is lying. You did not recruit this woman. You never saw her until that moment.
Right.
Ugh, Christ.
You have no idea who she is.
Embarrassing.
Liar.
Is there a chance that she is scamming you? Someone hired her to do this. This is a hoax of some sort, and you're now part of the hoax inadvertently.
Oh, it's, you know, now that it's Thursday, not Monday anymore, I believe I am part of the hoax. Whether she, you know, I don't.
He didn't get any of that
own,
Andy Kaufman charisma, did he?
No.
Holy shit.
That's all I know.
Is this guy a dud?
Do you know how to reach her? Maybe she could have a DNA test, as I believe someone in the audience suggested.
Right. I did not know how to reach her, but now that
she's going to come
Why was CNN doing this? Isn't the president backpedaling about fucking health care?
Exactly. Yeah. Why are you wasting time?
You're wasting time on this. And
Andy Kaufman's daughter comes on stage. She's willing to finally come forward, and you don't exchange numbers or anything info with her after the fact.
So how'd she end up on stage with you?
Exactly.
how to reach her, but now that Smoking Gun, I'm sure there's a way of reaching her now.
So just to reiterate, you now don't think that it's true? You think that this is a hoax and you were a victim of the hoax?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Here I come to save the day. This guy's a dullard.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Your bit failed miserably. Now admit it.
Tried to bring back the fucking wackiness of Andy. And
He's dead. Like, nobody should be doing Andy Kaufman jokes anymore.
Yeah.
Because the guy who did the jokes is dead.
He's a dead guy.
So you can't keep doing them, because he's the one who did them.
Yes.
Well, they're trying to, capitalize on the talent of his brother.
Yeah.
And keep it going. But they can't pull it off.
Yeah, no, this guy's the pizzazz of a shoe.
He really is pizzazzless.
He's been doing a movie with Tom Hanks, Pizzazzless in Seattle, where he just sits on a lawn chair and fucking eats a mango.
Gets nobody. He has no pizzazz.
And they try to give him pizzazz, and he doesn't know what to do with it. It's like pizzazz and anti-pizzazz. He explodes.
Yeah.
Well, we got a guy with a wacky license plate.
Uh-oh. Ass man?
PGGYBOY. I know who it is.
We're trying to speed through all our material because we got a lot of shit that's going down today.
I
Dr.
assume
Steve's going to be here soon.
Good.
I assume this license plate, DMV didn't catch it.
Nope.
In time.
Offensive.
It's offensive
to some.
Oh.
Clever to others.
At first glance, things aren't always what they seem, like this license plate that reads not C. Now, take a second look at it. A slight spelling variation for the word Nazi, a word and symbol that represents racism and persecution. A 10 News viewer sent us this picture.
Party.
She's smart.
Wait, but
It does symbolize.
does he have the swastika on the car too?
Yeah, his license plate is under the swastika on his bumper.
Yeah,
right?
That's what the photo
Just in
implies.
case you didn't get the fucking...
Oh, they put that there?
I don't know.
Maybe he's blind.
Not C,
Ran the
right.
license plate and tracked down the owner. Sean
His
Calpito
wife
lives in Kearney
drives it,
Mesa.
and she's not a
He
cunt.
wouldn't come to the door, but the person who sent us the picture of the Nazi license plate confirmed Calpito is the man behind it. He may have found out 10 News was onto him, because when we found his car, the front and back plates had been removed. We also found his Facebook page, apparently just a few minutes before he took it down. When we went back to it, it was gone.
Can you pause real quick for a second? How is this? I understand. First of all, I hate guys that love the Nazis for real. Like I think this guy's a twat. But why is the news shaming him? But why is the news shaming this guy when he's really not? He's just not doing anything wrong. That's not a newsworthy story.
No.
And they'll tie it in with, well, how did the DMV? It's simply he's saying something shitty and unpopular, and we're going to try to make his life miserable.
You
They're
are
fucking
allowed.
cunts.
You are allowed to, believe whatever you want as far as political affiliation and race separatism and hatred or whatever. That's all part of the game. Well, and the fact that we looked at his Facebook and he took it down, drats. So then we went to his Twitter.
Some would say it doesn't fall under free speech.
Why?
This is a guy who's promoting racial hatred.
Jim McElroy is a civil rights attorney. He says the DMV does regulate vanity plates.
But this one is so subtle that without the other symbol, without seeing the other symbol, there's no way for someone regulating this to realize that it is, supporting Nazis.
Some may argue the man has a right to free speech.
This is not what I would call a legitimate political belief. This is hatred. This is the Nazis annihilated 6 million Jews.
Okay, people are losing their minds. He did this because he thought it would be like a goof and clever. I don't think he's officially supporting Nazis. I really don't.
Even if he is, it still falls under free speech unless he starts. And the license plate will always fall under free speech. His idea of Nazis. If he started inciting riots or racial hatred to the point of physical violence or something like that, he'd be in trouble for that. Still, though, the plate and stuff is.
I think he was trying to be funny more
you
than
think?
Maybe, more than support hate. I really do.
But with the swastika on the bumper.
But I don't think the swastika is on the bumper.
No, you think
I think they added that.
I don't know. That looks pretty fucking nailed on.
Does it?
Yeah, man.
And don't you think?
Well, then that would lean toward him maybe supporting hate. Then.
Plus, if you're going to get that license plate, you're doing something just to upset people.
That's true. Yeah.
Maybe
my problem is that the news is upset.
I don't know if that's on the car, man.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. That's very misleading.
I think they're misleading to really hammer
play the video.
Yeah, let's play the video. All right.
To hammer
same audio.
Yeah, I know. I just want to see if they show.
The boss said play the video.
Controversial vanity license plate in California.
I think the guy was trying to be funny more than.
Enough on its own.
It's Nazi.
On the car with a Nazi swastika directly above.
Okay, yeah, it is, sir.
Oh, so there is a swastika?
Yeah.
That changes it a lot.
Yeah, the guy's a cunt.
That changes it a lot.
Well, yeah, but
it's still not a news
story.
You
have the freedom to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think I'm wrong there.
But the minute
I could see if you just have the license plate that you're trying to be, kind of like, look what I got, look what I did.
Yeah.
But the minute it becomes
funny, right?
Public and he's trying to get because this is obviously attention seeking, and the minute it actually gets attention, he's like, oh no, and he hides the license plates and takes down his Facebook
Take down my Facebook. I work for a living. I can't lose my job, but I'm a Nazi.
All right, we're going to break. I want to remind the people, although it seems like it's pretty hot, the Patrice O'Neill podcast is doing very well. This week's Opie and Anthony podcast features Patrice O'Neill, and it's a long one. We usually never go this long with our podcast, our weekly podcast. So if you go to our Facebook page, I believe there's a link there. Just search out Opie and Anthony on iTunes and all those other places, and you'll find the podcast. Please subscribe, okay? But I think people really, really are enjoying the Patrice O'Neill one. And next week, I think we're doing a best of Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Because he's been on our show 3 or 4 times, so we're going to get the best clips from those appearances and put it all together for a podcast for next week. So
do.
Podcast is fucking rolling, man. And, thanks to everyone who's supporting it. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dr. Steve next.
Oh.
The Opie and Anthony Show. SiriusXM. SiriusXM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Wah, wah, wah. We welcome Dr. Steve to New York City.
Dr. Steve is back. Oh, you're wearing the Beats, huh?
Yeah.
The Beat headphones?
Yeah.
Don't they make everybody sound very bassy.
Thank you, my friend.
And they're very heavy on your head.
Yeah.
They suck. What's going on, Dr. Steve?
No, I've just been hanging out doing podcasts with Bobby Kelly and a couple people. And,
you went and saw Bob Kelly before you saw us.
Yeah,
I see what's going on here.
I'd say Friday.
Well, Bob has that policy. You know what, dude? You got to do me before O&A, dude. And that's that.
I see what's going on.
Bob put his foot down.
Yeah. Were you guys talking about somebody who was jizzing across the room earlier this morning?
Yes. A friend of mine who I hung out with.
Nicole's ex-boyfriend, Nicole from the Mashup up down the hall there, was talking about how she would watch her boyfriend jack off in bed because she was fascinated by how far he could shoot.
That may actually be a sign of a medical condition.
Wow.
Yeah. Why does everything have to be a medical condition?
It doesn't. Well, I mean,
why can't it just be?
Damn.
Holy fuck, you could do that.
Yeah.
What's the medical condition?
It's called urethral stenosis, and what it is it's narrowing of the urethra, which is the cock tube.
It's like kinking a hose a little bit.
Yeah, you remember
putting
when you were
your
a
thumb
kid?
over the hose to make it squirt further.
Yes, and when these people jizz, the opening is narrowed, and so there's high pressure behind it, and they can jizz for several feet.
Is that a bad condition to have?
Not necessarily. Now, it's only needs to be treated if you also have trouble urinating.
Can you have cement put in your urethra so you can come farther?
Yeah, who would want that?
I don't have that condition because mine comes out like lava.
Oh no, it blurbs over your dick.
Blurb.
Oh no,
the older I get, me too. It just kind of goes.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I could come and then it fucking in the morning after morning sex and then like at dinner it'll dribble down my leg.
Yeah, I don't come. I go.
Dr. Chip. Oh, Dr. Chip is here.
Yeah, urethra. Yeah. What about me, urethra?
Oh God.
Holy fucking!
You got to do your medical show at 10 o'clock today, man.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, because people are already calling with their problems. So
Really?
why
We're out, Sam.
Why don't we do it at 10 o'clock?
Sorry, Sam, you're out.
You're out. Maybe I could help.
Yeah, we got to have a special Dr. Steve hour today.
Yeah, Sam and I
Hey,
we
what-
did that last time.
Hey, your ex-wife.
Yeah.
We were talking about ABBA, or ABBA, I don't know. I think I say
No,
ABBA.
it was Alanis Morissette.
Yeah.
Oh, Alanis Morissette was the thing.
Jagged Little Pill.
All right, Jagged Little Pill, and you had a little story about that?
Well, I mean, it's not a little story. It's just she would play that album at 11 when we were in the midst of splitting up. I'd have to come downstairs and hear that shit.
Oh God!
And it was just sort of a passive aggressive,
Yes.
or aggressive way of just saying I'm an asshole without her having to say it. So
Yeah,
it was just
yes.
I have bad memories.
Every day she would put it on?
every day. It went for weeks and weeks and weeks.
What song really got to you?
That was that big one.
You want to know?
You
Yeah, you ought to know.
know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you ever suck your pecker in the theater? Yeah.
Hypothetically, when you, if I just said hypothetically, I knew somebody who had a wife who, took all the money that was supposed to go to taxes and, I don't know, used it to move her boyfriend from California to closer by and tell her husband that it was her boss, and then that husband cooked Thanksgiving dinner for that motherfucker 2 years in a row.
Oh no! Jesus!
I'm just saying hypothetically.
Mitch Cumstein, right? Is that who that guy was?
Hypothetically, so there's a guy that she moves closer, but this person gets suspicious, and she says, "Oh, it's just my boss."
Yeah,
and then this person is in this guy's house.
Yeah, all the
and then
time.
it gets to the point where this guy cooks Thanksgiving for the guy.
Yeah, because he's a nice guy.
Oh,
and
God.
Why would
poison that fucking thing?
But why would the wife want to take that type of a chance?
Well, one person maybe made a lot more money than the other person did, so so it was a little easier to just suck off of one teat and then.
How did this guy find out that it was more than what she said it was?
Well, let's just say one day you don't get your tax rebate that you were told that you were getting, and you call the IRS thinking that, well, maybe somebody took the rebate,
sure,
and just spent it themselves, and you call the IRS and you say, I never got my refund, and they say, well, maybe that's
what a coincidence.
Yeah, what a coincidence.
We didn't get.
Maybe it's because you haven't filed in 3 years.
Right.
Wow.
And we were just getting ready to call you because we're going to garnish your wages.
Oh, wow.
And so,
wow.
So, then, this hypothetical person goes to the bank to say, I need to borrow X amount of dollars so I can pay back the IRS. And they say, well, now we can't give it to you because you now have a bad credit rating because apparently there's been a bunch of credit cards taken out in your name that never got paid for. So,
Wow.
So
did this guy have to pay alimony in the end?
Oh yeah. And
wow.
And all
did
the
he get
debt.
any of that money back that she took?
No.
Wow.
That never happens.
I know.
And
just want to make it hurt for this guy if he's listening today.
Yeah. if your dad passes away and leaves you some money, and then it hits a certain account that has two people's name on it, that person gets half of that too.
Wow.
So there you go.
Oh no.
Yeah. So there's more to it, but now I'm
I
becoming
don't
very
doubt.
uncomfortable.
I knew a
Talking
guy
about
that
my
had
friend.
a lot of money taken from a bank account also.
I know.
And his ex-wife at the time, but she knew, shenanigans was going on, used to blast Godsmack Go Away. That was her song. And she'd sing it right into my face loudly. Oh, I said mystery gone.
This is a brand new story. I love the brand new stories instead of the ones you've told before, and I have to make believe I'm hearing it for the first time.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the magic of radio, Dr. Steve. You'll learn that someday.
She'd be like, go away.
Are you serious?
Oh, am I ever serious? Yes.
We were all into Godsmack at one point.
She wound up getting the round Godsmack logo as a tramp stamp too. Oh, it's great.
Oh, my hands are getting sweaty.
Oh, are they?
Flop sweat.
Yes. That's your glands or something. Releasing perspiration. Touching your pecker. It's called fluid.
Can you break it down, though, this go away thing? Like you would just be getting up for the day, or how would it come about every day?
No, that would be lovely because I would be awake. I'm talking 2:30 in the morning as I'm asleep. I would just hear like the floor rumbling and fucking Godsmack Go Away is blasting downstairs. And I'm just like, I gotta go to sleep. I got work in the morning.
See, that's why I'm from the school that Anthony should be able to do whatever the fuck he wants. Because I saw a lot of this shit.
Oh, yeah. I had to get out of there.
And you would just lean down as you're sleeping and start singing it to you?
Well, I would get up and be like, you got to turn that shit down. Go away. Why wouldn't E-Rock play the song?
E-Rock's really slow today.
No,
Something's going on with
I
E-Rock.
thought it was called Go Away, but it's really called whatever, so I couldn't find it.
Yeah, everyone knows
he
what
was
song
looking.
it is. It's the Godsmack's biggest song.
The big dummy didn't know. It's fair enough. I didn't know either.
Give me a little flashback. Yeah, I'd be laying in bed
I fucking love this
and
song,
I'm like,
though, man.
What the fuck? It's 2 in the morning.
I love this fucking thing. This whole album's amazing. Holy shit, I gotta play this today.
I get up, like, what are you doing? All slurring. I don't like you anyway. I don't need you today. You're all wild. Yeah. Well, I did fucking go away. Yes. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to bring half my money with me. Yeah, she would.
This is your part. This is your part.
Yeah.
This is your part. You guys could have had a little fucking sing-along with each other.
Oh, yeah. We had our share of sing-alongs. That's for sure.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this song would just be blasting. Oh. And then, like, her half crying, half angry face contorted as she's yelling this into my face. Man, I felt true hatred. Yeah. And then she got the little tramp stamp.
That's funny. So
yeah. Godsmack did rock.
Where's Godsmack these days?
I don't know.
You don't hear as much.
Haven't heard anything from him.
Yeah, I think it finally, that kind of
settled
music
down a little bit.
Kind of went away. It went away. Yes.
I really enjoyed Sully's solo project, but
it was good.
Right? Yeah, it wasn't for the masses, though. I don't think.
Yeah,
but very cool. Very cool. Melodic, acoustic, with a broad that sings damn well as well.
That's great voice. You could fucking play drums.
Dr. Steve's got a case with him, and we're going to get really busy, so we should try to ask him.
The case they gave me.
What's the case?
Well, yeah.
First time I ever met you guys.
Looks like a case that you'd see a ventriloquist dummy in.
It is kind. That's
those old
somewhat
school.
apropos.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Apropos.
Yeah, I think it was like to Masterpole.
It's apropos.
So, but you'll see in a moment. The first time I met you guys, the first question you asked me was, "What's it like to do a prostate exam on somebody?"
Oh.
And I said I tried to describe it with words, but it's hard to do. I said it feels sort of like a rubbery walnut.
Oh my God, I
You have a
cannot
picture of your
believe
heart on in there?
what you have in there. I think I know.
But I think it's time, and every time I came in after that, I've had to do a fucking prostate exam on somebody.
I think we're not allowed to do those anymore.
What?
That's another thing we're just not allowed to do.
Crazy.
Yeah, we can, right? If he's a doctor.
He is a doctor.
He is a doctor.
Yeah.
Well, God, I hope we can do this.
Well, I'm sure. I think I know what that is now.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I thought it would be fun for you guys to actually find out what it's really like to do a prostate exam. So I brought you a prostate simulator.
Right.
A prostate simulator.
Can we have sex with it? Look,
Yeah, exactly.
Look at it.
This is Peter Prostate, right, Chip?
Oh,
God.
God.
Oh, my God. It's fucking Pecker showing.
This is,
what is this, Steve?
This is a prostate simulator.
That's hilarious.
And it's a way I can insert different prostates into this thing.
Different prostates.
See?
Oh, my
and
God.
You can feel what a normal prostate feels like.
Let me see that one.
Oh, wow.
Wow, is that
Why does the prostate have a big stick on it? That's so weird.
So, and what you do is, I've got gloves and I've got lube, and I figure you guys can do one. I've got one that's cancerous too.
Oh, God.
So you can see what that feels like.
Good.
Because the digital prostate exam, and I don't mean electronic, digital using your one digit is still the most sensitive way to detect prostate cancer.
Well, sensitive as far as that, but not very sensitive emotionally.
Right.
It's very insensitive.
It's very insensitive.
That guy's got a small little dick, too.
Yeah, when he's about to have a finger in his
little
asshole,
balls.
he's not happy.
Why is his dick pointing this way?
He's laying on his
So
stomach.
you could suck it while you're doing the exam.
Okay, yeah.
Because you can do it this way.
Oh, okay, he's
Really,
flaccid.
The other way.
The way you do these is to have somebody bend over. That's the best way to do it.
Sure do, Doc. You sure do.
So
Have you ever fucked that?
No.
That would be bad to fuck your prostate exam dummy.
Especially if you put the cancer prostate in there on purpose.
I can't believe I answered that question seriously. No. I never actually fucked it.
Now, how do you know you're positioning the prostate in the right spot when you put it in there to try to fool the doctor in training?
It has a track in here.
It does?
It only goes in one place, yeah.
Okay, so you put it in there.
Let me get a picture of this.
And then
bend over there.
Is it fingerprint toward the belly or fingerprint toward the back?
Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Look at me. All right. Okay.
So which way is it? Finger
down,
down, because that's where the prostate is.
The prostate.
And what are you doing? You're kind of just moving it back and forth?
Yeah, the front part of the rectum is the back part of the prostate.
Oh.
Okay. So when you have somebody bend over,
Whitman? That was trying to think. I know I'm very good with this stuff.
So you'll put your finger down
Yes.
when they're bending over in front of you, and then you can feel the prostate. You feel the right side, then the left, and then you feel the middle. And if you want to do a prostatic massage, you would actually kind of squeegee down both sides, and then down through the middle, and then prostatic fluid will come out the end of the penis. They won't actually ejaculate.
Oh, it'll just kind of
they don't have an orgasm.
Yeah.
Right.
Typically, you come, and then she wipes off her gloves, and in her Russian accent asks for her fucking extra gratuity. If you're looking for the medical way.
But if you do it properly, you hold a slide under there and collect some of that and look at it under the microscope.
Oh, you gotta wipe some of the...
If there's white blood cells in there, then that might be an indication of prostate infection.
Oh,
so that's one way we can diagnose that.
And then what do they do when they now pull out the finger and smear it on that thing?
What you're looking for there is stool. And we have this stuff called Hemocult, which is paper that's impregnated with a chemical that when it comes in contact with blood, even in very minute amounts, you can put a little developer on there and it'll turn blue. And it's a test. You're just looking for... if you see blood in someone's stool, it's an indication to look further, but most of the time it's just caused by your stupid finger, irritating their rectum. So,
wiping too hard.
It's not or wiping
straining
too hard, or hemorrhoids and stuff like that. It's not a very accurate test for colon cancer at all. So that's why we recommend people over 50 get a colonoscopy.
Wow.
Or if you have a first-degree relative with colon cancer, get it done 10 years before they got it. So if you have somebody in your family got colon cancer at 45, you need to get your first colonoscopy at 35.
What if you think they was 20 when they got there?
Yeah, what if you know someone who's 11 who got it? And you gotta get in there and check. Gotta make sure my fingers aren't very sensitive.
That's a 1-year-old.
Yeah, you gotta get in there and root around with your tongue.
Oh, God, not your tongue. You can't use your tongue, can you?
Check
Dr. Steve?
For lumps.
Not supposed to do that.
I'm gonna do some
Jimmy's
checking.
gonna do a little prostate exam on the dummy here.
Yeah,
you get in here. Right? No.
We clunked our hacky heads.
Our hack heads again.
So to describe this for the radio listener,
yes,
this is a human torso cut off at the waist.
This was no legs. Boating accident.
But you don't really need the dick and balls in there, Dr.
You do.
Steve.
What
Why?
are you supposed to suck while you're checking? I quit smoking.
Cup them gently.
I could have done without the dick and balls.
No, I like that. You can just give it a little. I'm just tugging it.
Wow.
Hold on.
Jimmy's
putting on his gloves. And I'm going to give him a little lube.
Hold on a second.
We actually use KY.
What do you? Oh,
look at this.
Dr. Chip's going to do something. He's trying to put it on his head.
Howie Mandel thing.
Sucker, it won't go.
It won't go.
Why won't the glove go on my head?
It won't stretch over your head.
You got to really pull it. Pull it more. You almost got it.
It's the wrong kind of gloves.
Yeah, it's not that.
He's got a
yarmulke.
Yeah.
Watch this. This is going to be fucking hilarious.
That's funny.
Flew off.
All
right,
right,
sorry. I didn't mean to fudge around.
All right, here he's lubing up.
Lubing up my finger?
How much lube? Not
Just.
much, huh?
What kind of lube is this?
That's KY.
You don't want him
water soluble.
Driving home, squishing in the seat.
Yeah.
Not too much.
What do I do now?
So now
you grab the cock.
He's jerking it off. Jimmy's jerking off the dummy.
Just tell him relax.
That's right.
Relax.
Yeah, that relaxes the sphincter.
Okay.
All you have to do is insert your finger pad down and insert it all the way in because the prostate's in there pretty far.
Oh boy.
And now.
Ain't that a shame?
Using your index finger probably is better than
he's got his middle finger up there.
Yeah. And see if just feel for two lobes. You have a right lobe and a left lobe, and you should have a little kind of septum.
Yeah, a little
thing
divider.
In between. Yeah, a little divider in between.
And I'm feeling under him too.
Oh,
nice.
Wow. Oh, he's not going to like the turn. Now he's just Jimmy's spanking the torso.
Don't move. Attaboy. How much you want? $350,000?
Very boyish. That's like a Sam Roberts body.
Yeah, how's that feel?
There.
I got it. All right. Let me.
Wow, you're not. A new prostate coming in.
Yeah, there's a new prostate.
Now you're supposed to lick your finger after?
They're going to the bullpen for a new prostate.
Here's one.
There he comes.
A prostatic nodule. So this would be one that would prompt you to do a biopsy. See if you can feel the difference. So Jimmy is very able.
My fingers is probably too
Is it squishy?
No, it's just kind of, it's like a hard rubbery.
How come that good one has a little lump on it?
Well, this one is. I don't know.
You don't know.
I mean, he
doesn't know which one is cancerous or not. He just realized he's been giving the wrong advice for 30 years. All these healthy prostates are now in the garbage can.
This one has a very small irregularity on it. This one actually has a prostatic lump on it.
Oh,
can you feel it? Can't feel it?
You prosthetic
it's not
lump.
So fucking easy, is it?
Wait.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Wait. No, I think I just knocked the thing out.
Check with your dick.
Oh. Yeah. Did you fix that?
Oh, shit.
Well, obviously that one has problems.
That's the elephant man of prostate.
What the fuck?
Look at that thing. It looks
How
like
much time does that guy have?
This one.
What is that? What is that?
Looks like cauliflower.
Yeah, this one is stage 4 prostate cancer.
Oh, my God.
Okay, it's on top, right? On the top on that side.
Top on the right. Yep, very good.
That is not right.
Not at all. How do you not notice that?
Yeah, you'd notice that.
Yeah,
you could see that through his jeans. You don't even have to poke your finger in there.
Do you feel the difference?
The whole thing is hard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard and it's
you ever felt one like
rocky.
this?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Did the guy make it?
Can
you make it if it looks like that?
You know, this is the thing about prostate cancer is that it's detectable and it's treatable, and most people don't die from it.
That doesn't even look like a prostate anymore.
If you, well, it's not. Yeah, it's just a tumor.
Oh,
it's a tumor.
It's not the tumor.
But if you did an autopsy on every guy over 75, about half of them would have early signs of prostate cancer. That's what they say, anyway. Anybody else want to try this?
It's not supposed to live that long.
You do it. It feels weird. Come on. You're missing out.
Not really.
Okay.
You did it.
All right, there's my quarter hour.
That was amazing.
I promised a quarter hour.
That was amazing radio.
Sam Roberts, you want to shove your finger up?
Sam?
Well,
Sam wants to trade places with the fucking prosthetic.
Yeah. Well, I brought you guys some gifts, too.
Oh, good. Cool. What is
this
that?
This is safe, sanitary, and secure emergency underpants. So there you go. Just in case, because we're all getting a little
wow,
older.
look at that. It's like one of those T-shirts that are folded up really tight.
Oh, wait,
but it's,
why do you need emergency underpants?
Well, I don't know.
You never know if you soil your undies and you...
Was this a Dr. Steve product? Are you going after Tony Saragusa?
No, this is Archie McPhee's product. Archie McPhee.
You know what? You could just keep it right in the old top pocket.
Yeah.
And if you need some clean undies, and you got to put it in with your index finger and go, just tap it down. I got some.
Or perhaps you could carry it behind
your ear. That would be good.
These should be gifts for John McGinley.
He's here, by the way, so we should take a break. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Dr. Steve's hanging with us. Yeah, that was great, actually.
Cool.
Dr. Steve hang around, though.
Yeah, of course, Dr. Steve hang around.
All right.
John McGinley is here, and we'll talk to him next. Stay there.
After these messages,
The Opie and Anthony Show.
we'll be right back.
That's so scary, Dr. Steve. That one is like crazy ugly. The fucking Rocky Dennis of prostates right there. Yug. Hey.
Out for your next guest.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd love that. Who makes those things? Some medical supply house with a bunch of ghouls. In their latex or whatever it is. Yeah, it's terrible. If you don't have a prostate examination kit, maybe you should go to Steven Singer Jewelers and get a diamond and silver necklace for your loved one. Right? Steven Singer. He's got so many great gifts for the holidays. Silver and diamond jewelry. You can find the perfect gift starting at just $69, all the way up to $8,900, and everywhere in betwixt. Just go online, go to IHateStevenSinger.com, check it out. He's got silver and diamond, his silver and diamond collection. And, oh boy, you got to get the woman in your life a good gift, or you're sunk. Right? Don't procrastinate. She's going to give you hell. The bigger the present you buy, it's because of guilt. If you're guilty because you got her crap, then you got to get her something better and bigger. Oh, take this advice. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com. Do it now. Do it now. What's the matter with you? It's a win-win. He's got his 90-day return policy. It's risk-free shopping and free and fast delivery. Steven Singer Jewelers, the other corner of 8th and Walnut. IHateStevenSinger.com. And, of course, on the phone, it's 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER.
SiriusXM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Got Dr. Steve in studio and John McGinley. Where's John McGinley?
He's coming down the hall. I recognize that guy.
Walking down the hall.
Yeah, I've seen him in a few things.
Celebrate his entire catalog?
I celebrate his entire catalog. Exactly.
Nice.
Much like Michael Bolton.
That's Sal.
He is tall.
Yeah.
He looks like Sal, I guess. Huh?
I got such a good joke.
Do you?
When he comes in, I'm going to go, Oliver Stone. Why don't you call Oliver Rock or something? Just fucking wait for it.
Yeah, well, keep waiting. Do you have your almonds to shake your almonds?
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, here he is.
Hey, John.
Take a seat, John.
Welcome to the show.
We're live and on the air, as they say.
How are you guys?
Pretty good.
We're doing all right.
Damn good. Yeah, you already spoke with Sam at some juncture.
Hell yeah.
I guess he was playing the part of a radio host. That's adorable.
That's great.
When he's here, he takes video and puts stuff on our computer.
Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, but you'd think like, he's a host, and then all of a sudden he's like an intern.
We met yesterday.
Wow.
Really downplaying.
That's really nice.
Just fucking with you, Sam.
We took a picture yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yes, we did.
That's cool. Did you
Good
post
moment.
it?
No.
Did you post it on Twitter?
I did not.
Oh. But that's like what people do with celebrity pictures.
Yeah, especially in restaurants and.
Oh yeah, do you get that a lot? You're very recognizable.
Well, the drive-by routine, when they zoom by with the phones now.
They think you don't notice,
right?
But you notice.
You can see everything, and it's going to be and it's the worst when a dude will position his girlfriend to photobomb right behind you and make it look, like some Paris Hilton shit. And that hits the internet, and you're like, well, what? I don't know. I didn't just sitting there having my steak. I was at Del Fresco. I was having my steak. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Cut to the wife calling, going like, are you banging her? I'm like, dude.
Yes, but no.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it.
Wow. You're very recognizable. You've been on so many popular things. People recognize. When did you start noticing that? Like, oh boy, I can't go out anymore. Oh geez.
After Scrubs.
It was Scrubs that did it, huh?
Yeah, Scrubs. They did about 60 films.
Yeah.
Prior to Scrubs.
Wow. Yeah.
But I was always, aren't you that guy?
Right.
It's fine. It was paying the bills. But then Scrubs is in your house every day, every waking moment of every day, and you're like, oh, now you're Dr. Cox.
Yeah.
After that, you're John McGinley, and so.
Damn.
I was late to the party on all this, so on fame and recognition. So
But you've been working at it ever since you were a kid, right?
I could care less.
Really?
The only thing I don't like, and I outflank it, is if you're having an adult beverage in a bar someplace and you stay too late, guys start to grab you.
Oh, they will, right? Yeah.
I don't want to be grabbed by anybody.
The arm around you.
Yes.
Close in talking.
Yeah,
you don't like being touched?
Let me tell you something.
I hate being touched. The bicep grab, and you're like, are you kidding
do that.
Me? I would never grab another adult male's bicep.
No.
Yeah, unless you're in the locker room or something, you want to just feel his arms.
Oh, dude, personal foul.
Yeah.
Personal
yes.
foul.
We used to see at the ball game a lot. We called him the arm around the guy. Oh. And it's like, if you're sitting in the chair and he's leaned over, not even on the back of the seat, it's actually around his shoulders.
I don't know where that nappy hand's been.
At the ball game. It's like you're a guy.
Do you know I touched you yesterday for the photo?
Oh, shit.
It's funny you say that, because John stood next to me, and I just instinctively just put my arm out, and you were courteous about it, but I probably should have immediately respected that.
But you do the hover arm. You don't actually touch.
No, I do. I don't.
The hover arm.
It wasn't
it's okay,
skin.
right? You'll deal with the hover
There's
arm.
no real depth perception in a picture. You could be behind somebody like
I hover arm.
I get it, and I could care less.
Yeah.
You don't like being touched by strangers, and just
who would?
Not so
They're
much.
filthy.
They're
filthy.
So it was Scrubs that really made you famous and recognizable,
It was 9 years.
It's amazing.
Almost 200 episodes. The show was never a hit per se. It was never Friends or Frasier.
It was a great show.
Very
culty. It stayed right. It's funny to use these numbers now. Friends and those guys are doing 11, 12 million people. We were doing half theirs, so we're doing 6 or 7.
That's still
if you did
a huge
6 or
number.
7 now, you'd be the number. You'd be 2.5 Men.
Yeah. There's a lot more to choose from out there.
Yes,
is what it is.
So there's kind of a diluted base because there's so much on the landscape. And so the Scrubs just quietly did it 6 or 7 every year for 9 years, and that was a good gig.
No shit.
It was a grind. We were 16 hours a day, 5 days a week. Wow. Because it's a single cam, so essentially you're shooting a movie. Whereas this new one that was on last night, Ground Floor, which is on
Ground Floor.
TBS at 10 o'clock, that's a multi-cam, so it's like Friends and Frasier and Raymond, so it's live. We shoot it live on Thursday nights in front of about 400 people out in Burbank on stage 19, which is where Casablanca was shot.
Wow. Isn't that amazing, the history of
for film
some of
geeks,
those
that's a wow.
places? Yeah.
So outside of every stage in Burbank, there's a pedigree list of what's been shot there. And on stage 19 is Casablanca, which is a badass movie.
That is pretty goddamn cool.
And every time I look at it going in, it's a good thing.
It's so weird to think, like, because it is almost this feel that there's this ghostly presence of the past there, like that. Yeah,
Bogey's walking through the same door you were, doing the same thing, learning his lines, hitting his mark, and going home.
Let me tell you, John, not quite total slouches here. We actually did appear on David Letterman once. We did
I've never been on
Letterman show, and walking into the Ed Sullivan Theater was kind of a thing, because you think of that history was pretty amazing to think of. Yeah. It's kind of, and it is. It conjures up this image, like, it's kind of odd.
You feel the
Jimmy,
ghosts.
Jimmy.
You like it or not, in some iconic ways, the Ed Sullivan Show changed American history.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Culturally.
Yes.
He introduced the Beatles. He introduced people that to this day we're still talking about.
He was pretty good to black artists too, I think, right? Wasn't he?
Huge.
Yeah.
So I think that should be, if you give a shit, that should be a big deal walking into the Ed Sullivan Theater. That should rate.
Yes, it should.
Maybe it doesn't for some people.
I think it does with most people. I would assume.
That should rate.
Yeah. You probably grew up watching that as a little kid, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I would be I'm 54, so I would be on the tail end of that. But enough to, like, I didn't see Elvis and stuff like that.
Right.
But I caught the tail end of it when it was in color and
Topo Gigio.
Yes.
All that crap. Yes. I used to watch that all the time.
And so,
and then I wasn't allowed to watch Ronan Martin's Laughing, but I'd sneak out of my room and kind of watch from the corner of the bedroom. Yeah, for that.
So yeah, the 4-camera on ground floor is very different, because it's kind of like opening an off-Broadway play every Thursday night. Because
you're running through it live.
Absolutely, and it takes about 4 hours. The people load in around 5:30, and it's an absolute three-ring circus, so they're not bored. And by about 9:30, we've wrapped things up.
It's a comedy.
Big time.
Yeah.
It's a workplace comedy about this office building in San Francisco where I run a hedge fund on the top floor, and one of my young stockbrokers falls in love with a female janitor down on the ground floor, hence ground floor.
Mm-hmm.
And then it becomes Romeo and Juliet, upstairs, downstairs, West Side Story. She cannot be with him. He can't be with her. And then it's a class culture and all the pressure that her group says that she can and can't do, and all the pressure he gets from his group. And so in 2013, that's germane to the conversation, because we're having Occupy movements, and the disparity between the haves and the have-nots has never been more profound. And there's funny in that stuff.
It's a little microcosm that's connected through the elevator.
There's funny in it. There's funny in that stuff.
Is this the first time you've done like something? I mean, you've done theater before.
Yeah, last year I was here doing Glengarry Glen Ross with Al Pacino.
Oh, man.
And so
I had tickets for the final performance of that, because I know Bobby's a friend of mine, and I fucking forgot it was a daytime performance, and I slept until 3:30, and my buddy Bob Kelly calls me and goes, "Dude, what time are we supposed to go over there?" And I'm like, we fucking missed it.
Oh, no.
I've never done that before. I missed the final performance.
It was the most exciting thing I've ever done.
Really?
Right over at the Schoenfeld, single most exciting thing. And in retrospect, now makes really symmetrical sense, because I went from 1,500 people a night at the Schoenfeld to doing the show, which is, again, live in front of 400 people. So you're in pretty good live theater fighting shape by the time ground floor came around.
I know you're famous, but did you sit there and go, "Holy shit, that's Al Pacino"?
Yes.
Okay.
Bobby and I and the whole cast would, if you were not on stage, your ass was damn sure in the wings watching Al when he was on.
Really?
Yeah, because it was a
every night you would do that?
Absolutely. It was a desperately limited run. We only did like 100 performances. I think we were extended because Sandy came.
Right.
And so that pushed it back a little bit.
And was he cool to you? Cool guy?
Well, we had already done Any Given Sunday with Oliver, the football movie, and that's largely the reason I think I was included. And Al's my #1 draft pick. He's the yes,
and it's a great show. I mean, it's just an amazing show.
It's the greatest male play written in our lifetime.
I saw him walk into a restaurant once, and he just doesn't seem real. He's that famous. he just took over the whole place just walking to his table.
I asked Al in Miami once. We were doing Any Given Sunday, and I knocked on his trailer early on because he didn't like him come out of his trailer, and we would start I would just go in there, and that's how you rap with Al. And so I would go in there, and I finally asked him, I said, how are you doing this? Why do you want to do this? And he told me the greatest thing. He goes, "John, I would just want it to be a storyteller."
Like, me too.
I'm just like you.
Right.
Me too. I just want to tell stories.
That's awesome. That's amazing.
So you're watching him as a guy who knows him, and you're like, and there is a part of you going, "That's Al Pacino on stage." Like I'm getting the chance to stand on the side of the stage and watch Al Pacino work alive.
Glenn Ross at the Schoenfeld. Yes.
Who did you play in that? I think he played Shelley this time, didn't he?
Yes, and I got to play Dave Moss. I'm the straw that stirs the drink.
Oh,
The straw
fucking
that stirs
Dave.
the drink, yes.
I organized the robbery. I'm the catalyst.
Yeah.
It's a very showy role. The whole play is showy, and ours was as violent as a play could be without touching another human being. The words are like shivs into your esophagus.
Yeah,
And
it's brutal, man. It's
brutal.
Just, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
about
I love it.
hopelessness and what behavior is spawned when men are hopeless and desperate. What do we do? And we all do different things, and we've all felt, certainly actors have, hopelessness and desperation.
Yeah.
And so if you can channel a little bit of that into Mamet's, the landscape of Mamet's words, it'll do a ton of the heavy lifting for you.
Yeah.
That's what was so interesting, is you rehearse and you come up with all these things, and then you put his words in front of these people, and you goose it a little bit, and you can't believe the work the play does for you.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Because the words are
Great.
so astonishing.
Yeah, yeah. Do you, with Ground Floor, you say you're in front of an audience. How is that? I know it's better, probably better than not having an audience, but different from Scrubs, and is... You got the people in front of you. How much are you playing to the people, and how much are you just trying to put forth, what the script says and
I think
where you're
it's the
supposed
latter.
to be?
You put forth what the script provides, and then the people insinuate themselves into the fabric of what you're doing, and you'll weave them in. But it's better if we're doing our thing and staying true to this story. Then they'll insinuate themselves.
Changes the timing a little bit, though, right? Because
yes, it does.
You
It
have
changes
to,
the timing.
You have
a lot.
to wait for their reaction to something.
Without sounding arrogant, if you have to hold for laughs.
Yeah.
And if you don't, then you're missing the drill.
Yeah.
So holding for laughs, and you want that to be a problem, is a little disorienting at first, because usually on Scrubs you got to just play it.
Right.
And Scrubs was so glib and so sardonic, and those are hard notes to play. And I'm glad we don't have to play those in front of a live audience, because sometimes they're lost. Milton Berle and Jack Benny and these guys did glib, and glib's hard.
Yeah,
and it's done better with some space underneath it, and sometimes audiences don't want to give you any space.
Yeah, I used to love on like Happy Days, the last few seasons, where it was just a constant interruption to the actors. Fonz would walk in and be like,
characters walking in.
Hey, Mr. C.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. C. And then he'd have to start over again, and it would be so awkward.
We just had my friend Johnny McEnroe come on and play a character who's a client of the hedge funds, and he comes in, the clients come in to review their portfolio once a year, and he's upset about his portfolio in the context of the show, and he was genius. But when he came in, the place erupted.
Yeah. He had a hold.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we had to do it over again, because, when people come in, they're charged up and they want to say their line. And then
so he's just getting stomped on by the audience.
Yes. And that's a great thing.
Oh, sure.
Because they love Johnny Mac so much.
Do you know what I do in those situations? Whenever the crowd starts clapping, I give a Mr. Roper smile at them. And it just keeps me in the scene. I think that's the best way to do it.
Yes.
But it's hard. Isn't it hard to stay natural? Because, you're playing it so well when you act. Isn't it hard to stay natural when you have to take those breaks and allow this element that you're not supposed to acknowledge in?
Not really.
No,
because you get the style of the piece pretty quick, and you get it. The big takeaway for me, 10 episodes into doing Ground Floor on TBS at 10 o'clock on Thursday nights, is
that was smooth. Beauty. Fucking smooth.
The difference between doing something with Oliver or doing something that David Mamet play or doing Scrubs even, is that you have to commit to those words with your heart and soul. Those words are gospel. Those are what we're shooting today. The 4-camera live format doing Ground Floor, you're going to get alts every waking second of every day. You're going to get rewrites, whole new drafts. So whatever you spent last night, 7 hours memorizing that two-page single-space rant you memorized, it's gone.
I don't know how you guys do that.
It's like a writer right there handing people sheets
every waking second of every day.
I don't know how you do
and
the
if you can
rewrites,
if you can stay nimble with the words, if you can shadowbox them, between your ears, if you can say really facile, you win. If it's just water off a duck's behind, you win. If you're entrenched in Mamet's words, which you damn well should be, you lose.
Wow, yeah.
In this format. You got to shadowbox. That's what I makes you think of.
What do you mean shadowbox? Do you mean like occasionally a word, like you'll deliver a line slightly differently than they wrote it, but it's kind of the same?
No, you'll get a whole new rewrite for the entire scene that we were playing in the studio today. And even once we nail the studio scene once, we're going to get a second draft that the writers have, and we're going to come in and reshoot this in front of the audience, and with every single syllable is different.
That's pressure.
Oh man,
that's pressure. That's what I mean. You got to be able to stay. You got to be able to stay on your toes.
But do you ever feel that pressure? Going, oh my god.
Well, I'm so competitive. Yes.
Yeah.
I want to crush it every time, and so it gets me
you got
going.
The live audience, and now you got a script that you're totally not familiar with because it's coming in at last minute.
And I'm Mr. Homework, and
that's
so,
stress.
There were some adjustments in the first 3 or 4 episodes. I had to make some
up your game.
Yeah. So you're at home reading the script, learning it.
I'm devouring it.
And then they're
they
giving
say,
you
fuck
something
that.
different.
Forget what you memorized.
Yeah, what about this, huh?
The stuff you memorized last night we're not shooting.
Amazing.
Oh my God.
When you memorize a script, will you go over it by yourself, or do you have somebody with you? And do you try to say it out loud, or do you just try to kind of get it in your head and not say it out loud?
First thing I do with everything from go is I write it out in my own hand, because at least cerebrally that it becomes yours since you've written it out. Then the words are yours. And then I put verbs in the margin about what we're doing with the words, and then I start saying them out loud. And once I know them, I start juggling, because no preoccupation on the set will be more intrusive than juggling.
Oh, you physically actually juggle?
Literally juggling.
Yeah. And whenever once your juggling skills get to perfectly adequate, you won't drop a ball unless something's wrong. And then when you drop something on that one word over and over again, there's a problem. Either you have a problem, or there's a problem with the word, or the rhythm of the line is off. And then you should be able to get on the set, and whether it's Scrubs or Ground Floor and somebody sneezes in the audience, or a gurney goes by in Scrubs, it's not going to throw you off, because you already, last night you were doing this. It's no big deal.
I must say, I've never heard that technique before.
No, that's great.
It's like an X-ray machine to the text. When you start dropping a ball, you'll do it consistently at that one spot at the end of the paragraph. Something's wrong. You're either running out of air, you're thinking of your grandmother. I don't know what the thing is, but there's a problem.
Wow.
Because you shouldn't be dropping the ball.
Wow.
Now, on a movie,
I do the same thing with every script.
You do the same thing. But as far as being on a set in a movie, it's got to be different than having to learn something in a week or a few days and then getting in front of a live audience.
It's totally different.
Yeah, that's like two different types of jobs.
I mean,
I'm an actor, but
I had Glenn Gary out there in Los Angeles for 2 months before I came to New York. We had the offer for the play, so I set up a theater boot camp. I keep a rehearsal space out there, and I just set up a theater boot camp where I hired a young guy who came, and we ran the lines 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon for almost 7 weeks. I came to rehearsal so loaded for bear,
right?
And that is antithetical to what we're doing with Ground Floor. There's no theater boot camp. There's bring it, shadowbox, be light, be agile.
But being that you obviously take your work very seriously and
well, I don't want to sound like too seriously.
No, not. I don't mean like serious,
it's a real job.
But it's like you're working.
That's good quality.
Would you work with people that you're like, you didn't even read this, did you?
Well, I did this really diabolical with people who don't know their lines. It's a horrible thing, and it's very quiet. And I always, when actors bring your lines on a script, and they're called sides.
Yeah.
That particular. So when people still bring their sides onto the floor when we're about to shoot, I can't take it, and so sooner or later I'll just whisper in their ear, listen, you can just keep those pictures up in the frame, you can keep those words up in the frame the whole time we're shooting, because you know what they're just going to be on me listening. The coverage is going to my listening is much more interesting than you struggling with the goddamn words. Are you fucking kidding me? Really?
That would be.
I didn't see my fucking kids last night. I know my fucking lines.
Exactly.
What the fuck were you doing?
You don't put up with shit.
I hate it.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What are we doing here? What are you talking about? You don't know your lines.
Wow.
How fucking dare you?
Can I ask you a question? What you just said. I have two questions for you. One is, how do you still listen when you know the words so well? Like, how do you still make it like it's like a moment like we're having right now? You've never heard me say this, and how does a great actor do that?
You put the verbs in the margin. What are you doing? What are you doing when you're listening? What are you actively doing? What verb are you doing? As I'm listening to you, am I assimilating? Am I flourishing? Am I preoccupied with in the context of the movie, the bomb that's out in the lobby? How am I listening to you? And so the verbs in the margin influence everything.
So you'll know if you're going to make a smirk at a certain word, or
sure, smirk is a verb.
Yeah. Smirk, yes. That's a good verb.
Yeah,
but you'll know all that stuff.
And maybe it's not even a visual smirk. Maybe there's a smirk in the back of your head. That that lens is an X-ray machine.
It comes through.
It sees that smirk you put in the back of your brain.
Because sometimes I've seen those subtleties on film, and it's like, how did they just do that? Or did they know they were going to do that because it looks so natural?
Are more natural and gifted than I am. And so I like to avoid this scenario, that when you're wrapped and you're driving home, you do this. Oh, I wish I had. And you can't. We're not going back. Yeah. We're not shooting it again. We're shooting this right now. That's it. Then we're moving on to the restaurant scene, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have those regrets. It drives me out of my mind because that machine is going the whole time, and I don't want to have regrets.
We got to ask you about Oliver Stone. We've had him on. He's an interesting dude.
He's very interesting.
What's your take on him?
Oliver, the actors are best served with Oliver when I can always think of Kentucky Derby thoroughbreds when I think of Oliver, and I'll tell you why. Because you know how they have those blinders on?
Yeah.
Well, when you're on a set with Oliver, those blinders are tantamount to his creative vision. And so if you can fit within that vision where those blinders are, it is fucking nirvana. If you want to go outside, you'll get crushed.
Wow. Yeah.
What do you mean he'll allow you to know it in front of everybody, or he'll boot you off?
He knows exactly what he wants, is what you're saying.
It's his film.
Right.
We're not collaborating.
Right.
This is Oliver's vision. Come inside here and roam around in here.
As long as Oliver could see you, you'll be all right.
Yes. It's Oliver's film. It's not...
And he makes that very clear.
And you should be so lucky.
Yeah, no shit, right?
You should be so lucky to play on that field. And so that's the number one takeaway from work. I've done 6 with Oliver. And
6 Oliver Stone movies.
I mean, Platoon, obviously, Wall Street, Any Given Sunday. What else?
Platoon, Wall Street, Talk Radio.
Oh, Talk Radio.
I did Talk Radio down at the Public for almost 2 years before we did the movie.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And the conventional wisdom is that if you did the play, you're damn sure not doing the movie, because we're going to starfuck somebody and get a big name in there.
Yeah.
And so that I got to do the movie was largely fantastic.
No shit, yeah.
And so then Talk Radio, then Born on the 4th, then Nixon, then Any Given Sunday.
Right.
Born on the 4th.
Damn.
Forgot.
He must like you. I mean,
I think everybody's looking to make their life easier. I think the part of the human condition is wanting to be able to connect dots in a straight line and not some circuitous twice as hard. And so if you find some Irish jackass from Jersey,
right?
you'd like, you're my go-to right-hander out of the pen.
You got any Oliver Stone stories?
Let's see.
Anything that pops out here today?
Oliver came up to when I couldn't do Born on the 4th of July because I was doing Fat Man and Little Boy in Mexico with Paul Newman about the making of the atomic bombs.
Yeah. John Cusack was in there.
Johnny was in there. And so I'm down in Durango, Mexico, and Oliver had intimated months earlier that he wanted me to play that great male nurse who cleans Tom the first time he comes home as an amputee. This beautiful scene. And I was waiting for the phone to ring, and it never rang. And so Paramount called and offered me this great 7th lead in Fat Man Little Boy with Johnny and Paul. And so I took it. And so I'm down in Durango, Mexico, which is 8,000 feet up in the Sierra Madres. It was the top of the cocaine triangle. It's in Star Wars, they go to Los Eisley Spaceport, and we hear Alec Guinness say it's the epicenter of vim and villainy in the universe. That's what Durango is. It's the epicenter of vim and villainy. But it's so high up, John Wayne shot all these great westerns there. So we're down there because it looked a little bit like Los Alamos in 1945. That's the backdrop. We're working hard. We're doing our thing. The phone rings. Ring. I pick it up. It's like 7 in the morning, Los Alamos time. Durango time, and it's Oliver, and he goes, McGinley, are you fucking there? I said, Oliver? He said, yeah, why the fuck aren't you in Dallas with me? And I said, because you didn't offer me the goddamn film. And he goes, I fucking made you. You fucked me. You're fucking me. Click.
Wow.
And I don't remember if I cried or if I just
probably cried.
It's over.
Right. It's over. And he was right. He did make me. And so I then paid penance for 2 films. I would do the reshoots of Wheeling Tom out in Born on the 4th of July as an extra. And then I played a tiny little role in Nixon, and I was still paying penance. And then he finally took me back into the fold on Any Given Sunday.
Wow. Oh, wait, you had a bigger role that he wanted you for in...
Yes, it would eventually be an African-American actor. He would recast it. And it's a glorious scene when Tom realizes that his legs are gone, and the first guy to wash him. It's an unbelievably tragic scene. And that was the one I was going to do. And... They were shooting in Dallas and we were in Durango. There's nothing I could do.
What are you going to do?
But did he get mad when you explained, look, I didn't think you wanted me because you didn't call me?
There was no explanation. It was click.
But you were to assume that he was just going to have you eventually.
Yes,
you should have just waited around.
That's what I mean.
Crazy.
You have to fit in this vision.
So you should have known what he was thinking.
You should have been a mind reader. How were you not reading my mind?
Wow, because you weren't even offered it.
I was not.
Wow.
And it would have been presumptuous to think I was.
Of course.
Oh, man.
I have a question, too, about it, because you're saying guys that don't memorize their lines, a lot of them. And I was thinking about this a couple days ago about a guy like Brando, like, who had such a weird way of doing things.
But there's an anomaly. He's an anomaly.
But, I mean, do you think that for him it was how he worked, or do you think he got lazy? I mean, not to knock he was, I think, the greatest, but what is it?
I don't know, and I don't care, because I can, when I'm watching him, I can suspend my disbelief. Unless he's doing one of those, he always thought he had a great ear for accents, and he doesn't. You know, he plays that Asian guy one time, he gets his eye, and he plays the Irish guy in the Missouri Breaks, and you're like, we just talk.
Just talk. You're distracting everybody with that.
All of a sudden you sound like a fucking leprechaun. You're like, you're Brando. Just talk. Just put that thing in the back of your throat and just whisper like.
Did you like him as a German in The Young Lions?
I did buy him as a German in The Young Lions, but that was his, second or third film, and he's so gorgeous, and you're like, oh, my God. It looks like Mount Rushmore with the thing, and I love that.
Hey, you could play a good German, that's for sure. When you obviously making Platoon, you're out there. Where was that filmed?
The Philippines. We're in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Marcos wouldn't leave. There was an election. Ferdinand Marcos lost, and he lost to a woman named Cory Aquino.
Oh, yeah.
And then he wouldn't leave. He decided he wanted to be a dictator instead of a president. And then nobody knew about it until Reagan gave him political asylum in Hawaii, and then Imelda's Shoes became the
story.
Serial of late night comedy. Yeah. And so we landed in Revolution torn. They had a revolution to get him out, and we landed. Willem Dafoe and I and everybody landed a couple of weeks after the revolution. So 13-year-olds were walking around Manila with AKs.
Wow.
And action.
And action. Wow. Did you feel like you were in danger at that point?
You were in imminent danger, because Aquino didn't completely have the army, and every single minute of every single day there was a threatened coup, and that's very unsettling.
There was always a story during the 80s about Vietnam movies and how hard they were to make. You had to go somewhere that had to look like Vietnam.
And they all tanked.
And they all tanked.
Yeah. I mean, the Green Berets was, I don't know what film the Green Berets was, but it was John Wayne's version.
Oh, that was trying to, they were trying to World War II Vietnam. That didn't, Platoon was one of the first movies that really came out and was like, okay, wow, this is brutal. There was Apocalypse before.
Yeah, but Apocalypse is arguably not even about Vietnam.
Right.
It's about Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness and a journey of our protagonist's journey up a river.
And it was a very caricatured version of Vietnam. You felt with Platoon that there was more realism there.
Well, there's no statement about the war.
Served 2 tours as an infantryman.
Yeah.
He was teaching English at the American school in Vietnam, and I guess that impacted him in a way that he didn't feel like he was contributing, so he joined the army, and he was in the infantry for 2 tours.
Man. And he was kind of passing that along to people.
I think he ripped Platoon out of his sternum.
Yeah. Wow.
I think he went like this. Here's my truth.
And was he actually a combination of Barnes and Elias? No. Or was he the kid?
He's Charlie.
Yeah, he's Charlie.
Yeah, he was writing letters to his grandma. I don't know if she's still alive. She was a French. I met her plenty of times on the Upper East Side, And no, he was Charlie.
I actually meant that Charlie was influenced by both of them in the movie.
Yeah.
And if he
did he have two guys that he was influenced by like that,
yeah,
like one
yeah,
good and
like,
one bad?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and there was a real Sergeant O'Neill, and his name wasn't Sergeant O'Neill, but there was a real guy who Oliver made that guy up after, and so. That's his truth.
It was an amazing collection of characters
and cast
in that movie and cast. Please,
Johnny
Depp,
it's
amazing.
Forrest,
Whitaker,
Tom, Willem, Charlie, Tony Todd, Francesco Quinn, rest in peace.
Yes.
Corey Glover was very good.
Corey was great in it.
Yeah. We obviously we fucking laugh our asses off at certain parts of that movie, and one of the greatest parts is the poker game, because it's really the first time you see Barnes laugh, and it almost looks like it's paining him to laugh.
You're right,
and it's when he's saving up to be Jewish, and he's like, it's a great scene, just fucking funny as hell.
I'm glad you said, because nobody ever says that they laughed during Platoon, and I'm like, but there's funny stuff.
There is so many
insanity.
Insane, right.
Oliver was smart enough to sprinkle a laugh or two. It's hard to even say that there's a laugh in Platoon, but there freaking well are.
The fact that Barnes couldn't believe you, like all Barnes had seen, and your Jewish joke, he's like, oh fuck, he went there. It was just great.
That's over the edge.
Yeah,
the whole thing. I think O'Neill's. I think that when I wrote the I always write these character things about the characters, and I told Oliver, and then you need to go into Oliver and tell him your version. And I decided that he was a Rempf, which is a rear echelon motherfucker, and that he was probably in Dusseldorf or someplace, just dealing poker hands with officers. And I think he was probably a liar and a cheater, and he cheated the wrong officer, and bang, he was sent to Southeast Asia.
Oh, man.
And he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. He's not equipped to be here, and so he just becomes a pilot fish for Berenger's character. He just becomes a parasite. Here's how I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to suck off his kills. I'm going to get the fuck out of here. So that great shot that Oliver put at the end when he gets reassigned the platoon by Captain Dye at the end.
That look is
it's
fantastic.
Just the ultimate. He's dead. I always figured he would be dead in the next movement. The next movement they did, he's dead.
Yeah. So he knows it.
You write a backstory then?
Yeah.
Like a little.
I always do.
Oh wow.
Yeah, for Ground Floor, because I turned it down. Ground Floor is the show we're doing on TBS at 10 o'clock on Thursday nights.
Yes.
That is smooth, man.
I love it. I turned it down a couple of times because I had just done 42, the Jackie Robinson story, and Glengarry, and so I was in a lovely, really organic way transitioning towards this whole post Scrubs kind of career. And it all felt good to me, and it felt like we were moving in the right direction. And then all of a sudden, Billy Lawrence, the guy who invented Scrubs and invented Ground Floor, calls up and says, "I got a good one for you. It's live, and it's going to be good." And I'm like, "Billy, I got a good thing going here. I'm going to keep following whatever this new path is." And he seduced me. And one of the ways he seduced me was he said, "You can make whatever you want out of this guy. Here's all the creative slack in the leash that you want." And so I took him at his word. And so I, over the summer, wrote something called the Mansfield Manifesto. The character's name is Mansfield. And so I wrote a 20-page document about what this guy does, who he is, what his wardrobe
where he came
is,
from, kind
everything.
of a thing.
And I gave it to the writers. And that could have been an act of pure jackass arrogance.
Oh, yeah.
Or a gift. And Billy had these guys wired so that they could assimilate my input into what they were doing. And it was a gift. I made your life so much easier. You, the writing staff. Mm-hmm. And there's 14 kids from Harvard who all were editors of the Lampoon. And they're, Joe brilliant and Susie brilliant. And I just made your life easier with the Mansfield Manifesto.
Yeah.
And so it was the most I'd ever written on somebody. But I wanted it that way. If I was going to come back and do this, and God willing, grind for another 5 or 6 years, wanted to kind of do it on what I perceived as my terms.
What an interesting way to do things, too, because it helps everyone out. I mean,
Absolutely.
You know exactly where the character's coming from, because you pretty much wrote the backstory for him. And they now have so many leads to go on for various storylines or jokes or just dialogue. It's got to, but there's that ego thing that has to be overcome from that? Because they could look and go, "Who's this fucking guy?"
Right, but because of the conversation I had with Bill Lawrence and the way we set the creative table ahead of time, he made it clear that he'd give me license to exercise these demons.
Well, you want to hear a great little story about somebody that didn't get license? Colin Quinn.
What happened to Colin?
Well, Colin Quinn was on
Crocodile Dundee
2. And he had a little part in there, cute little part they gave him. He decided he was going to go back after a day and write the script, rewrite the entire script for Crocodile
movie.
Dundee 2,
and handed it in,
and hand it to the
That's what I'm
director.
talking about.
And he
That's
made
a crash at the intersection, right?
He made himself the guy who shows Dundee around New York. It's a true asshole move.
What a dumb fuck.
Did he get canned?
No,
he
but
should have.
It's such a crazy story. I don't even know if I believe it to this day.
I do.
I believe
you
it.
believe it, right?
Oh, that's
Page
Colin.
1 rewrite?
Yes.
Yeah. And he handed it in because he
And
thought that he
gave
should be
it
the
in.
guy showing Crocodile Dundee around New York.
Yeah, that's a slippery slope.
Oh man,
If
is it
you
ever?
change words,
Yeah.
it has to. There has to be, because my friends have done it in the past and gotten in a lot of trouble, gotten fired.
Wow, yeah.
Oh, wow.
If you change words, you better know who and where you are. And I did with Ground Floor. I did know who and where I was.
Well, you got the heads up too that you were able to do
I got
that.
permission way from the principal.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, what's
way ahead of time.
What's this Ground Floor you're talking about?
Oh.
I'm a little confused.
Ground Floor.
Ground Floor is a show on TBS at 10 o'clock on Thursday nights.
Nice.
Massive hit.
Yes.
I'm going to check it out,
Absolutely.
actually.
What do you do if you come up with a backstory, like say the one you said for your O'Neill? What do you do if you come up with this and it kind of guides the way you're going to play him, and then on the first day of shooting, the director's like, whoa, no, that's not how I saw this guy at all. How do you go back and fix that?
Hopefully you compared notes before this first day of
Oh, you
shooting.
talk it over first. Okay.
Hopefully, yeah.
Do you write this stuff before you audition for something when you had to audition?
No, I used to, and it's a mistake, because when you go into the audition, you're going to get thrown a curveball. And I was Oliver's reader. When you came into audition for Oliver, you read with me after Platoon for about 4 or 5 films. And because I love actors, it's the best thing that ever happened to you, because I'm gonna be with you.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be cold boy, usually going in some cold shrew who doesn't give a shit about you. And I'm with you. I'm dying. I love actors, and I'm with you. And so I learned. I got really good because of being on this side of the table at auditioning, and you can get good at it.
No shit, that's a great way to
whether you're
get good at it, yeah.
right for the role or not is something else. But you can get good at that 3-minute blah blah
exchange, right?
Yes. And if we're looking for a black guy, but we thought if we go a different direction it might be you, but we are going to go black, then you're not going to get it, and that's fine. I get it. But in 7, I went in to meet David Fincher, and that was supposed to be, the head of the SWAT was supposed to be a Latin American, and I changed his mind.
I've heard you can do that too. They always say, like, well, they think they know what they're looking for, but they kind of want to see you for something.
Yes,
it's like,
I developed a theory when I was Oliver's reader that actors come in primarily with 2 different comportments of 2 different kinds. One is Elvis dust, and Elvis dust is when they come in and in 7, even though we wrote it for a Latin man, whatever you have on you, we want to rub up against that, whatever it is. And it can't be arrogance, because there's nothing more repulsive. It has to be a combination of the actor being in the right place, his or her self-esteem level that day. I don't know what it is. It's the magic stuff. Mm-hmm. And even if we can't put you in this movie, we damn sure are putting you in the next one. That's Elvis Dust. And that's a 1%er.
Yeah,
99% of the time, because we're all filled with so much self-loathing and fear, and we're afraid of our own shadow, we come in with Pigpen. And Pigpen is from Snoopy, is that kid with the black dust all around him. It precedes and follows him everywhere.
You see it before you hear a word.
Before that actor comes in the door, and the first thing she's going to say when she comes in is she was on a train to Philadelphia last night because she had to go to her great-grandmother's wake, and she didn't have a chance to read the script. And you lost Oliver at Philadelphia.
Oh, shit, it's just an excuse. Now it's just another excuse, so I don't even care.
And I'm looking at the actor, and I'm like,
no, don't. What are you doing?
Go a different direction.
Slow motion.
Oliver just went like this.
Oh, God.
And so we come in either Pigpen or Elvis Dust.
But when you're reading with somebody, were you able to tell like right away, like, oh, you don't have a chance?
Pigpen or Elvis Dust.
So it was one or the other?
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing.
So if they walked in and they said, wow, I love this.
Everybody does. It's Oliver. You want to blow him.
Good point. That's right. Everybody does say that.
So what's the move?
Yeah.
I'm confused here. What do you do?
Find the Elvis Dust.
But you walk in, and what's an example of Elvis dust in front of Oliver? You walk in, you don't talk about Philly, and you don't say you love this role.
You're just right for the role. It fits you like your shirt. And you're not saying any of this stuff.
Yeah, you must just know.
It's just, you can't manufacture Elvis dust.
Gotcha.
Man.
It's the
some auditions you have it, some you don't.
Right.
Are you at all surprised at how popular Office Space got?
Yeah, because I went to the cast and crew screening, which was a week or two before the film came out, and I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
And then it shit the bed.
I know. It's such a funny fucking movie, though.
And it was very disappointing. And
post-theatrical, it got huge.
Yeah. I mean, so, yes, I'm surprised.
Whole favorite now.
So, yes. Yeah, that's...
I thought it made me laugh in the movie theater, and I thought, okay, great. Some of my dysfunctional friends back in New York and New Jersey are really going to eat this up.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Crickets.
Unbelievable.
How much did it do originally?
$10 million.
That's it. It's unbelievable to think.
Bombed. But
I think it's the best thing Jennifer Aniston ever done.
It was.
I think she's the cutest. And
right?
sexiest,
Was she great in that?
Completely leaves herself alone, and she's tremendous. In that
all
movie.
Awkward and shit.
It's great.
Really, really good.
And I wasn't there when she shot, so I didn't even know her. And I thought she was
just
great.
from watching the movie. Yeah. That's wow. Didn't think. Do you take any of that? Any of that character? Because I noticed that character. There's a few things from your character you played in Scrubs that are similar to Bob, one of the Bobs.
I wanted the Bob Slidell in Office Space to be having the single best time at his job than any other employee on the planet. That he's risen to the level. This is where he's going. He's risen to it.
Yeah.
And so he's making his 47, 52 grand a year, and it's great. It's great. Every day is just great.
How that comes across.
And when people come in, it's going to be great. We're going to fire you. But it's going to be great.
But he's smiling and nodding, knowing this guy's getting the axe, and you're
the
just
single greatest thing. And even and so that he's having a great day every day because this is a great job.
Yeah.
And who walks in but Michael fucking Bolton?
Yes.
It's gotten even better.
Now the day is fan-fucking-tastic.
No, the year. Because he's a Michael Bolton fanatic. It's just the most random, arbitrary thing
Celebrating
I've ever heard.
his entire catalog.
Celebrate your entire catalog.
Fucking great. Man, so good to have
a great
you.
time,
of course,
man.
The big plug, Ground Floor.
Yes.
That's a Thursday?
On TBS at 10 o'clock. It is a live audience comedy. And
I must say, John's been fucking great in like everything I've seen you in.
Tremendous.
I love it. Big fan, and looking forward to seeing Ground Floor.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I can tell you that it's very glib and subversive, and it makes me laugh, and that's all I care about.
Very cool, man. Thanks for coming in. What a pleasure.
Thanks, you guys.
Thanks, man.
Cheers.
The Opie and Anthony Show. On SiriusXM. See, told you we had sponsors.
And now back to
The Opie and Anthony Show.
How great was John McGinley?
John McGinley, man.
He was awesome.
I didn't know what I was going to make of him. Like, I couldn't gauge by watching him in movies and TV what you were going to get. Are you going to get this funny guy? Are you going to get an intense, real actor, thespian kind of guy? And then he turns out to be...
He knows
like
his
both.
shit.
He's really... he takes his acting very seriously, but he's a funny guy.
Right.
Yeah.
He's a fun guy. I love his funny characters in movies and television. He does a great job with that. And then he could put that fucking O'Neill face on like he knows he's dead the next time they go out on a patrol. The way his face just sinks. Like his eyes get completely lifeless. Fucking great.
Yeah, he could be a really hateable
Hey there, Bob.
on screen, too.
He sure can with that.
What do you say there, Bobberoni?
Dude, but the story he
Chief-a-rooney.
put in that guy was a worm who was going to bottom feed off of...
Yes, perfect.
What a smart thing to do.
Yeah. Because now you know the character so well, and the writers can actually write off of some of the stuff you came up with.
Pigpen. We're fucking Elvis dust.
Yeah.
I realized I've lived a life of Pigpen.
You're Pigpen?
Yes.
They know right when you walk in.
Yes.
The dust cloud precedes you.
Pig pen or Elvis? I've never had Elvis dust. I want some Elvis dust.
Oh,
no, but that's he's with the attitude. A lot of that stuff you can change yourself. He's right.
Get a prescription from Dr. Steve for some Elvis dust.
Yeah, we're going to give you some Elvis dust. It's a fried banana peanut butter sandwich.
Dr. Chip.
Yeah, Elvis dust.
Fucking Dr.
We've got Eliza Schlesinger outside the studio. Dr. Steve.
Maybe you guys could. No, you stay
down a seat like the old Carson show.
Maybe she could finger the prostate thing.
We absolutely should get her to finger the prostate.
Oh, man.
Maybe Sam could put his beat thing down.
Let's break that shit out again there, Dr. Steve.
Put something up there like an M80, though, and tell her that's what happens to prostates. They blow up.
You know what I find funny? That he had to fucking travel with that thing for 10 minutes on the radio.
In the airport.
What a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
it says prostate on it.
They sell for $1,200. I got this one for $200 on eBay.
And it looks it, by the way.
It's got
it looks like right.
Can't you just go to fucking one of those porn stores and get one of those bottoms up fuck things and a rock?
Yeah,
just shove a rock in there and have her.
Yeah, you just cut a fucking plum in half.
Good, how are you?
Good, I remember you.
Good.
Yeah,
jeez, that's good.
That's a good intro.
No, because there are sometimes I hear a name, right, and I go, I remember that.
I've only been here like 3 times.
Yeah, has it been 3?
I think so.
I bet one
She's
time
like a regular
I wasn't
now.
here, but I remember because I found you very attractive.
Is this happening right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did.
Thank
I found
you.
it very, very attractive.
Steve, thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Jimmy lost a lot of
I didn't say
weight.
it looked good. I just said that you.
No, but I'm just.
What is it? What did you do? Like a thing?
I'm sick.
Oh no.
Yeah, I got the big C.
Are you really? Shut up.
No.
He's going to the gym and eating better.
Yes.
Do you really have chlamydia?
Into the microphone.
Yeah.
Do you really have cunt? Yeah,
Crabs.
No,
Yeah, it's everything.
Going to the gym.
Was it like a juice
Eating
diet?
better.
No, eating
Just doing.
Yeah, it's working out.
What's a Jew's diet?
It's where you only kosher.
Like kosher.
Bacon.
Yes.
It's just matzo ball shakes,
And just,
protein shakes.
Yeah, and just being nervous all the time.
Yeah.
You just shake the weight off of you.
And allergic to everything. Yeah.
Well, half their food sucks. That's how you lose the weight.
It's
right,
true.
Dr. Steve?
That's right.
You hate the
Awful
Jew, right?
food.
No.
Better than a little unleavened bread. That unleavened bread is tasty.
No matter what's
Leaven your bread for the love of God.
Leaven
They
your
didn't have
bread.
It's kind of
time.
odd saying it that way.
What does leaven mean, by the way?
It doesn't
means
rise.
yeasty.
You gotta rise that
Leaven
shit.
is rise
The thing that
unleavened.
makes bread good.
Yeah.
Like
That air.
It
airy.
makes it not a cracker.
Right, it's a fucking cracker-ass cracker.
Every time after Passover for months, my mom would be like, "You want tuna salad on matzah? I have. You want
I
matzah? I'm
have.
like, I don't want matzah
You want?
ever.
I have.
I have. How about whitefish? I'm like, no
Oh,
whitefish.
God, I tried whitefish. It's
whipped
awful.
fish.
Oh, it's so good. Smoked whitefish is so
You
good.
like that?
No.
It's so good.
Fuck, me and Voss used to go.
Then I'm going to the wrong
Oh,
place.
man, that's terrible.
Went to the
Whitefish.
Jewish
Where are
deli
you
and
getting your
tried it.
whitefish?
Jewish delis sucked. I hated it.
It's so expensive. So good.
You know, it's
Yeah.
matzah. I love matzah too. I should be a Jew.
Matzah.
Maybe you
All
should be.
non-Jews like it.
Dude, matzah
Non-Jews love
rules.
matzah. I used to. My
I
mom
like
used
the
to get
broth
it.
of it, I guess, but I don't eat the
You used to
matzah
put
parts.
butter on it,
Yes.
You're talking
and then
about two
hold it over
different
the stove for like 2
matzo ball
seconds so it
soup.
melts a
We're
little.
talking about just the cracker, though.
The cracker.
I don't know the cracker.
Oh, it's like a big hard
Maron.
crack, dude. It's really good. Not the soup. But
Second matzo
Take the
balls.
piece of cracker, melt a piece of cheese on it.
All right, let's do it right now. What are we waiting for?
yeah, where's our
Let's go.
matzah?
Yeah. Eliza's going to be at the Stress Factory. I want to make sure we get the plug in.
Yes.
Vinny's place.
Be at the
Vinny's
Stress
very excited that you're there.
He says hi.
Oh, fuck him.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew that was going to be some horrible reaction.
No, we
I
like
debated
that.
the whole car way over here, the whole New Jersey Turnpike. Do I tell him?
It,
He said hi.
It confuses people, but we actually really like Vinny a lot.
He's very nice.
He runs a very good club.
You know what I know? I've never, of all the clubs, it's one of the only clubs I've ever been to. It is the only club I've ever been to where they don't drop the checks while you're on stage.
Right.
Wow, you guys were just talking about.
So when the audience
Nick was
went
talking about
silent during like the last part of my act, I was like, "It's okay, the checks are being dropped," and then they just stared at me, and I was like, "Oh, it's just my material, not the checks."
Oh
being
man,
dropped." I
see,
didn't
yeah,
know.
that's kind of a bad thing then.
I'm fine with now that I know. I'll just go.
I don't know how you guys deal with that when they drop the checks because everyone is now distracted trying to figure out who owes what, and
They're
then
mumbling
they're not even
amongst
listening to
themselves.
anymore.
Huddle, huddle.
Do you guys figure
Mumble,
out your
Yeah.
Do you figure out your material like all right, I don't give a fuck if they're not listening to this particular part? Although you want a strong set, obviously.
Well, you're dirtier at the end, and one of the reasons I noticed that I'll plow through it is because I know what material I'm doing at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not going to do, statements about our culture as people are fucking going through their,
You make it very easy to listen to.
Yeah, boom, boom, boom.
Gotcha.
But Vinny figures out and it proves that you can do it and not drop the check, and the show works great.
It works
Vinny
fine.
is completely the only club that does
It's all about turning the room a lot faster. You got to have your staff on
Well,
the
like
ball.
last night for the Thursday show, there is no second show, so they drop the checks, and we're used to they drop the checks halfway through your set or whatever, and then you go and stand there to sell your merch or say goodbye, and there's throngs of people. Last night, I stood there for at least 15 minutes by myself while everyone was still sitting at their tables, and I didn't understand what was happening. I was like, does no one want to talk to me? It's just an awkward thing to be standing there like next to your DVDs.
Oh, just alone.
Hawking them. Yeah, like I was on TV once. My own show.
What show was yours?
It's called Excused. It's off the air.
What was it, though?
It was a dating show. It was syndicated. Came on at like 4 a.m. in most states. It's over.
It's over, man.
Moved past it. My hair grew back. It's fine.
Did you win your TBS episode? That's the last time we saw you out there in L.A.
No.
No one saw that show.
It was fun to be on it. Never by the hand that feeds me. What am I going to say?
I enjoyed it, but I don't.
It was a fun show.
I don't think anyone really saw it.
What was it called?
Who gets the last laugh?
Okay. They turned it into something else with a new host.
They
it looked
did.
Like Howie Mandel
Mandel's doing it.
Are you going to go on that? How we do? No, is that one How We Do It? No, it's Theo Vaughn's the host.
Oh.
And I'm going to be on that one in a couple weeks.
It's the exact show.
Yeah,
but they just kind of.
People love seeing other people in misery for a couple seconds.
But it's pretty much the same show. How are they getting away with that?
I don't know.
America likes to see people.
That's true. There were plenty of the same shows. There's so many fucking American Idols.
America's
all that shit.
Funniest Home Video is just people getting hit in the nuts repeatedly.
Yeah, and we
that's
love
what
that.
Ridiculousness is.
And Tosh.
All these things are just dudes almost losing their testicles.
Tosh is so successful, that show, and it's like, why is that any different than any of the other shows?
Because they allow him to do edgy shit. That's
that
why.
Is true. They let him say
he gets away with a lot more than anyone else on TV.
True.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I like him. And I think he's.
We like him too, but I don't think he doesn't like us.
He doesn't like you guys?
No, we've tried to have him on the show for years.
I haven't seen him on anyone's show though.
I don't think he does any radio.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
It's hard to.
But we really have tried over the years.
Mansion in Malibu.
Yeah. But he's got to come to New York, so we're like, do our show, man. We're big fans.
If there was one show to do, it would be yours.
Thank you, Eliza Shlesinger at the Stress Factory tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah.
See how we do that?
No, I like it. I enjoy it.
That's a little treat.
Yeah.
And I like your followers.
Oh, they're great, aren't they?
They're a little pervy.
Fucking assholes.
But they've always been cool to me.
Have they?
Are they a little creepy when you take a picture, like the hand lingers on the hip a couple of seconds longer than it should?
Like I don't let them touch me.
No.
No. You just stand near them and just kind of.
No one does.
Lean in a little bit.
It's called rape.
Gross.
Yeah.
They fucking rape.
What?
I said no one really lets them touch you.
No.
Like touch people. Our listeners like to touch without permission.
Sometimes the hand does linger, maybe on the back or something, and I'm like, you're
a nice
enjoying
sweaty
this.
hand on your back.
I'll let you do this. You pay your $25.
You get the white knights, the guys that if some guy does say like, fuck you, you pig, or something like that, guys will be like, shut up, she's fucking beautiful. It's the white knight that sweeps in on Twitter. It's always on Twitter.
Never in person.
And they feel like, maybe now she'll like me.
I'm never going to follow you, by the way, White Knight.
The fucking white knights of
I
Twitter.
enjoy the white knights.
Someone's got to defend my cyber honor.
Your honor.
I enjoy the white knights because I can't handle my own battles, so I like when they swoop in and help me out a little bit.
Like a good rescuer?
Yes, I like that.
Engage in it,
I like that.
Then it's weird. You can't do that.
Man, she's really cool. You guys are just assholes. Let me see if she follows me. Let me see.
Maybe just see part of her nipple. Maybe she'll send me. So many people will be like, "Hey, I've got something to tell you. Send me your number." I'm like, "Do I look retarded? Sure. What is it?
I'll do that.
What is it, guy from Wisconsin with his own podcast? I can't wait to get my 15 minutes on that.
I want to put you on my show.
Could Dr. Steve break out what he brought? She's got to see this.
Really?
It's a package.
Yeah. Does a prop ever work twice in one show?
Carrot Top.
No, I think she would like to see it. That's all. If it doesn't
what kind
work,
of doctor
it doesn't work.
Like a real doctor, or like an English doctor?
Yeah, no.
Okay. He hated that. He's like, no, just relax.
But it is true.
If you need Valtrex, he's your man.
Doctor.
Yes.
Okay.
Like there's no reason.
Who doesn't?
There's no reason.
Who doesn't at this
Someone
point?
should be able to call themselves a doctor if they're not a doctor, medical doctor.
They take it so seriously, though.
It's like there's two words, some that means completely different things. Like, oh, I'm a doctor. You have a doctorate. You're not a doctor.
Right, but they, like, you ever met, like, an English professor?
Fuck.
They're dicks.
I am a doctor.
Don't you wish that someone would have a heart attack, like, in general, but, like, on a plane? If they're a doctor, they're like, well, I do know the prologue from the Canterbury Tales. Fuck you. That's not going to bring him back.
But he's doing God's work. He's kind of like an angel of death type of person.
Oh, like
without
a
the pillow.
Kevorkian kind of thing?
Well,
without the
we stay
pillow.
away from that word? Not the pillow?
Okay.
He's like a hospice guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I do hospice and palliative care, but I
palliative care.
Yeah.
They even screeching home.
No, he's like the Patch Adams of the hospice. He runs in with fucking toe tags.
Is he here for you?
I wish he was. Merciful.
Who was the ghoul that came up with the word? The word could have been a little like
palliative.
Palliative
Jesus,
care.
yeah, it sounds horrendous.
It's from the Latin root palliare, which means to cloak.
Oh, so you are an English doctor.
It's palliative. It means you're friends.
Wait, so what did you bring? Did you bring a cloak?
No. I see. I'm also a family practitioner, and I do a little radio show that's a medical show. And
he's down playing. His podcast is really good. We should do it.
The first time I ever came here, they asked me what it's like to do a prostate exam, and then they made me do one on one of their interns, and that became a recurring bit until I finally did.
He did a homeless guy once.
I did one on a homeless guy
who had rocks in his underwear from shit that petrified.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it was terrible.
Swear to
and
God.
I declared him the
I'm so glad
healthiest
I
guy.
came here.
The healthiest guy in the room, and then a year later he was dead. So that's how good.
Well, you were trying to help him out, but we got you guys together a little too late in his life.
Can you give? This is a real question.
Yeah.
Can you give yourself a prostate exam?
Oh,
yeah, you can. You have to have kind of long fingers like me.
So like black dudes could do.
Yeah, like Dr. J.
You got to be a bit
Arsenio.
You got to be a bit
it's a little
agile
hard to
too.
reach all the way around.
Kembe Mutombo, no problem with
Because you got to go around the taint to get in there.
Well, you got to go between the like this.
So you go on your back
Let me
and
see.
throw
I
your
could
leg.
probably do it.
Is taint a medical term?
I think I could do it.
Well,
I am doing it.
It's actually called the perineum.
The perineum?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that was a type of flower. Oh my God, perenniums!
Oh, thank you. Ooh, smell them.
All right, break it out.
You want me to break it out?
Yeah, why not?
Just for a second, if it's
You guys have already seen whatever he's about to do?
Yeah, Jimmy used it. Not, well.
Yeah.
I want to see you.
Oh my God!
See, that's why
hilarious?
you got to see it.
Get it? All right.
This is how they practice prostate.
No pictures of this.
Is it prostate or prostrate?
Prostate.
Tate. There's no R in there, right?
No.
I fucked that one up.
Well, there's an R at the beginning of the word.
No, I know,
And there
but
is a
not
word-
where I thought it would be.
There is a word
Now-
prostrate, but it means something else.
prostate.
There's proselytize. I have a question.
Want to try it?
What? Okay. When you
Okay, you need gloves.
I don't know if
first.
tries the word as much as do it again. When you graduate medical school, you shake with one hand, and then do you get a diploma or this? in your hand?
Slap that in your hand. Yeah.
Isn't that pretty
Why
fucked
do I
up?
need a glove? Like it's not a real thing.
No.
For effect?
Yeah. Now what he does is he
Snap.
slides in various
Right, I have
prostates.
different prostates. This one has a little nodule on it, and the.
So you're supposed to feel it. But don't tell me which one you're putting in.
Okay.
Well, now I already saw it.
Well, yeah, now you got to mix it up.
Mix it up.
Jesus.
Come on.
It's like fucking disgusting asshole 3-card Monty.
He might not have mixed it up.
The answer
I'm not
is
looking.
prostate nodule.
Is that your lunch, Jim?
Yeah, I'm gonna have some avocado too.
No, she's talking about the
don't
fucking
live in LA?
ass torso.
Whenever he pulls out the prostate thing, I have to eat almonds because it reminds me of the little nodules.
Oh,
That he felt earlier.
It's disgusting.
Is the prostate in?
It's in.
Your
It's
house?
in.
Okay.
All right,
Explain what she has to do, though,
little
Dr.
lube.
Steve.
She's disgusted.
I hate this.
She's disgusted.
I wanted to be one of the boys, and now I realize being one of the boys is super gross.
I did it.
You
It's
guys
fine.
are super gross.
Hey, you're not going to get an embarrassing hard on. Don't feel bad. I had some explaining to do.
A little lube on the
There's some blood
finger.
flow. Okay. Oh.
Yeah,
Is it
you
both?
got no, just one. Jesus. No, it's got to be the index.
I thought it was two.
No,
That's
Jeez.
only if you're lucky.
Maybe for
You pay extra.
When you're doing
What do I do? Just put it in?
Okay.
Do I have to massage the balls first? Just to get them ready?
Yes, mine.
And lick my lips. Dad, I'm sorry you're
Yeah,
listening.
your pad is
The
down. Your
prostate
finger
will be down.
Your fingerprint
Okay,
down.
yeah. So you do your
Lube the
fingerprint
asshole
down.
first. What are you doing? You're just dry rubbing it.
Oh, now she's rubbing lube on Jimmy.
Why did I listen to you? Why did I listen? Why am I...
Now you
I'm trying to get a show on network television. This is probably not the way to go about doing it. What's this bump in the front? He has. Is this his ovary?
No, that's his
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No.
But Why is there? It's a ridge.
Well,
the sphincter muscle.
Is this his stimulus package?
The sphincter muscle.
Put your finger all the way in.
All the way in. You got to go.
Feel kind of a rubbery walnut with a seam down the middle. Yeah. And if you feel way up on the upper right-hand corner, you'll feel a nodule.
You got to keep finger down.
I don't think my finger is bigger than
I don't know if mine was either.
Well, see, you're turning it up, so it's going to be down.
Yeah,
all the way turn. Well, but down, I get.
If your fingers
is this a sponge?
Yeah,
is
that's a
it
nodule.
like styrofoam? I missed the nodule.
No, that's the actual part. Steve, make sure it's in there, right?
If your finger's not long enough,
Norton, make
use
sure
your
it's
tongue.
in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Jim's experience.
Put your pecker in there.
Oh, okay, it wasn't, because I was touching styrofoam, which, as we all know, is a part of the main lower intestine.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, man, you are routing around in there.
Yeah.
Feel it?
I hit gold. I've struck oil. Do you ever grab the penis for leverage? Like get in there.
In case you fall. Just pull him towards you with it. Fucking tie it off on your wrist like
a great prank would be if that thing could shoot like fucking shampoo out.
Oh, yeah.
I have to ride back to New Jersey just soaking wet with anal juice. There's a bump. I found it. Now we need
nice.
the scalpel.
Oh, man, you're going to cut it out.
So what do you do how do you break it to him that he has asteroids?
You know,
Anal
the next step to do in that person's prostate would be to, you're pushing the prostate. That's very forceful. Very good.
That'll make a cough.
Put the other one in.
A prostatic biopsy.
Oh.
And the prostatic biopsy is loads of fun. The way they like to do it now is they take a probe and stick it up your asshole, and then it's got a little needle.
Wait, hold on with the medical jargon. Dumb it down.
It goes right through the intestinal wall.
It goes up the rectum, and it goes through, because the front part of the rectum is the back part of the prostate.
That's what I went through.
And then this needle,
it's a nightmare.
Punches through the rectum into the prostate.
Yeah, then you feel like you have to shit and pee for 12 straight hours.
In here.
Yeah, you're just like,
it's not a dam that's breaking. You can relax.
Wear like a muff when you leave.
Now, when they do that, what is in the colon that you don't want in your bloodstream and in your prostate?
Cum.
It's called shit. Yes. Jimmy. Sorry, Jimmy.
Oh my God.
But one of my best friends had this done, and he ended up in the hospital.
Do I go in?
Yeah,
man.
What am I feeling for?
Just feel and see what you feel.
See if you feel something different.
No.
Yeah.
Did you put like something?
It's a lobster, live lobster.
All right. It's hard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What is that supposed to be? Like a toy?
Stage 4 prostate cancer.
Isn't he a treat?
You just got so serious.
Yeah, no
like
kidding.
Like a
supposed to be
anal
fun.
beat or something.
Can you go? It's the stage 2 thing.
Yeah.
She was at stage 2 of the first one.
So this is...
That's kind of what it feels like.
How does it get this bad?
Well, you don't get your prostate checked when you should.
How often should people get their prostates checked?
We recommend
every hour.
Depending on how high
Depending on how horny you are?
Yeah, there's those little doctor's offices. They look like glory holes, and you put your asshole against it. The doctor.
What if Obamacare covers glory holes?
There's always a doctor on the other side.
You could
isn't
cut
there,
your
Jim?
finger on that. Like that's like a piece of coal.
Well, it's a simulator, but it does.
He's been a bad boy for Christmas.
It'll feel really
Santa left coal up his ass.
Exactly, you get a lump of satin pillow in your stocking because you're dead.
This guy has a small penis.
Right?
Yeah, I feel bad for
I'm
him.
like, yeah, sure he
his
does.
half body.
When you're bent over the table, you do tend to get a little shrinkage.
Well, it depends on how you live your social life.
The doctor's sticking a finger up your ass.
Is there more for me to touch?
No, that's
okay.
Those are the two biggies, right?
You never fucked with each other in medical school? Like you stick
sure they did.
like a kitten in there?
No.
That's stage 5.
Stage 5 is adorable.
You need to have this checked out, meow.
You did have an interesting lab, though.
Let's go for a CAT scan. Wow, your prostate gives me pause. All right.
We get it.
I love that.
We get it, he says.
I can't get enough of that. I love cat.
What's your lab about that you just brought up? I heard you.
Oh, we
you got an interesting lab.
Throat lab where we would take fiber optic scopes and run them into each other's nose, and you would do it to
an endoscopy.
Yeah, it was
I've had one.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
Yeah, and they had this blue liquid that you would saturate these cotton pledgets with, and we'd have to shove them up each other's nose to dilate the nose. Well, it turns out that stuff is cocaine. Now, they use this other stuff called phenylephrine now, but at the time they were using cocaine. And we didn't know we shouldn't shove 10 cotton pledgets up each other. So
nice.
do it,
You're
every
rocking.
single time.
Wow.
And by the end of the day, we were just rocking around.
guys
Because I got some ideas. We got to write this shit down. Who wants to go?
Look what I'm doing with the prostate ass.
I feel awesome. Medical school's going to be great.
I had a friend in my class that after that conspired to break into the lab to steal. So he didn't do it, but he came
yeah.
He
after
was
one
coming
time.
down.
That shit'll make you do it.
Just one time, he was ready to give up everything.
Well, the mayor of
Doctors
Toronto
didn't know
proved
that it was
you could
cocaine,
just
or they knew and
do
they were
one.
just...
We didn't know, and we were medical students, so they just said put this blue stuff on these things and shove them on each other's nose. They didn't tell us we should just do it once. So every time we would go back and forth doing the scopes on each other, we'd shove them back
But
up there
even
again.
once is like a good,
Yeah, it was good.
right? You guys are doing gummers like
So
in the
I've done
bathroom.
pharmaceutical cocaine once in my life, and it was really
Pretty solid.
Pharmaceutical, huh?
That's hilarious.
Oh, man.
Did you get a drip, a medicinal drip in the back of your throat? That's what coke does when you sniff it. It's like that medicinal weird taste in the back. No?
Yeah, I don't remember that.
No.
I don't remember much.
Yeah, that'll do it.
With this guy and all my clothes off. Can I move it away from my face? Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no front.
We thought you'd like that.
Why would I?
I'd
Thought
carry that.
she was asking for
I'd
it.
carry that next to me on the plane, but put it in the seat next to me. Just
why?
sitting there.
And you just yell, "It's all I have left of him."
Yeah, she took everything in the divorce.
It would be funny then. You could tell somebody when they're walking by, you go, "Would you like to sit on my lap?" And then they could just sit on that because it's kind of just.
We got a big star checking in right now.
Who?
Colin Quinn.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Colin.
What the hell? What the hell's going on there? I heard you guys are trashing me in front of John C. McGinley. Bobo's in the waiting room. He said he might as well have called in.
Is Bobo here too? Where's Bobo? So you guys could get together and work out the plan.
We told your Crocodile Dundee story here.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was talking about how he writes a character, writes like a backstory for any of the characters that he's going to be playing, and gives it to the writers and the director of the movie, and it kind of gives a good line on what the character's about. And then we conveyed your little story. About, well, they probably do from him, but but when we told him about your Crocodile Dundee story, when you rewrote the entire movie and gave it to the guy. Like an asshole. Jesus.
How you doing there, Colin?
Oh,
that's good.
shit.
Just plow right in. Why would you fucking wait?
Oh, my God, Bobo.
What happened?
So
Hey,
you
I have
no
Bobo?
idea what's going on.
That's Bobo.
Yes.
He's on the spectrum.
He's behind me.
He's a bit on the spectrum.
I feel like Jim, first of all,
Giving those inoculations too early or something.
Hold on. What? I didn't hear you, Carl. What'd you say?
I'm going to be in Albany. We're going to lunch.
Yeah, I would like that. We'll do a little, maybe do a little lunching tomorrow.
I feel like Jim. Every time I tweet at Bobo, and I'm like, I think the fellas are into it. But I don't know if Jim Norton supports our trip. He lets it. He doesn't even answer because I think like this. There's some tension from the last time Jim had that Bobo a few weeks ago. Let's not forget.
No, there's no tension between him and I. It is just his incessant lack of ability to understand what's happening in a conversation and his plowing into everybody. It's verbal bumper cars every time.
Causing physical injury to all the innocents trying to enjoy.
It's amazing that no matter what you have going on, it's just this fucking blathering that's self-involved.
Right here, I hear that.
Yeah, I know.
I'm here. I can hear that.
I know. I saw you. That's good.
Yeah.
This is how you learn.
Yeah.
Right?
Helping you.
Yeah,
You look very puzzled.
I just want to call and say you guys are really ruining my reputation in this business. First, the Mark Cuban incident with Opie.
All right, we got past that.
And now to John C. McGinley.
Right.
Those are two people I can never work with again.
Well, you should have just played your goddamn part with Crocodile Dundee and not tried to be a big savior of the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's fine when John C. McGinley shows up on set. Hey, guys, I took the trouble. The script you've been writing and researching for 3 years, I took the trouble to do a little research on my own part.
You don't think they appreciate that?
No, it's basically implying like you guys didn't flesh out my character, so I did it for you.
Hey, Colin, I was talking about the road trip, and I was giving a good idea to whenever somebody falls asleep on the road trip, whenever somebody passes out, we write on them.
I love that. I love that.
Is this for real?
Is this for real?
Is this a real person?
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, but we write them in, obviously in a Sharpie or something so that it can come right off.
You like that idea, Carl?
What's that idea?
You like the idea?
Yeah, I love it, actually. Those are great names. What about, and Opie promised, Danny boy. Opie promised to accompany us on a trip.
Absolutely. A trial trip, though. I'm not.
Yes.
Fucking
and if that goes well, I'll certainly join you guys.
A nightmare that'd be.
There's a little financial, by the way, there's a little financial problem going on because you've invited now, I saw 3 names that you listed today. Katie, Tim, your buddy Tim, and Lynn's Bella. Now you kind of.
Bobo, what are you inviting girls?
No, well they asked to be a part of this to help out with the trip.
Well, it's going to cost money.
They're going to help out. Well, Katie lives in Westchester.
Oh, I didn't know the trip took
What does that have to do with anything? You're not even going near Westchester.
Well, she doesn't have to. She doesn't have to fly to New York to get to the road trip.
But the bid is simple. It's just you two in a car enjoying each other's company.
Cretins in cars getting coffee.
And then I'm there to maybe film it and throw in my 2 cents. That's it.
It's him in a car with a girl?
With Colin Quinn.
With Colin Quinn going cross country.
This is happening.
That's not going to end in vehicular manslaughter.
This is happening. This is happening.
That's why we were going to use a minivan. They're going to be filming this stuff.
You talking to me?
I said that's why we're using a minivan.
I know, we heard.
Yeah, we heard
It's
that.
a radio.
We heard
First time.
I don't know about that rating on.
Hey, maybe we should pick up some trainings for Jim Norton while we're on the road.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good
Topical
idea.
and
wow,
I'm excited about
cutting
that
edge.
prospect.
I accept that.
Yeah.
You know what, Bobo?
Bring back some trainees from the road for Jimmy.
Yep, you heard you again.
Yeah, we got
first time.
It's always good. It's always good to reiterate immediately after.
Right.
With not even a pause, just a semicolon, and then reiterate.
Semicolon, you like that, right?
I like it. Yeah, stage 2. The semicolon.
Yeah.
I like how that got groans, but the cat jokes were well received.
Yeah, I was kind of playing it
I'm
like
glad
they were
I came here.
like they were horrible jokes. You know.
Oh, I just supported mine 100%.
Yeah,
I went hard in the paint for that one. Hard in the taint. Thank you.
See, now that's funny.
Goodbye. This was great.
Yeah,
Back
it's
to the
great.
turnpike.
Hey, the behind the scenes team does involve some females, Eliza.
Oh no. You like Eliza?
That's great.
Yeah, she looks good, all right, dude.
She what?
She's what?
She looks good. You're more than welcome to be part of the road trip team.
I don't want you to touch me.
Jesus Christ! Welcome, you just invited.
What are you doing,
You just
man?
invited Eliza.
I'm officially out. There's too many people involved.
Are you attracted to
I'm
Eliza?
out. I'm out.
I don't want to hear the...
You don't want the answer.
Because if it's no, I'll feel even worse.
I'm out.
I'm saying we need. But I'm saying we need people to fill this stuff and do other things behind the scenes, set up the whole thing.
I aim to be behind the scenes.
Yeah, way behind the scenes, like back in New York.
Right. Yeah, listening from
they can
afar.
get a
Yeah.
bunch of stuff. Yeah. He needs like PAs, you know.
Oh, you need some assistance around on the trip there, Bobo?
Yeah, of course. People got to operate the camera, webcams, and to make sure the online
Operate
feed
the webcams.
and the segments of the road trip that are going to be over the air.
I feel like surveillance cameras will take care of a lot of the
Yeah,
activities
never have to worry about it.
participating in.
Maybe you could contact GoPro and see if they'll chip in some cameras.
Yeah, you ought to strap like... Yeah, we'll strap a bunch of cameras on Bobo.
Yeah.
But we got like an Audi deal or somebody who's going to sponsor the actual car.
Well, we got
Audi wants to sponsor.
If we got an Audi dealer that sponsors a car, then we slap their sponsor logo on the vehicle.
Wow, you know how to move and shake these business deals.
Well, that's part of the deal when if any sponsors that me and Colin get a hold of.
Get a Chrysler minivan and put an Audi sticker on the side of it.
There you go.
We want to have their sponsors' logos. So, for example, let's say a gas company like Sunoco
He's
wanted...
spitballing now. He's just spitballing.
The art of the deal is going down.
I'm making a sample. Let's say a company like Sunoco wants...
Sunoco.
What's Sunoco?
Exactly.
Did he make it up?
What you breathe through when you're in a tub of gasoline.
Sunoco.
It's like a snorkel. And I don't know what it is.
To help fund it.
Oh, God, he just plows through.
I've never heard anybody boulder their way through a fucking back and forth give and take.
This isn't Shark Tank.
You talk like you're fucking pleading for your life in Scarface. I'd give you 10 sponsorship stickers, Tony. You want cameras on Elvira?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, my God. Yeah, Bubs.
I think we got a great idea here.
Oh, yeah. Great.
As
So
long
it's
as Bobo
just you
stops
and-
inviting people.
Just in the car on a road trip.
Yeah.
That's it.
Cross country is
Colin-
the
Going
ultimate
where?
goal.
To do what?
To L.A.
Where are you
To just
going,
have the
L.A.?
trip?
Yeah,
Yeah, and we do various stuff on the road.
Like
Maybe
what?
there's depending on the states we pass by on the road rate to New York to LA. An example, let's say we pass through Indianapolis, we take a tour to Indianapolis Motor Speedway, take rides in an actual race car.
That's actually
An
all right.
actual race car. Not a race car simulator.
Did you come up with that? Yeah.
Yeah, I came up
Leave
with
the
that.
car, and then we get into the next car.
Yeah, he's taking this very seriously.
Okay.
He's coming up with ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe
Oh.
because I know they do that where you, I guess
Who's
you
they?
pay a certain amount of money.
Yeah.
You could drive.
Yeah, who's they?
You could drive a race car around the track.
Oh, I'm sure
Don't
they
interrupt.
hand.
Not
I'm
while
sure they
he's
just hand you the
going.
keys of a fucking
Yeah.
$1 million
Eddie
race
Griffin
car.
it right into the fucking wall.
Yeah, exactly.
If you ride a race car, it's going to be in front of a fucking supermarket. One of those ones that just kind of...
Wait, you put the quarter in?
Yeah.
Where are you gonna get the quarter? What would you do? What would you do if you ended up in like a state that like doesn't have a lot of cool stuff, like Nebraska?
Oh, yeah.
What are you going to do in
Do you
Nebraska?
even know where Nebraska is?
Yes, I know it's somewhere in the Midwest.
All right, but what are you going to do in Nebraska? Because you're going to have to
Egg on my
think.
face.
You're going to have to think on your feet.
Maybe certain places, like maybe a place that's maybe more of a farming area. We visit an actual farm.
Oh, you mean the whole country?
Oh, you, Colin, farm. This is amazing.
Yeah.
What would you do on the farm?
Yeah, what would you do?
Well, I guess maybe maybe just for the heck of it, they'd have us do something. Maybe maybe do a little sample. Maybe demonstrate. Maybe one of the guys will demonstrate one of the jobs on the farm, and me and Colin have to do that.
Like what would the job
Like
be?
what?
Yeah.
What do you think they do on farms? And what kind of farm?
Yeah.
Well, who knows what?
Everyone knows.
Like
Depends on the kind of
extracting
farm.
horse semen with your mouth?
No, I guess maybe. I guess maybe they make us try to attempt to milk a cow.
Oh, yeah, because that's not done with machines now.
Yeah.
What are you, fucking in Walnut Grove with Pa Ingalls?
What are you, Amish?
Yeah. Speaking of Pa Ingalls, can you throw that thing back up on the
I don't
table?
hear much about farms around, right? But whatever. But I'm sure.
Right through it.
But I'm sure.
Coffee
we'll
enema.
figure that out once we get.
What if it wasn't a dairy farm?
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
What if it was like a fruit farm? Just
Yeah,
fruit
yeah,
farm?
yeah,
Like
I
a
think
vegetable
that's fruit
farm, like a
farm.
hidden valley.
A vegetable farm, you could just go in with the crops.
Just blend with the potatoes.
Yes.
Well, I don't know exactly what they. I don't know exactly how they pick the vegetables off of the farm. If they, use a
They do
machine.
exactly that. They pick it.
Yeah.
If they use a machine or they go pick them themselves.
Oh.
I don't see this being a really riveting
Yeah.
moment, though.
Big segment.
Ooh, Colin and Bobo pick yams.
Yeah.
Boo.
We just got boxed into a corner. Oh,
Yeah.
you see what's going on here? This is like, there's no bad ideas when you're brainstorming.
What do you
Only
go? What
terrible
about
ones.
Detroit? What if you go to Detroit, Bobo?
Yeah, what
What's
would you
the-
do there?
Well, I guess Detroit, we could take a little tour through Detroit, look at some of the abandoned buildings, like actually pass through some of the abandoned buildings.
Yeah.
maybe.
With the car, or would you get out of the car?
Well, we drive through them.
Drive
and-
through the buildings themselves?
Yeah, drive past them. Maybe
Past them.
maybe take a few pictures in one.
I wouldn't call this brainstorming as much as a light sun shower.
we can take pictures. We can actually take photos in the abandoned buildings and maybe
Yeah.
film videos of me and Colin exploring one of the abandoned
Wow.
buildings.
All right,
That is
video
good.
It makes sense. Video makes sense.
Exploring one of the abandoned buildings, and maybe because Detroit could use some good laughs, me and Colin do a little show.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like Colin could headline maybe a show.
What's the grand finale? You need you know.
Yeah, what's the last thing you're going to
Well, the
do?
grand finale is going to be a bit. Well, I said
The
it's
season
gonna-
finale. What
Yeah,
is
they
it?
kill a fat girl the way they did that cow in Apocalypse Now.
Fucking. Well, I was thinking it's going to start.
What city would the grand finale be in?
Yeah, yeah.
L.A., I guess.
LA would end in LA?
I
I
think so.
you'd make it all the way.
Oh
Yeah.
boy, never happened.
Well, I said it would start with the launch with the start party, Well, when we get, no, I mean the road trip would begin here in New York with the start party.
A start party.
Is there going to be a middle congratulatory reception?
Well, once we get there, there'll be a big.
This sounds like the Cannonball Run.
It would be a big completion.
Yeah. It's like a start party, and they all drink Burt Reynolds and shit.
I gotta be honest, this sounds like a web series at best.
And I guess we do a whole huge O&A broadcast.
You have to be a part
we
of
come
it.
in to save the day.
For your studio
Right.
and yourselves.
Yeah.
And then maybe, just for the heck of it, Liza would be in a bikini when she'd be on a.
Liza, go fuck yourself.
See, she's all in now.
I love it.
I love it. By the way, I don't like the fact that Miss Urbani has been somehow removed from this scenario either.
And that's very sexist, Bobo.
I
She's
don't
only
even- I
good
haven't
to be in
even
a
looked at
bikini.
you.
Are you
I've had my
attracted?
back to you the whole time.
Right.
Yeah. Are you attracted to Eliza?
Shut up, Jim.
I'm just asking. You can tell.
No, I think she looks good.
Thanks.
How about Eliza?
Thank you.
He'd throw you a bone.
Makeover for Lady Di.
Do what?
Oh.
You have to take Lady Di out and give her like a full makeover.
That's it's one half of the retarded Laverne and Shirley. The
you don't
two
want
old
to
women.
I want no part of this
Yeah,
cavalcade
of
of misfortunes that parade through here.
We'll spare you that one.
The sideshow.
For now.
What's the finale, you fuckwad?
Yeah, come on.
You find a chromosome? What's the finale?
It would be a massive party with some guest stars.
No,
maybe.
but you got to have a big thing that happens. A party's a party, but what, like a big holy
like
shit.
the farm or the fucking Detroit.
Yeah, like you guys are going bungee jumping or something.
What are you doing in
I don't
LA?
know. Yeah.
But we go across the border to Mexico and see if we can run into a cartel.
That's what it is. You run through Juarez with fucking hundreds taped to your awful body.
That's a finale now. See, Bobo, that's a finale though. What's your finale? What do you do in LA besides the party? The party's like the rap, really.
Well, there'd be us visiting some sites in LA. And we'd also
like
what sites?
You fuck.
We had plenty of time to think about
specifics. And don't use the word maybe again.
Right.
Yeah. We would take a tour of some of the sites.
Say sites again, I'll throw yogurt at you.
Sites or maybe, don't say it.
Right.
Maybe there's
no maybe.
Don't say maybe.
I'm sure there is some movies.
This is your bit. Own it. What sites are you going to in
There
LA?
are some movie studios that have had some history that they do tours of.
Oh, so you're going to go to a movie studio.
Universal Studios. That's the big finale.
That's the season finale?
I want you to go on the Back to the
Confrontation.
Future ride.
Oh, I can see Colin on the Jurassic Park ride with Bobo.
Yeah.
That'd be terrific.
Yeah.
See, that's where I'm still in. To see Colin.
This is great. Loads of laughs.
And we would also make people think before we arrived. We would make people think something happened to us on the way.
Something did happen to you. I'm listening to you.
Yes, on the way out of the birth canal, something happened to you.
Something happened.
It's called oxygen was cut off.
You know, you have to actually do this.
I would love to.
We're in. We're
It's
going to
gonna
do
be the lowest rated prank ever.
We're going to do a
the end of
little
radio.
trial road trip around the area. It's happening. I'm telling you.
Bobo.
You guys could jump in my car. I don't care. Let's do this. I got to see this.
So you're going to make, what do you mean, make people think something happened?
Like we're going to send some of the people ahead of us. Some of the people that were in the road trip ahead of us.
It's good to announce it on the radio now. We're going to pull a big prank. Really well thought out.
I can't say how we're going to.
I'm writing a whodunit, and we're not going to tell people that the butler did it until the very end.
But you just did.
You are a dumps. You just gave away your fucking big ending.
Now you can't do it ever.
Now you got to get a new one.
Why would you announce it on the radio?
You have to re-brainstorm all over again.
Right.
Oh, Bobo.
I think this thing's falling apart, Bobo.
You blew it.
You got to fucking own this shit.
We're still gonna send some people ahead of us. Looks like we got ditched.
Where are you going to send them
What
to?
are you talking about?
What people ahead of you, and B, where will they go where people are waiting for
And
you?
who ditched you if you're the ones driving?
No one's going to know or be there or care.
There's not going to be any organization of people waiting for you.
No one's going to listen to this.
Oh, there's got to be a location. We got to find a location first.
Oh, boy.
How about the La Brea tar pits, and then you drive your fucking van into it?
I'm not familiar with LA. I've never been to LA.
So why would you pick LA to go to?
Because that would be a big finale of the road trip from east to west.
From east to east to
Then you're
west.
going the other.
So you got to go east to east first, and then you go west. All right.
Yeah.
You go
That's
to New
a little
York,
different.
Philly, and then
Right.
Or maybe it's New York, China. Maybe that's what he meant. It's global.
Maybe you could go to like Hollywood, and you could see if your feet fit in the footprints of the actors.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not a bad idea.
Actors.
Yeah, look for the Life Goes On area.
Did Corky put his feet in the cement?
He actually went
His fucking
face
tongue.
first, and no one told him.
Yeah, it's just a construction site. Had nothing to do with the walk.
Oh boy!
Right. He's still there. No one knows he's there yet. He's stuck.
Could you imagine? His little sign, just a big tongue print.
Yeah, was that the construction? I'm going to be laughing. Who's the construction site? I'm going to be laughing about it. Sir, those are orange cones. Please.
Right.
Report all of that.
Go to the beach in a bathing suit.
What? Oh, okay. Now, Colin, you're going to...
Wait. To be fair, which is more than most people in L.A. Most people just wear their clothes right in the water.
That's true.
Bobo, if you don't mind,
beach.
if you don't mind, can I pump that up? Go to the Baywatch beach. See?
Do you think you'll see the show being filmed there, Bobo?
Yeah. We drove there in a DeLorean. We went.
Oh, good one.
I set it up and you threw it back.
Fucking quick.
You showed her, Bobo.
Piece of fucking shit. Okay. Let's continue to put my back to you.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I should say more specifically, we drove there through a DeLorean with Liza in a bathing suit.
Oh, God.
I would
How creeped out are you?
I would leave the bathing suit alone at this point.
What's a bathing suit?
Oh, God.
Wouldn't you say bikini?
A bathing suit. I think I know what that means.
In a bikini.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't wear bikinis in Baywatch. So that's historically inaccurate DeLorean face.
Yeah.
He shows up in a two-piece.
Yeah, what's lifeguard? It's like, hold on while you're... Yeah.
I think you should go to the beach in one of those 1920s striped bathing suits with a parasol.
Yeah.
Just walk around the beach being an idiot.
I think you should go to the beach with shorts made out of cement. Go for a dip off the pier.
Do your Kittner boy impression.
Well, I was all in, but I think the idea is falling apart, Bobo. You got to focus, man. Your idea is going by the wayside here.
To streamline your stupidity.
Yes. Right. We're all in if you can figure it all out.
Make a chalk outline of your idea.
Yeah, you don't have no
walk
season.
Away from it.
You have no season finale. You don't know what you're doing in fucking Nebraska. You want to go east before you go west. There's problems here.
There is going to be a big season finale. We don't.
Season.
I'm trying to figure out how this is going to end. Yeah. What big
we know how it's going to end.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. How about this? We start with Opie's idea. We go out to Santa Mauritius or
that was my idea.
The Conch. You got to go to the Conch.
We'll go to the Conch.
Ron Conchama, out on Long Island.
In the Conch.
And we'll just drive around the lake. We'll start with something easy.
Your road trip should end the way Thelma and Louise did.
Yes, murder suicide.
Yes,
something like that.
That'd be great.
What? Guys, I have to get off, but I want to tell you, I'm at NPR right now. Can you imagine if they heard our conversation?
Oh my God, they would hate it.
Wait, where are you?
They changed their whole. They changed their
NPR. That's two types.
They changed their whole.
Oh.
So, are you doing an interview with them very soon? Can we hear this somewhere?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's playing live.
Okay.
Yeah, if I hear you wax poetic about the Constitution, I'm going to spit in your face when I see you tomorrow.
Yeah, you guys are doing lunch tomorrow. Are you in Albany doing...
I'm there tonight and tomorrow. Kyle, where are you tomorrow?
I'm in Albany at the Egg.
Doing unconstitutional?
Yeah, I hope I don't end up with some of that on my face if the show's
watch out.
Oh, boy.
All right,
Are you just there tomorrow?
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, my shows are sold out tomorrow, so I'm available tonight. So tomorrow night, go see Colin if you want to.
My shows are not sold out at the Stress Factory.
Oh, that's stupid. That should be sold out.
Well,
Eliza Shlesinger at the Stress Factory this weekend.
It's sold. No one can come.
No one can come.
No, it's sold out. Don't even listen.
Stay away.
What are you doing for dinner, Eliza?
What? For dinner?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, no.
But that doesn't...
What's the next step, Bobo?
What's the next pitch? Soft pitch.
What do you do now?
What will we have for dinner?
Yeah, where would you take Eliza for dinner? That's a very good question.
Take her. That'd be up to her.
Oh, that's a nice answer.
You gotta be fucking
No, you gotta be
assertive.
strong.
Oh, yeah, you gotta be strong.
Be a man.
You gotta, like, have a plan.
Yeah, what are you doing? Where are you taking her?
Where are we going for dinner?
I
need to know now because my calendar's filling up.
I don't know the whole area. I guess
You don't have to know the whole area. It's only New York City.
area.
Holy shit.
I guess a burger at Donovan's.
What?
I don't even know what.
A burger at Donovan's.
I don't want to hear a burger for a date.
A burger
No,
date.
A burger.
That's cool. And a
That's
malt.
gonna be
2
hot.
straws.
They don't like eating
let's just
sloppy
get
stuff
part of
on,
it.
on
Yeah.
a dinner date.
Have a drool
I
malted
want
with
a
them.
salad. Where are we going to go for a salad?
You could toss mine.
They have salad there also.
Yeah.
So you've set your mind on Donovan's. You've made one decision this entire fucking time.
No, I'm sure there's a place. There's a few places that have a salad.
Would you? Do you drive?
In that room, it's on his
No,
head. It's
I
on the
don't
phone screen.
drive.
His head.
Is it because
It's
you're a New Yorker or because of you?
No, it's because I've been a New Yorker.
Okay.
I just want to go home and take a nap.
Otherwise, I would have.
I do have to say, O and A show on Instagram. We just kicked that up. Finally, you fucking putting your finger in the prostate.
Oh, that's the first great. I'll regram it. It's exciting.
Simulator is really funny, man. Yeah. Start following O and A show on Instagram.
Give her some of the
Eliza
underwear
Shlesinger,
in the can.
Killing it.
Thanks,
you
guys.
want one?
Thanks for having me.
Oh,
I have tomorrow night. I'll be on Celebrity Ghost Stories.
I cannot wait to
9
see
o'clock
this.
on Lifetime. Yeah, it was about when
Did you ever think you'd be on Lifetime?
No,
Oh, God.
or anything with celebrity in the title. It's when I encountered a ghost in a Las Vegas hotel suite, and I tell the story very genuinely. Although I do think O&A fans will really enjoy my ghost story.
Oh, no, man!
And I will say that.
Oh no!
Go to jimnorton.com. It's you can. There's now I have a mailing list, and all of my dates are on there, and the site's really coming together.
Does somebody make an appearance? Perhaps. I hope so.
It's just a story about the ghost that I am.
The ghost tell bad jokes.
I cannot wait to see this.
No.
It's great. My eyes are
No,
closed.
Chip Ghost. That's my wife's favorite show.
They're closed like you're enjoying it.
It
That's
doesn't
why.
have- I just wanted to savor the moment.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was funny. Very funny. Bobo,
good.
where are you going to be this weekend?
Bobo. Any plugs?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be at a party in a party in Flushing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they do throw some kick-ass parties over there in Flushing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Party Central over there.
Yeah.
Nothing goes on.
Dr.
in
Steve, what are you doing? The great Dr. Steve.
Oh yeah.
I got Weird Medicine Saturday nights on the Opie and Anthony channel, 9
great.
p.m. Eastern.
It's a great show.
9 a.m. Sunday Eastern and 5 a.m. Monday morning. So thank you.
Okay.
And also check us out on the Radcast Network.
When do you go home?
Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sunday. I'll give you a little call. I think
Are we doing poker?
Saturday.
Okay,
It's the big
I'm in.
poker game.
I'm in.
And
I'm all in, my friend.
nice. Big poker game.
That was good.
In my house.
It was a good high
fun.
note.
Right.
It was a better conclusion than his road trip.
Oh, that dumb fucking road
And
trip.
Eliza, you're more than welcome to meet the dogs.
Thank you.
Oh, is that what you call them?
Yeah, those are the nickname for his balls. Meet the dogs.
They smell like
actually
wet
are
ones.
my dogs, right? I'm looking for someone to play the role of the person who babysits the dogs while I'm on the road trip.
All right.
Thank
Play
you.
the role?
Yeah, I'd like. I hope it's someone that looks like a bumper.
I'll just go to plug myself before he and I get married.
Yeah. That's,
I have an hour special out on Netflix called War Paint, and it's on Amazon now. Sold
And
out.
iTunes.
damn.
And iTunes.
Very
It just
cool.
came
I
out.
could jack off to that.
You could. You could. I don't want to know.
The poster.
You can follow me on Twitter at ILIZA, but you could just check the O&A show Instagram and see me with my finger in a plastic prosthetic rectum.
Nice.
To find out things about me.
And then the Stress Factory this week.
Oh, yes, and that.
That's a
I'm at the
biggie.
Stress Factory this weekend. Come out and see me 2 shows. Tomorrow and
We
Saturday.
just don't know how to end a radio show.
So let's just say.
Let's just fade away.
Right, I don't know.
Let's just.
We should go out with a bang.
Oh, God.
Hey, this is Bill Fluffy Schnook.
What do you got? What are you talking about, Bill?
I was in your store and you didn't have what I wanted.
What did you want?
I wanted my partner to drop dead and fall down an elevator shaft.
Petting zoo.
Oh God! Oh. Well,
Enough of that shit. Let's go home.
Oh.
Fuck that.
Eliza, you're welcome to go see Dive. me to go deep sea diving.
Thank you. I didn't know.
Don't you feel special that this all
I know.
got the
I know.
I found out. So.
Uh-oh, what happened? What?
It's like meeting you.
It's nice
Thank you
meeting you
for
too. I loved you on Last Comic Standing.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you. Thanks for having me, you guys.
I thought you were going to take my hand. I get a hug.
See you next
See you
time.
next time. Thank you.
Good luck at the Stress Factory.
Thank you.
All right. That'll be great.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, right? Oh, yeah. I think the guy's going to drive me out. Cool, man. That'll be fun. Okay, all right. Yeah, poker, beverages. Yeah. It's going to be good. You're sticking around, bro? Absolutely. Finally. Yeah. I know. I'll see you, man. Later, man. Well, what are we doing tonight?
I know what Bobo's doing tonight.
You want to babysit so me and my wife could go out for dinner?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to do that.
Wouldn't that be the best?
That would be.
That'd be a real friend. Fuck me and you going out. How about you babysit the kids?
All right.
More than qualified, and then I get to go out with my wife.
Anything for the show, my friend.
It's not for the show. That's a personal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Okay. No, of course, yeah. I'll do
Yeah?
anything. I don't care. I got nothing to do.
You flew in to babysit Opie's kids?
Why not?
I wouldn't do
I love
that.
kids.
It's too nice.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable how nice he is.
Yeah, it is.
I so try not to take advantage.
But now you're like thinking like,
it's so hard not to take advantage of a guy that is as nice as Dr. Steve.
you could actually have him babysit your kids.
Oh, he would do it.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part about it. He would. All right.
So we doing some production? What are we doing?
I don't know. I was thinking about fingering that asshole for a little while.
Okay.
What?
What? Are you guys doing your show?
Yeah, after the break. Have Dr. Steve on. Yeah, Bobo's gonna sit in for a while. Yeah.
What's that tapping thing all about, Bobo?
Oh, no, it wasn't happening.
I've seen it over the years. You tap with your thumb like this over and over again.
I don't know.
Why do you do that?
Yeah, why do you tap?
I don't know why it just does that.
Like a nervous habit or
Not just.
like a tick, kind of? Like a...
No.
It settles your brain?
Not just the whole thing until things actually happen. Sometimes I do that.
Anything happens.
Yeah.
Is anything happening right now?
No.
So you're still tapping?
Yeah.
What are you hoping to happen so you can stop tapping?
I just tap that when I'm about to right before I'm about to go into something huge.
What do you mean something huge? Like what?
No, like right before I go on air. Sometimes I've done that.
You tap, 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 and then like, okay, I can stop tapping because now I'm doing something huge.
Yeah.
All us broadcasters have our little.
Gotcha.
You know.
Yeah.
But why were you just tapping there?
What right now?
Yeah.
It's getting ready for the after show.
Put your hand on the table.
Really, Sam?
Yeah.
Put your hand on the table. Yeah, you're tapping.
Yeah, he is.
So you're waiting for something huge again?
Yeah.
What do you think this huge thing is going to be this time?
No. I mean, if I'm about to go on air in front of anybody who's listening, just does that.
No, it's the after show. There's nobody listening. Don't worry about that.
So you're waiting for us to come back live, and then you'll stop tapping because then something huge is happening.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I understand. That makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Wow, that was a big tap. That was a rapid tap. You went like... What was that? Is that a different tap?
No, it just does that.
It's just... Your finger, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does that.
Just makes you feel better?
Yeah, that's all.
Calms you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. All right, we'll be back soon, and then you'll stop tapping because something huge will happen?
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
The Opie and Anthony show is pretty much over. This show will be available later today with SiriusXM on demand. After O&A Live is next. This is After Opie and Anthony Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
All right. What a panel we have for you today. Go ahead and call. You can sit in Jim's chair, Dr. Steve. Oh, you want a computer? Yeah, oh yeah. All right, yeah, I guess that makes sense. We have a big medical panel here, so if you have questions...
These assholes are rude. I'm Steve.
Feel free to call up. That's DJ Who Kid.
How you doing,
sir? Okay, that's Dr. Steve.
We actually want you to be part of a guest star in the road trip.
Bobo, I think we're
really?
good. We did the road trip segment, I think. I think, Dr. Steve, is that not...
You better talk to Colin about that before you start inviting more people on this trip.
Now, I wanted to talk about... Because Dr. Steve's got a weekend show, Who Kid, on this channel.
Yes.
And I wanted to talk real quick. Let me get some plugs out of the way. Because this weekend is a big weekend, not only because you'll get to hear Dr. Steve. What time is your show on, Dr. Steve?
9 p.m. Eastern on Sirius.
Saturday.
Right,
Saturday night.
Right, and then 9 a.m. Sunday, which we actually get a lot of people listening to us Sunday morning.
Yeah, I mean, and it's two separate audiences. It's perfect timing for the two separate audiences. That's on this channel. Also, on this channel, at 4 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday is my show, the Sam Roberts Show. I actually interviewed John McGinley, who was on O&A and killed today, by the way. But I interviewed him yesterday to tape for Sunday's show. I mean, we cover some of the same stuff, but we do cover different stuff as well, so that'll be on. But more importantly, Elizabeth Berkley from Saved by the Bell.
I love her.
From Showgirls, DJ Who Kid. She will be on my show this weekend, and I didn't know what to expect from her, but she was much better than expected.
Oh, get out of here.
Like, I thought if I started throwing Showgirls questions at her, she'd start to clam up or whatever. She didn't. She was into it.
She was open?
It was a very good interview. So that airs Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern, the Sam Roberts Show on this channel. Also, if you're in the New York area, tomorrow night in Rahway, I'm doing play-by-play at a wrestling show.
Oh, shit.
Pro Wrestling Syndicate is the name of the company. You can get all the info at ProWrestlingSyndicate.com. But the big news here, the Insane Clown Posse are going to be in the building.
They're performing?
No, they're going to be guest commissioners at this wrestling show.
Can't be serious.
That's beautiful.
So it's not to be missed.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Get all the info at ProWrestlingSyndicate.com. But it's one of those things that they asked me if I wanted to do play-by-play on, and I'm like, the Insane Clown Posse are going to be there. Yes, I want to do play-by-play on this. But now that that's out of the way, I've assembled the three smartest people I know.
Get out of here.
That's Dr. Steve, because he's a doctor.
Thank you.
That's DJ Who Kid, because he's got his ear to the streets.
Hey.
And, of course, it's Daniel Bobo Curlin.
That's right.
Okay. So,
not much to say.
No, he's... But that's why I like him. You know, he does most of his thinking with his brain. He's not a verbal guy.
Oh, okay.
But Dr. Steve on his show, if you've never heard it, and you should, he takes medical questions. You know, we always call Dr. Steve when we have concerns. So I thought here on the after show, if anybody out there has any medical questions that they want Dr. Steve to take care of, they can call up. Of course, Dr. Steve is not acting as your physician here.
That's right.
Which I thought would be very well illustrated by also including Bobo and DJ Who Kid.
Thank you.
Chiropractic.
Neither Bobo. Are you a licensed doctor?
No, I'm not a licensed doctor.
Okay. Who Kid?
I mean, I know a medicinal expert at the community college.
Okay. Now, yesterday, you tell me, Dr. Steve, yesterday DJ Who Kid made the assertion that in order for something to be a true physical addiction, your teeth have to fall out. Right. Is that accurate?
That's pretty common.
See, I wasn't making this up.
Well, right. Maybe he's right. Let's start taking some calls. Maybe he's right. Dr. Steve says he's right.
Even tobacco. Tobacco it reduces the blood flow to the capillaries or through the capillaries, and that can affect the roots of the teeth too. And people who smoke have more dental problems. That's what my dental friends tell me. So there's some truth in that. Certainly, if you addicted to meth, your teeth falling out.
Right. Who Kid? You're smarter than I thought you were.
I told you I'm a smart nigga, man.
I guess so.
Yo, but the thing that's great, when do you know when the teeth actually start falling out? I know you're high.
Well, when you hear
addicted, but when do you start figuring it out? Like.
Yeah, when you look on the floor and you hear an ivory, bing, and there's new air passing through your gums.
Does the gums recede? Does it? I don't know. How do you know? Like to stop? Like,
well, first thing, oral hygiene isn't top on the
they don't bathe
list.
Okay.
So that's part of it.
But do you think they get wiggly first? I would assume.
Yeah. You get broken teeth. I mean, people break their teeth and they just fall out at that point. If you have decreased blood flow to the teeth or receding gums, those kinds of things, you can lose them. Yeah, Bobo.
That's not something I know about.
Okay, all right. Then we'll move on to another topic. Then.
Did Bobo wash his dick today? I don't know.
That's a great question, Bobo. Wash your dick?
Of course.
Okay.
Good.
He's not addicted.
Nice. Excellent. 865. You're on the special medical panel after show.
What's going on? Primetime Sam Roberts. Glad to be on the show. I appreciate it.
Good.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Good.
Wanted to say, Dr. Steve, I have a question for you about sclerosing shots for my... I got a Morton's neuroma. What are the long-term effects of getting those alcohol shots? I'm on my fourth one so far, and it's hurting worse.
What is this, first of all? What is a sclerosing shot?
Well,
it's basically alcohol. It's diluted alcohol.
Yeah.
Shots into the nerve, basically to kill it prior to surgery. And I'm just wondering of the long-term effects that could possibly have if it's, they're going in there, it's ultrasound guided into the nerve, but I didn't know if, it's not just going to all stay at the nerve. Is there any other long-term effects? Because I don't think it's working right now, and the orthopedic surgeon that's doing them thinks that I may be in that 20% it doesn't work in.
Oh, boy.
And that I might have to get surgery to get the nerve actually cut out.
Yeah.
So my question is, what are the long-term effects?
Right. Dr. Steve, the long-term effects.
Well, what he's got is a Morton's neuroma, which is it's also known as Morton's intertarsal neuroma, and what it is it's a swelling of one of the digital nerves of the foot. Okay, so you'll get it between like the third and fourth foot.
Okay,
the third and fourth toe on the foot part, not actually in the toe. But so he's probably having pain just short of the knuckle of the toe.
And is it under your foot or above?
On the underside.
Underside.
Oh,
yeah.
So it sucks to walk on it.
Oh, it hurts like a motherfucker.
Oh.
Absolutely.
And what they're doing on him is rather than going in and doing surgery first, which is one of the options, is to just take this nerve bundle out, is to inject it with an alcohol solution that's so toxic to the nerve that it just kills it. Oh, and it will set up some inflammation initially and may hurt worse in the beginning, but after time it should, as the nerve dies, the pain should go away.
How do you know if it's got to get worse before it gets better? How do you know if it's not just getting worse?
Right. Well, because
just time?
Tincture of time. Yes. At some point it should start to get better.
You ever do those shots when you're in the club, kid? Sclerosing shots?
I don't really recall that my middle toe is up, but no.
Those don't get passed around?
No.
Give it time.
Well, it's a rock, but I don't know.
Right. Bobo?
Okay.
It's beautiful.
All right. So we'll move on to the next. I hope he helped you, buddy.
I'm not a medical expert, so I wouldn't know what to say about that.
Okay, well, we'll move on to the next topic then.
I like Bobo, yeah.
734.
Hey, Sam.
What's up, buddy?
Cinnamon Toast Diva. How you doing, man?
Hey, man.
Snowy. I got a suggestion for Bobo's the L.A. to finish to his road trip.
We're not doing Snowy. I normally love your calls, but not today. Bobo, you got enough time with your road trip, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, but I am still trying to figure out the ending.
I understand, but you got to do this in your brain, not vocally. 203.
That guy might have had it.
Well, I didn't want to hear it.
Okay.
Hey, guys, you can keep doing drugs as long as you can keep whistling, right?
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. 813.
Sure, why not?
What does that mean?
Why is there not a crowdfund site for Bobo and Colin?
Look, I feel like there's sabotage afoot. There can't be this many people interested in this road trip.
That's hilarious.
Am I
$100. I got $100 right now if you set it up.
Bobo, did you hear that?
$100?
Okay, maybe what you do, Bobo, you got a little video camera, right? I've seen your dog videos. Why don't you go home and start a Kickstarter page? You ever think about that?
All right.
All right, good. All right, I'm glad we...
Is Bobo donating his brain to science when he dies?
That's not much of a... I mean, do you think, Dr. Steve, you're a medical expert, do you think science could do anything
with his brain?
With whatever, I'm not even going to call it a brain, whatever is in Bobo's skull.
They just figured some shit out about Einstein's brain recently.
Yeah.
So
right.
It took that many years to do that, so I don't know.
Bobo's probably has a lot less space to work with.
Fewer folds.
No,
yeah.
It's a brain. It's not...
Bobo's brain is like an ice skating rink. It's just smooth. You're just sliding right across it.
No, there actually is a brain there and it's full size.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
All right. So we are learning things today.
And he does got a clean dick.
And Bobo the dick?
Yeah, of course it's a clean dick.
All right. 803.
Hey, man.
Genital hygiene is very important.
It is, isn't it?
Hey, I wanted to ask a question for Dr. Steve about my testicles.
What about them? This is what I'm looking for.
Well, when I orgasm, I have a small. It looks almost like rice. It's almost like a gelatin.
Oh yeah.
When I ejaculate.
Is that mixed in with the ejaculate, or is that all it is?
Yeah, it looks like tapioca, right?
It's part of it.
Yeah.
It's part of it. So you'll have a regular orgasm, but if you do it and it goes on through the sheet.
Yeah, little globs.
You'll see them separate, little gelatin globs.
Yeah. What it is
like almost like a plasma.
Yeah, kind of. What happens with ejaculate is the reason we ejaculate is to impregnate a woman, right? I mean,
Is that why you ejaculated as a kid? I thought you got to put it in their mouths, doctor. Excuse me.
I mean, that was the functional reason why ejaculate was invented in the first place.
Jesus.
And when you ejaculate in a woman and you want to, and if the purpose is to get her pregnant, then you want to keep the ejaculate in the vagina.
Oh yeah.
Long enough so that the sperm can kind of work their way up and fertilize an egg. And to do that, jizz needs to come out nice and smooth and liquidy because it's got to come out of the penis. But then when it's in the vagina, it wants to stay in there. So there's this protein called seminogelin or seminogelin, and it actually causes semen to coagulate.
And sometimes that can happen without it even going into a vagina.
Yes. Sometimes, especially if you've had some loads that have been sitting there waiting to be ejected, it will start to coagulate a little bit early. That protein will start to work.
Sometimes those loads can get impatient.
That's right.
Yeah, I understand.
And it comes out like tapioca. You see little pearls of seminogelin and coagulated semen in there. But that's all that is. It's totally normal.
Totally normal and safe. Who could? You don't spend a lot of time. You don't spend a lot of time between loads. Do you ever get the tapioca?
No, my shit is like Kool-Aid right now. That shit is liquid.
Right, it comes out red and sweet.
It's like,
yeah.
In that mouth.
And Bobo.
You know his shit is tapioca.
I don't know. Probably, I don't know. I just know from jacking off, that's all.
All right, that makes sense.
Might have a little cream of wheat effect or something in there, right?
Is there a little cream of wheat? Does it come out like raw oatmeal? Just
No, it just comes out regular jizz, regular like
you still jerk off into a coffee cup every now and then?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I don't want to leave a mess all over the place.
So, and is that like a styrofoam Dunkin' Donuts coffee cup or a mug?
Not usually the standard styrofoam cup.
So you drink a coffee, you don't throw out the cup, then you put some semen into it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then do you save the cups on your windowsill?
No, I just
name them.
Has anybody ever accidentally picked up one of those? Have you ever done that with a cigarette?
I throw the cups in the trash after.
You do.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
very nice of you.
In the trash.
All right. 516.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Dr. Steve, before I ask you my question, could you call me God?
Of course.
Colin, what up?
What up, God?
There you go.
Thank you.
Hey.
Dr. Steve, I'm having trouble holding my piss lately. I'm dribbling.
Okay.
Hey.
How old are you?
26.
Oh, that's young to be dribbling, I feel like.
I know, man. I know.
So do you dribble, like, after you piss?
No, like beforehand. I'm always in my car. I drive around for work and shit, so I got to hold it sometimes.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's just getting weaker and weaker.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's...
but does that happen usually at 26?
No, it's a little young. We'll see this a lot in guys who have prostate problems because the prostate keeps their bladder from fully emptying. So as the prostate gets larger and larger and the pressure gets higher and higher in the bladder, they'll get a big giant distended bladder, and then little bits will leak out, and it's hard for them to completely empty it. When you've got a 26-year-old, you got to wonder why. You may just be holding it so much that your bladder's become, kind of distended, and there's high pressure in there, and
it weakens the bladder if you hold it often.
The sphincter, because here's the thing, we have this mechanism it's a little muscular valve that keeps you from just dribbling urine constantly. If you have a catheter in, you're just draining urine all the time. And we have that in our rectum too, so that we're not just walking around dropping loads everywhere.
Right.
And there's evolutionary reasons for that. It would be unsafe for us to be marking our territory everywhere that we walk. So we kind of develop these mechanisms to just piss and shit where we want to, for the most part. And but when you got a 26-year-old, a couple of things. If you could void your bladder more often, it may stop. If it doesn't, then you need to see a doctor and see what's going on.
Do some of what we were doing on the show today. Get some fingers up the old ass and see what's going on.
You could have a prostate infection. That's a way that a 26-year-old could get an enlarged prostate too.
Yeah. You ever have that old prostate exam at Who Kid? Fingers up the ass?
Yeah, I had a doctor finger me, but he did it for a long time, though.
That's.
I was
You
like,
sure?
are
Was
you
it?
sure you can find a way?
Was it one of those Haitian doctors?
Nah, it was a cool white Jewish guy.
But he just stayed up there, huh?
I let him go in there because he was Jewish. I don't really trust black doctors.
Oh, I understand. Wow. I get that. You ever let any of the bitches put their fingers up there?
It's usually a guy.
Okay, I meant in your sexual life.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it's usually a guy, that's fine too. We're still cool.
Yeah. I think you're talking about
no value judgments.
Yeah. You ever let in your sexual life any of the bitches put their fingers up there?
I don't really like it.
You don't?
It feels weird.
Bobo, what do you think of the guy's problem?
I mean, a prostate exam, I guess, I'm not sure if it's a problem. I've never had a prostate exam, so I won't know if there's a problem.
No, he concurs with my answer.
I gotcha. Bobo concurs.
Yes, Bobo concurs.
Maybe he has weak dick muscle or something, man. Like,
do you think that's what it is?
He's like, he can't squeeze the fucking liquid in there.
How's your dick muscle?
My shit is tight, kid.
814.
Stop drinking water.
That's what it is, right?
How is he going to help himself?
Okay, yeah. Is there any way to improve your dick muscle, Dr. Steve?
Oh, yeah. Well, you can do Kegel maneuvers, you know.
With your dick?
With your, with your... Well,
I've heard chicks do that.
I mean, there's not a muscle in your dick exactly. There's a spongy thing called the corpus cavernosa, and they go on either side. They're like sponges, and they fill up with blood when you get an erection. And the reason that you don't just become like a water balloon and this big giant blobby thing is because the sheath around the penis only will expand a certain amount. It only has a certain amount of elasticity in it. And so once it reaches the limit of its ability to expand and you keep pumping blood in there, then you get a big, nice, hard, meaty, tasty erection.
Where I come in.
That's what you're looking for, right? That's what you need to have.
The big meaty thing. I don't know about the tasty part.
We're saying delicious, yeah.
Big meaty, yeah.
Bobo, dick exercises?
Because that's kind of news to me. Dick exercises. How about one that can make it bigger?
Yeah.
Have you seen Bobo's penis before, Dr. Steve?
No, I have not.
Hey, E-Rock, can you close the curtains?
No, I'm not gonna show it.
He's a doctor, Bobo.
It's professional.
Have you seen it with Who Kid?
Oh, Bobo's there?
Yeah.
No, he just told me it's clean.
Okay. E-Rock, who's in there? Is anybody in there right now? I'm just looking at an empty room. Somebody shut the curtains for the love of God. I swear to God, this show.
We have time.
People think the after show. They just go, "Oh,
don't do it now, Bo."
We're gonna shut the curtains. Thank God we have.
I said it's gonna be a brief thing because I don't want to be known as just the guy that shows his.
Of course, no. You're a multifaceted guy. That's why I brought you in to talk medicine today. But I do want Dr. Steve to see your penis to just give his medical opinion on that. We're gonna have Bobo show Dr. Steve his penis. He's a doctor, and Who Kid's never seen it either, so that could be fun. Bobo, go ahead.
I'm not a doctor, though.
Full pants down on this.
That's okay.
No, we'll just go down to like the knee.
Thanks, Sam.
Let me cover my eyes.
Not that. Who Kid, take a look.
Oh, come on.
Take a look. Take a quick look.
If you just see long enough, then you could just pants up.
Yeah, well, we're gonna take the pants down. Okay, look, Who Kid, take a look. There's some hair going on. Take a look. You see it?
Okay.
I don't see anything.
Now, does your urethra actually go all the way through your penis, or is it below your penis? The tip.
Wait.
Where did it go?
Can you show Who Kid again real quick? Please do, Bobo.
Where did it go?
Bobo, please stand up.
No photos.
No photos. I'm not taking any photos.
Hell no. We don't want to remember that.
No.
Yeah, and just hold it down because I want Who Kid to describe it.
It's gone.
It's gone, this thing.
It's not as small as I imagined it was.
Really?
After hearing about it. Yeah, it's a little girthier than I thought it would be.
Oh, you hear that, Bobo? A little girthier.
It's got a little girth.
Not bad, huh?
That means it's not. That means it's not as worse as I think it is.
There you go. Well said.
In nigga terms, it's super tiny, though.
Okay. Those are not medical terms, but
in nigga terms.
Okay. That's why I have both your perspectives. Anything Bobo can do with that thing?
Well, I think he's had... how many surgeries have you had on that thing now?
I've had 48.
48 surgeries?
I shouldn't be laughing.
That's why it's gone.
Wow. No, for a penis that's had 48 surgeries, it looks pretty damn good.
Oh, there you go, Bobo.
Yeah.
Give it up for Bobo's dick, huh?
Yeah.
I mean...
Where is it?
What thing have you ever seen have 48 surgeries on it and look even vaguely human?
Yeah,
so.
I mean, that shouldn't look anything like a penis.
No.
And it does have similarities to a penis.
It's very similar to a penis.
So Bobo's not a virgin, right?
Bobo?
Yeah, I still am.
Are you still a virgin?
Yeah, I still am. I don't speak about it. I don't want to speak about it on the air that much. I'm a virgin.
I'm gonna get you some pussy, man.
You would do that for Bobo?
Yeah, some pussy.
How do you like that, Bobo? Things are looking up. You got a little girth. You got something that looks like a penis.
Yeah.
And who kid's going to hook it up? Is there anything Bobo can do to help his situation out, or?
I'd have to actually do an exam, and
yeah, we don't want you doing that.
It's okay. Know a little bit more about the blood flow to the organ itself, and I asked this question about your urethra. It looks at because what I saw was a glans, which is the Roman war helmet, but I didn't see the opening. So is the opening underneath?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had a hypospadias when you were born, is that right?
Yeah, when I was very young.
Yeah.
Okay. And that means he was born.
The urethra didn't go out. You know how your penis has a hole in the end of the
pee hole,
right? And it's right in the center of the gland.
Yes.
And his was probably below.
Is that right, Bobo? You were born with your pee hole below your penis?
Yeah, something like that.
Still on the shaft, but didn't go all the way through. So what they have to do is kind of mold the glands around through surgery after surgery.
That is awful.
And yeah, it is awful. And you got to make a cock hole in there too.
Oh.
And you don't want to screw it up so that he can't piss out of that either. So it's very delicate.
Do you have any trouble pissing?
Yeah, that is. Sometimes it does take longer to start the thing up.
Yeah. Is it still? Where's your pee hole now?
Somewhere around there.
And in the top or at the bottom, under it?
It's somewhere in the middle, somewhere maybe.
It's getting close.
Somewhere a little more close to the typical area.
Yeah.
Are you supposed to have more surgery, or are you done?
No, I think I'm done with that.
Okay.
Fingers crossed, right? And you probably wouldn't recommend going in for another elongation surgery.
Number 49, no.
He has a hole.
I think I'm done with the surgery.
Good for you, Bub.
He has a hole on the side of his dick, so if a chick is sucking it, they got to do it from the side?
No, it's under, right?
The hole is under the dick?
If this is where
was
it's supposed to be, then it would be coming out.
Oh, so Bobo's normal. It's a normal thing. He took care of it.
He took care. Well,
get this guy some pussy, man.
Yeah. I mean, he's good now.
It's time for him to try it out.
Yeah,
exactly.
Pussy,
Let's take this Bobo dick for a test drive, right, Bob?
Yeah.
Get that pussy, man.
John in Texas.
Hey, it's Josh. I actually tweeted at you a while back because I really didn't know there was anything wrong with my dick until you told your story.
You're talking about me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, Sam Roberts.
Yeah, not Bobo's dick. Oh, God, no.
Yeah. And furthermore, even if your dick was like Bobo's, he's not the guy to tweet to. So, Bobo, what's your opinion on that right there? At the beginning of that sentence is the wrong.
Yeah, Sam had phimosis, which means his glands was so freakishly huge that he couldn't pull his foreskin back.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good way to phrase it. That's a great way to phrase it. I don't know if you know this, Who Kid, and I'm assuming that Josh has the same problem. I was circumcised. You circumcised, man?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, I was circumcised. How old were you when you were circumcised?
I don't know. I think I was a baby.
I was 19.
What?
Yes.
So you were the worst.
So I know the struggle, Bobo. I've had a little penis surgery of my own that I can recall.
I think yours is a different situation. Yours is actual circumcised. Me, there was urinary system problems.
That's true. That's a good point.
A whole different animal. You had
it's still scalpel to penis, though.
It's
there's
rough.
Nothing good's going to happen.
One is better than 48.
Right.
One is still rough.
Jesus.
The problem was the hole in the foreskin wasn't big. It was small. It was like the size of a normal pee hole, and it did not extend.
Right.
Therefore, the natural head of the penis could not escape that devious foreskin.
Yeah.
And so I was like, let's get this foreskin out of here forever if it doesn't want to be cooperative.
They're like pigs in a blanket.
Exactly. That's exactly right. So I spent my spring break of my freshman year of college
screaming.
Screaming indeed.
Every guy I've known that's had a circumcision as an adult has said it was just the worst pain.
I'm glad I had it done.
Confirm that?
Yeah, it's terrible pain.
Yeah.
And it's something you have to deal with for. They say when I went in, they told me that you can get it done. That men can get it done on a Friday and go back to work on a Monday. That's not the case.
I mean, there's vasectomy, and that wasn't true.
Right.
Yeah.
There's weird swelling. There's like, you know, all you got the, like, I thought I had a piece of gelatin attached to me, like some kind of, but it was me.
Yeah.
You know, it was swelled up and it was very strange for some time. And it's one of those things where people say, you know, you can't get hard while you're recovering, but it's not going to happen anyway. Like, you're not going to get hard while there's nothing happening down there.
If you did, though.
Oh. But I'm glad I had it done. And because aesthetically, it's just one less thing to explain to a woman. No, because I do. Like, you just want to be able to whip it out and, you know, to use it. You know what I mean? Who could
not have to have a conversation about it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I get it.
So what do you got going on, Josh?
Well, see, I just figured out that, you know, I've really never enjoyed a blowjob that much, and that's probably my fucking problem. So I want to get this thing taken care of so I can figure out what all the fuss is about. You know, I'm 29 fucking years old, and I've never really enjoyed one.
Yeah.
I mean...
like, for me, I'm not
Are there any other options? Can I just stretch that motherfucker out or something?
I try, and I got to tell you, that's a good question, because I went to a urologist, and that's the first step. You got to try to stretch that shit out.
What?
Like, you're just sitting there doing little exercises in the bathroom, like every day, trying to stretch your foreskin and stretch your foreskin.
And God help you if you actually get it past the glands and you can't get it back, because now that becomes a medical emergency, because it can cut off the blood flow to the tip of the penis, and then it will slough off. Which I love that word, because it sounds like what it would sound like if it happened.
Yeah.
Slough off.
Like needle nose pliers or something, you know, and just try to get them in there.
Don't do that. That's what you have a urologist for. But the stretching is the first thing, and they will even use some creams and stuff like that to try to loosen things up. But then after that, if it doesn't work, then circumcision is the way to go. So right now, you cannot pull your foreskin back. You can't retract it to see.
Oh, not even. I don't even see daylight.
Dude, let me ask you this: when you piss, does your foreskin bubble up?
Yeah, when I was a kid, I thought I had 3 nuts, and they rotated.
Yeah.
And every time that I had to pee, the one nut would go to the tip.
That's exactly what happens. That's the same exact situation, dude.
That's a really tight phimosis.
Yeah, and it never hurt.
Yeah,
but it just would not. It's not moving.
Well, like, you know, things aren't clean under there either.
And there was no odor for me, thank God.
Yeah.
And, you know, you try to point it under the fucking faucet in the shower and try to squeeze some soap in there or whatever, but there's no getting under.
No.
I'm so happy I'm not having breakfast right now.
So is there anything that he can do, Dr. Steve, aside from stretching and circumcision? And
just he needs to see a urologist, get it taken care of.
John, I got to tell you, Josh, sorry. For me, it sucked for a week or two, maybe a month, until it finally started to take shape again. And then, you know, you got a scar for a little while, but the scar heals. Yeah. And, like, it's one of the best decisions I ever made. Like, there's not one day that I don't regret it. And quite frankly, my wife thanks me all the time for it.
Hey, Josh, email me. I'll send you some information. It's weirdmedicinexm@gmail.com.
I appreciate it, man. I just want to try to minimize downtime because, you know, I drive truck and I don't
understand.
Exactly have sick day or vacation.
You know, but I will tell you, driving a truck, if you put on a pair of sweatpants. I mean, because I'm telling you, none of this jean bullshit. I was walking around in pajama pants all spring break.
Holy shit.
But put on a pair of sweatpants, dude, and that might be the one thing that you can...
I wonder if a cup would help. You know, when I had my vasectomy, I wore a pitcher's cup.
Yeah. Oh. As long as it's big enough that it's not touching.
Things from touching it.
Yeah.
You know.
But John, I would get it done. You email Dr. Steve, he's the doctor, but in my personal experience, it was the right call.
Can you tell Josh that you're getting a good dick suck now from your wife? No,
I am. I'm going to tell you something.
Better,
Josh.
Right?
I enjoy blowjobs.
Your wife is happy with it?
And she is happy with it. She likes the way it looks.
It's smooth and all that.
Like, she doesn't have to worry about any dirt. It's smooth as silk.
Yeah.
And we live in America. And aesthetically,
that's right.
That's what it's supposed to look like in America. And that's one of those things that, I mean, it's like having a weird haircut. Trust me.
Right. It's lustrous.
Thank you, Josh.
I appreciate it, man.
What do you think, Bob?
I think it'll work out for the better for him.
That's right. That's right. Jay in Pittsburgh.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Did I just blow your mind, who kid?
Yeah.
What's up, Jay?
Dr. Steve, I got a question. Ever since I came back from Iraq the last time, I've had like really bad skin problems. It looks like I have dandruff on my cheeks, like below my eyes and to the side of my nose, and then up on my forehead and eyebrows. And if I scrub like my face at night, it gets like beet red, and it's painful.
Yeah.
And the other thing, like, I've used different lotions, different face creams, like all different stuff. Sometimes it's fine. Like today, it doesn't look like anything's wrong with my face at all. But then it'll flare up, and I really have no idea what it is. I don't know what to use, and I've seen some doctors before, and they're just like, "Oh, just try this type of ointment," and nothing seems to work.
Do you ever go to the VA?
Try to stay away from them.
Okay.
Right now, just because the claims are so backed up. I'm still active duty, and I have the insurance I have. I could go through a regular doctor. So.
Okay. I mean, there are some skin things. I'm not an expert on this, but if you email me, I can become an expert really fast. There were some skin conditions that were known for Iraq war veterans. There was one called leishmaniasis, and there's some others that had something to do with sand fleas. And I can find out some information for you and get it to you. And then you just take it into your doctor, say, and the way you approach them is, I found this on the internet, and it kind of seems like it may apply to me. What do you think? And then you put it in the doctor's court so that they can act like it was their idea when they have this light bulb go off and treat you appropriately. Because if you go at them any other way, they start getting defensive, and they'll blow you off.
Doctors don't like it when you go in having diagnosed yourself.
Right.
Interesting.
A lot of doctors don't, because they're narcissists.
Yeah.
And
I've looked up different stuff like leishmaniasis and a couple other skin conditions, and it just doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like that. It doesn't sound like that.
Nothing really seems to match up what I've seen.
What you're talking about sounds more like eczema or something, which, you can get any time in your life, too. But it's easily treated with, standard medications, including like steroid creams and stuff, if it's just localized.
Mm-hmm. But where can he email you?
weirdmedicinexm@gmail.com. And, a dermatologist is a great place to start. Some of the primary care guys, their philosophy, and that was mine, was, if it's wet, make it dry. If it's dry, make it wet. If they're on steroids, take them off. If they're not on steroids, put them on steroids. And that was our whole protocol for skin things.
Thanks, Jay.
And, a dermatologist can do a little bit
more.
My
boy just hit me from community college. I think he know his problem.
What is it?
If his skin is getting dark, you might have the sand niggeromics.
Okay, I don't know what that even means. But on that note, we're talking about skin.
Sand nigger.
Who kid black don't crack?
Never.
Medically, why is that?
Because of I don't know. Farrakhan told me we have this thing in our DNA.
Farrakhan told you that, Lewis.
Yeah, and it's on the DVD.
Amazing. And Bobo?
I think that maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right.
Farrakhan.
Well said. Well
I
said.
concur with Bobo.
Let's go to one more. John in Texas.
Hemoglobin.
Hey, Dr. Steve, got a question for you.
Yeah, man.
This just started happening about 2 weeks ago. I'm 46. Still get, just super hard erections. Everything works fine.
Would you describe them as delicious, John?
He's bragging.
Oh, they're absolutely delicious. Anyway,
tasty.
Here's the issue. Out of the blue, about 2 weeks ago now, I've not been able to have an orgasm.
Okay.
It still feels fantastic, and I don't know. I'm gonna throw this in your court, like you was just talking about.
John, when you say it still feels fantastic, are you coming without ejaculating, or do you just not come?
No, I do not.
So there is no climax.
No orgasm whatsoever. And I don't know if because it happened once, now I'm like, oh my God, my mind's gonna work against me, or I've also noticed a little. I just had all my physicals the other day. PSA come back 0.9.
Good.
Everything was fine with that. But
that's his prostate-specific antigen test, just for.
Wow.
That's
okay.
right.
So that's good.
That's
Lower
right.
is better.
So what do you think? Thanks, John. So what do you think it could be, Dr.
Well, what he's describing is a thing called delayed ejaculation. Is he still on the line?
No, I just.
Oh, you hung up on him? Okay. a lot of times we'll see this in people who are on medications like antidepressants and stuff. So the first thing I would have asked him if he was still on the line was, did they put him on any new medication recently? There are treatments for it, and some guys have delayed ejaculation where it's only when they're in a vagina or in somebody's mouth, and when they're masturbating, they can complete the transaction easily. And what happens in those
try
cases,
another hole. That's one thing.
Well, in those cases, there's people who knows better how to stimulate your penis than you do.
That's right.
And so they get really good at masturbating, and when they have vaginal sex, it feels different, and they have trouble ejaculating or coming to an orgasm. So what I recommend for those people is to buy a rubber masturbator or a fleshlight or something like that,
like a little pocket pussy,
right? And put it on the vanity in the bathroom or wherever, and lube it up, and then fuck it. But you don't want to use it as a masturbator. You don't want to move it up and down on your shaft. You want to move your body so you're actually
get yourself accustomed to
having sex that way again.
Bobo, you ever get in a situation where a coffee cup doesn't do it for you?
I don't really know.
Good.
I don't really know. I'm a bit of a virgin, so I wouldn't know.
Right, that's a good point. I don't know.
I don't know. What if you walk around the office with your dick hard?
I think that's no, I don't think you can do that at all.
I mean, there's the time I walk down the hallway and my dick is hard.
The problem is a lot of people are waiting for the holidays to hate Steven Singer.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And Bobo, you get in on this with me, because you understand. Why wait? The longer you wait, the more that you're going to hate Steven Singer. That's a guarantee.
Hey.
So why not get her that great gift today, right online at IHateStevenSinger.com.
Get that shit.
Steven has a collection of silver and diamond jewelry. You can find the perfect gift starting at $69 all the way up to $8,900.
$69, God.
That's right, who kid? And everything in between. Steven makes holiday shopping so easy and affordable. Just go online to IHateStevenSinger.com and check out his silver and diamond collection.
Ooh, silver, God.
You have to get the woman in your life a gift, and you want it to be a great gift.
Silver.
The more you procrastinate in buying her a holiday present, the guiltier you're going to feel. The guiltier that you feel, the bigger the present you're going to buy. So take this advice. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com now. Get your holiday shopping done today.
Hey.
Steven always has fast and free shipping both ways, and with his 90-day return policy, it's truly risk-free shopping. Steven Singer Jewelers, the other corner of 8th and Walnut, 1-888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER, or online at IHateStevenSinger.com.
Hey.
We're out of time. Sam Roberts Show is 4 p.m. Eastern on this channel on Sunday.
Hey.
I'll also be at the Pro Wrestling Syndicate Show on Saturday. Dr. Steve, where can they get more of this wonderful medical advice?
Weird Medicine on Sirius XM Saturday nights at 9 p.m., Sunday at 9 a.m., Monday at 5 a.m. for you truckers, and also on the Riotcast Network.
And that's two different shows.
That's two different shows, completely different content.
So that's great. Listen to both of them. They're, excellent shows. Anything going on this weekend, Who Kid?
I got Mike Tyson this weekend. He's gonna
Sick.
Talk about pussy and STDs. So we're gonna be a little medicinal.
That's on Shade 45 Saturday and Sunday now.
Medicinal.
And Bobo, you will be at a party in Queens.
Yeah, right, party in Queens.
Excellent. Well, we'll see you on Monday. Thank you for coming by, Dr. Steve.
Thank you, man.
All right, we'll see you later.
Pleasure.
Goodbye.
Opie and Anthony Show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A Show on Facebook at Facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey.